Hey guys, it's JJ-kun, and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational Qualifiers. This time, we're going to be watching over MNL48's side of the qualifiers, which consists of 5 teams from MNL48 playing best of 1 round-robin format for a total of 10 games. One team from those 5 will be eliminated and the rest will compete in a best of 1 single elimination match to qualify for the AKB48 Invitational, battling against their sister groups BNK48, JKT48, and CGM48. But hey, I know everyone's excited, so let's immediately go to the matches.
Hi everyone, I'm Shaki, the team captain of Blazing Phoenix, and here are my members.
Hi, I'm Rihanna.
Hi, I'm Andy.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Dia.
Pingu Zugai Kotsu!
Hi, I'm MNL48 L'Oreal, the team captain of Pink Zugai Kotsu, and here are my members.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Cole.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Frances.
Hi, I'm Dian.
And I'm MNL48 Ruth.
Let's go, Pink Zugai Kotsu!
Yay!
And we are now heading into the game Blazing Phoenix versus Pink Zugaikots. Now trying to get into Rotom with the Rock Tomb as well from that of the Crustle. But it looks like it's going to be stolen in by Pink Zugaikots. And now they're trying to defend their score goal so that the other team won't be able to get some scores. But while that is happening, look at the Dreadnought right now being taken in by Pink Zugaikots. And they're going to be getting the shield and the XP as well. And of course getting in that score, destroying the first tier score goal into that of the bottom lane. And now look at that. There goes the Plasma Gale, Cotton Cloud Crash, Rubble Rouser all day long. And they're going to be able to score up top. Sideways Slam from the Charizard. And look at the damage. Blessed Assistance is going to be used as well to take down that Zera Aura. And look at this. Up top, there goes the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle and the Thunderstorm to take out the Eldegoss and of course this Zera Aura as well. But at the same time, there goes down the Crustle. But as that is happening, we are just a little bit over here and they're going to be able to score one more time. It looks like they are very happy in winning this one, Blazing Phoenix, with such a huge lead against Pink Zugaikotsu. But the fun doesn't stop there. Let's head over to the next match.
If you play with fire,
Be ready to burn!
Hi, I'm the team captain of Fire Manila, Abby.
I'm MNL48 Amy.
I'm ML48 Jan. I'm ML48 G.
MNL48 Lara.
Hello everyone, we are Padayon.
Hello everyone, I'm Padayon's team captain MNL48 Isabel.
Hello everyone, I am ML48 Kai.
I'm MNL48 Mihawk. And I'm MNL48 Jam. I'm MNL48 Claire.
And there you go, Pyro Manila versus Padayon is going to be the match right now. And look, the scores immediately into the early game. They're trying to gain their confidence by pressuring up the other team. And there goes the saying, you are going to sleep when you hear the singing of the Wigglytuff. But look at that, Jan Janelle here with that of the Ross is going to sleep as well, going to get eliminated. And there goes another score into the top lane. That's 79 to 50. And look at this. They're trying to answer back into the bottom lane. And they're going to be able to get the reverse Uno card player here. Looking pretty sweet. And they're going to be able to take in the Dreadnought as well. And look at their reactions. They're really focused up right now. And look at that. Fairly Singularity is going to be used, going to catch up a lot of their enemies. And there goes Plasma Gale to take down the Kirlia. And the Blastoise is trying to get some scores, but the Wild Charge is going to take it out. And there goes the Venusaur trying to get out, but the... oh my goodness, so good here. Another one here. With that, a Unite was going to be used, but it's going to be taken out as well. They need to be able to take the Zapdos here if they want to win this. But the scores is just so much, and just like that, Padayon is going to be winning that one away from Pyro Manila. And here goes Padayon and Blazing Phoenix going to be battling out for the round. And the rounds is going down. They are very outnumbered. And there goes the Blissey as well. Outnumbered as well. Look at the matches right now. It's very dangerous to not have a teammate with you. And you're going to get eliminated because of that. And that is what happened. Look at this right now, however. They're going to be able to take into Rotom. but the Kirlia tries to take it away from them, but the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle is going to be taking it out. Plasma Gale right now into that of the Charizard to take it down, and Serena is trying to get away here. Oh my goodness, it's not going to happen, and here we go. Seismic Slam into that of the Charizard, and of course, as a defense one, it is going to be use off the Starlight Recital, and here we go. Let's try to see if they're going to be able to defend this, and the Zero Aura is coming down. Plasma Gale is going to be used here, gets the Wild Charge to take down the Blissey, and there goes the Spark to take down the Charizard. Here goes Discharge once again, going in for that of the Zero Aura, gets the Side Shock as well to take it down. That's going to be 2, and there we have it, another one. A huge fight is coming down. Gets the Blissey as well, and they look like they have a very huge lead right now. Look at the score. The Zapdos is now out. That's 119 to 403, and that's quite a huge lead. 3 of them are down, and it looks like it's going to be game here. And look at that. Fairly Singularity is going to be used to take them all out, and Quang Ascendance as well is going to deal a lot of damage. Moonblast, however, Seismic Slam as well, Plasma Gale, every Unite moves getting used right now. But at the very end, look at who is scoring right now. Look at the scores. There's so much of a gap. Look at them celebrating right now.
Good job, good job.
Padayon! Showdown!
Moving over to the next match, we're going to witness a team that we haven't seen yet, as we have 5 teams in a round robin. So one team in each round won't be able to play, giving them an automatic win for that round. Let's introduce them.
Hi everybody, I'm MNL48 Colleen, the team captain of Team Stalwart League, and here are my members. Hi, I'm Liza.
Hi, I'm Dana.
I'm Alba. And I'm Princess. So,
And the Citrus Bear Sonic is doing its best to attack the opponent, but it's going down. And look at this as well. They're going to be able to take then Dreadnought, and is going to be able to punish the other team. Water Burst Shuriken as well, and that's going to be 2 going down. Oh no, 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 no. That is a Wild Charge, but you don't want to be in front of the Greninja. It's going to deal a heavy damage. And here we go as well. There goes the Fly to take down that Eldegoss. And look at the scoring there right now. Very huge crowd control right now for them to be able to get some scores. And there you go. They are going to be able to maintain their lead because of this score. And huge chaos right now into the bottom lane as Pink Zugaiku tries to defend the score goal. But the Snorlax, being the defender that it is, goes in to block the other team from scoring with the Power Nap. And here comes the amazing Heavy Slam coming in from that of the Snorlax. Snow Globe is going to be used. There goes the Surf. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used as well. And Heavy Slam to answer back into the opponent. Gets the block here. And there you have it. They basically reverse what just happened. The Talonflame is going to be caught up, however. And here's the thing. One team has already taken in the Zapdos. And they, I think, has taken in the win as well. It is going to be their win here. And that is it for our second round. Now let's move on to our third round, which is going to be played by Stalwart League versus Padayon. Let's get into the game. Oh, look at the action immediately commencing. And they're going to be able to get a lot of scores as well. That's 77 to 70 as well. Coco is going down. And Dana Babe as well. Going to be able to take that Odino to try to score in. But there goes Blair as well with that of the Wigglytuff, trying to defend that away. And here goes the Sing. Ali Pesawai though. Really funny name as well. And there goes the score. And of course, the Talonflame is going to go down. Water Burst Shuriken is going to be used. And Pintain is going down. That Greninja is playing a very dangerous play here. Look at this. Starlight Recital is going to be used for them to sustain themselves, but are they going to be able to survive this? It looks like they weren't able to, and look at that. Serena's going to be taken out, and everybody goes to sleep right now with the Power Nap from that off this Snorlax. And here we have it. Heavy Slam is going to be used once again, and going into the top lane, the Cinderace is going down. There you go. I think they're trying to, they're trying to catch up to the scores here, and they're trying to catch up to the other team here, trying to, take some revenge. And I think they're trying to be able, they're gonna be able to do it. And look at this, Greninja is trying to get away, but with the Zero Aura, they're gonna be able to take down that Greninja. And at the same time, they are also going to be able to take down this Zapdos for themselves. And I think along with the Zapdos takedown is that they're going to be able to take down a lot of scores to dunk in on the score goals. But let's find out who's going to be winning here. This is the last stand here. That's going to be 3 KO. And it seems as if we have the winner. It is going to be Padayon.
Let's go, Pyro!
Really huge cheering from both of the teams to cheer themselves up, but there goes the Rouse, not gonna be able to cheer anyone up as it goes down. And here comes the Ivysaur, able to try to escape, but actually was able to escape as well with the help of the Brave Bird. Really brave Talonflame. But here comes the Psychic from the Kirlia as well. Very good combination from the Rectum into that of the X-Scissor with the help of Zero Aura as well. I really like what they're doing right now. And another one here. Oh, the Discharge is gonna be used as well. There goes the Psychic from the Gardevoir. And here we have it. Thunderstorm is gonna be used. It got reversed. That the Pikachu gets taken down, and now the Charizard tries to get away. Now gets another Psychic. Rather, yeah, a Psychic, but the scores downtown is gonna be put up. There goes the Fearless Singularity once again to catch some opponents right here, and the Pikachu not gonna be able to get away once again with the Psyshock. And here comes Frosty trying to regain some healing, gets sparked, but it's gonna be hit. It's gonna be able to take down that Talonflame. And here goes the Gardevoir, actually could be taken down by the Pikachu as well, but we are now in the final stretch. There goes the Seismic Slam from the Charizard, gonna be able to take down that Talonflame, but it looks like Frosty, with the help of their teammates, going to be able to take the Zapdos, but who's gonna be able to take it? It is the Gardevoir that actually got it, was stolen away from them, and Yanchanel is gonna be taken down. The winner for this one is going to be Pyro Manila. That is just 3 rounds so far, and we still have 2 more before we head to our single eliminations. And I know everyone wants to know who's moving up, so let's just stall it any further. Get it? Stall? Because Stalwart League is one of the team names. And there you go. Pyro Manila versus Stalwart League is going to be battling right now, and it seems as if this Greninja and of course the Alolan Knight is going to be able to score in as well. Brave Bird for this very amazing Talonflame is going to be used. There goes the Flame Sweep, not going to be able to hit anyone, however. And there's another Brave Bird. Here's the Fly. Oh, Water Burst Shuriken to take down one. And there goes another one. The Charmeleon is going down as well. And they're going to be able to destroy the score goal up top. And now they're trying to score into that of the bottom lane as well. Seismic Slam. Really huge damage into the Greninja. Snow Globe, however, is going to be used. There goes the Psyshock. Not going to be enough to take it down, but the Verdant Anger is enough to take down the Alolan Ninetales. Now, Talonflame tried to get away, but not going to be able to. Not going to be able to escape that, and another fly into the Grass type Pokemon. Although, of course, the Grass type bank here does not apply, but it's, you know, really fun to know that the type matchups are there. Here you go. They try to get away here. Talonflame, are you going to be able to get away? And actually flies away and escapes that one. And here you go. That's going to be 2 down into their side. Snow Globe is going to be used. They're not going to be able to score. And Stalwart League is going to be able to win that one. Now that's match 1. Let's now head over to match number 2. And the game has commenced. Look at that immediately, very early, going to try to get some pressures up. Look at that, gets a Rotom actually trying to help him out. Gets the Blizzard to repel them away, but the Alolan Knight's going to be taken down. Queen Ascendance as well to take down one more Pokemon. Oh my goodness, gets a Wild Charge. Snow Globe into the Fairy Singularity. Actually, very amazing plays here. Plasma Gale to take down a Pokemon once again. And here comes that amazing Rotom. Going to be able to help out the team that took it. But unfortunately, they're going to be taken down. Queen Ascendance once again into that of the Zero Aura with the Plasma Gale coming up to take down the Charizard. And here we go. It looks like Wigglytuff is alone here, where there are 4 Pokemon trying to chase it down. It's going to be taken down, and Blastoise takes into the Dreadnought. And here comes the top lane. It looks like Isabelle here with a Serena going to be able to take down that Rotom. And now I think they're trying to take down this Zapdos as well. There goes the Plasma Gale to try to take this away. And they were successful in taking out, the Gardevoir was successful in taking it out. There goes the Wild Charge into that of the Alolan Ninetales as well. Really huge stuff. And that is going to be the game here. Padayon is going to be the winner of this.
4 consecutive wins. Let's go for more.
This is it. The final round of the round robin before heading to the single eliminations. I am so excited to see who will move up. So let's get right into it. And here we go, the first match of round number 5, the final round of the round robin. It looks like Charmander is going to be taken out by the Squirtle. And here goes the Fleshlander, trying to get some attacks here as well, but it's going to be taken down. And here comes the Ivysaur. Let's find out if that's going to be taken out as well. It is going to be taken out. And here comes into the top lane. They already got the Rotom. And with its help, they're going to be able to destroy the first Squirtle into that of the top lane. And the Brave Bird is going to be able to take it down. There goes the Plasma Gale as well. Discharge. Let's find out who's going to be able to win this fight. But with the help of... Oh, the Blastoise is helping out. Going to be able to take down that Venusaur. And there goes the Fairy Singularity. Going to be able to take one? No, unfortunately enough. Not quite yet. There goes the Seismic Slam into that Alolan Knights, but still survives. And now we are on the Zapdos. Look at that. The Decidueye is going to be able to take that Zapdos. And there goes the Zero Aura going down as well. It's going to be 2 down on their side of the team. There goes Verdant Anger. Still not enough to take down that Eldegoss. And here goes another one. Flame Sweep to take down the Alolan Ninetales. Are they going to be able to take down the Zero Aura as well? They would do it. Yes, sirree. There goes another one. Nobody was able to score at the very last second, but it is going to be Pyro Manila. And here it is, the final match of the round robin. It is going to be Stalwart League versus Blazing Phoenix. Let's find out who's going to be moving up into our single eliminations. Let's get right into it. And here we go, the final match commencing. Ooh, amazing run to start it all up. Really amazing gameplay right now. And Zero Aura is going to be taken down as well. Blazing Bicycle Kick is going to be used here. But, oh, Water Brush Shuriken to follow it up as well. And they're going to be able to take down too. Let's go over into that other top lane. Aurora Veil is going to be used. There goes the Discharge with the Spark to take it down. Rotom's going to be taken in as well by that of the Pikachu to help them up. J-Meow trying to get away with a Crustle. Is he going to be able to get away? No, they're not going to be able to get away. Oh my goodness, right now, even with the Seismic Slam, I don't think this is going to be enough. Never mind, with the follow-up, they're going to be able to reverse that one up to their favor. And here comes another fight here. This is going to be the last 5 seconds right now. Blizzard is going to be used. Thunder Sword is going to be used once as well. And that is going to be a game here for Stalwart League. And that is it for all of the round robin matches. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Pink Zugaikotsu for the remainder of the matches. On the other hand, Padayon, Blazing Phoenix, Stalwart League, and Pyro Manila are moving to our single elimination matches to compete for the spot on the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. Our first match is going to be Padayon versus Blazing Phoenix and will be immediately followed by Stalwart League versus Pyro Manila. Let's have a champion time. And here you go, the first match of the single eliminations. They cannot make any mistakes here if they want to get in on the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. And as you can see as well, 71-38 is the score right now. There's quite a huge lead, but of course they can always get back on scores, as what happened right now. It's currently at 87-184. They were immediately able to turn it back with the help of their Rotom as well. 243, 283, 311 is the score right now with the Seismic Slam as well to help them out. 144, and here comes it. Someone has gotten in the Zapdos, and they're going to be able to defend their score goal, and that is going to be Padayon moving and getting the spot to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. we just saw the first one to get the spot on the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. Now let's move over to the last match of the qualifier to find out who's going to take the second spot into the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. And here we go with the final match as well. Once again, they can't make any mistakes here because they can no longer get back after this. And look at that, they're going to be able to take down one. And here goes the Ivysaur, going to be taken down with the fly off the Talonflame as well. And the scores right now is at 222 to 211. That is not a huge gap. That is very, very close. It could be anyone's game. Look at that. Water Burst Shuriken is going to be used here. Power Nap as well to take down a lot here. And there goes the Greninja, going to be able to take down one. And here comes the Snorlax being alone here. They're not going to be able to defend the Squirtle if there's not any number from them. And look at that. Brave Bird is going to be used here once again. Albus Y with the Snorlax might be taken down. But look at the Greninja going to be able to take down the Talonflame. Verdant Anger is going to be used as well. But no, that's going to be 3 KO for the Greninja. And they're going to be able to defend this Squirtle as well. Now the score is at 311 to 239. I think they are trying to really want to get in on this AKB48 Invitational. Nobody is backing down right now. And look at that, almost taking down this episode as well. But it looks like the Decidueye is the one that's going to be able to take this one up. And at the same time, they can no longer score as it is heavily defended. Squirtles are being heavily defended right now. And look at that, Greninja was able to escape, but unfortunately, it is going to be Pyro Manila that's going to be winning the other spot. That is quite a show that we've had for this qualifier, and I wish our winners very great matches when they battle against their sister groups. Thank you to MNL48 for participating, the Pokemon Company for hosting this wonderful event. My name is JJ Kun, and we'll see you again in the group stages.
สวัสดีครับแฟนๆโปเกมอนทุกคนครับผมโอบูครับในวันนี้ครับผมก็จะมาพูดถึงการคัดเลือกทีมของ BNK48 ครับในงาน 2021 ครับ Pokémon UNITE Battle Festival ครับเกมแรกของวันครับก็จะเป็นทีมของ Yummy Remote ครับเจอกับทีม V-Night ครับเป็นคู่เปิดสนามในวันนี้ก่อนที่เราจะเริ่มกันนะครับงั้นเรามาดูผู้เล่นก่อนเลยครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ พวกเรา Yummy Remote สวัสดีค่ะ ไข่มุก Yummy Remote ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ น้ำใส Yummy Remote ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ เจน Yummy Remote ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ เจนิส Yummy Remote ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ เคส Yummy Remote ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ พวกเรา V-Night มิโอริค่ะเดปรางค่ะนายค่ะดีค่ะมิวสิกค่ะ
เจนนี่ครับที่เล่นพิกาชูครับโยนตะข่ายไฟฟ้าไปครับใส่ไปที่มิโอรีครับแต่ว่าโอ้เจนครับดังเข้าไปครับ30ครับเปลี่ยนร่างครับกลายเป็นไฟโร่ฮะโถมแบบนี้จะเอาไหมฮะยังไงโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับไปคู่ครับทั้งเจนทั้งนายครับนายมาพร้อมกับภารกิจอันยิ่งใหญ่ลาได้หรือเปล่าครับไม่ได้ครับกลับมาตั้งหลักที่หน้าป้อมนะครับสำหรับนะอ้าวไข่มุกครับตรงๆครับโอ้11แอปโซโลเชอร์ปังเปิดได้ไหนสแลครับตบอีกทีตบโอ้โหไปหมดครับอย่างนี้ไม่รอดเก็บ3ตามน้ำใสมาเอาอยู่ในมุมดับเบิลอยู่ในมุมครับเชอร์ปังก็ใช้ครับนายก็ใช้เอาเรียบร้อยครับเก็บน้ำใสดิมเฟียไปได้ครับตามไข่มุกกับภูคุรินครับจะไปไหนครับภูคุรินลงมากระทืบครับโอ้โหนายสตอมรัวๆเลยครับโอ้โหเก็บไปได้ครับมิโอริเก็บต่อฮะทุกนาทีมีค่าครับสักหน่อยก็ยังดีครับเชอร์ปังครับใช้อยู่ในมุมครับเอาละครับมีเกาะเข้ามาได้หรือเปล่าไม่ได้ครับมา3ตัวอย่างนี้ไม่ไหวนะครับอ้าวนายครับระวังครับโอ้โห3ตัวนะครับน่ะทั้งแหกปากทั้งบินโอ้เรียบร้อยครับจีและนายครับไล่น้ำใสอยู่ครับอ้าวน้ำใสครับไล่อยู่ในมุมออกมาครับแต่ว่าเจนครับเพิ่งดังไปแล้ว40ครับกำลังมาครับครับไฟมาแล้วลงหัวครับเก็บนายไปได้สักเกอร์พันอ้าวเจนส่วนที่อยู่ในมุมครับมิวสิกยังไงครับล้มครับมีแขกไม่รับเชิญครับมิโอรีครับทำการไล่ครับถ้าไม่กลับเดี๋ยวส่งกลับบ้านเองเชอปากในสแลครับแล้วก็ตบด้วยสักเกอร์พันอีกทีหนึ่งมาอยู่ที่พุ่มครับไม่บุกต่อครับกลับบ้านครับทิ้งให้มิวริจัดการต่อครับแล้วก็เก็บได้ไข่มุกหยุดมิวสิกไว้ได้ครับที่ท่าซิงครับเจมรอดครับยอดเยี่ยมมากครับไข่มุกดังก็ไม่ได้ขยับก็ลำบากครับโอ้โหยากแล้วป้องกันได้แบบนี้ครับยังไงทีวีไนท์ครับชนะเกมนี้แน่นอนครับอย่างไรก็ตามครับมิวสิกครับที่เล่นเกมโคการเนี่ยไม่ทำแต้มเลยสักคะแนนเดียวครับสำหรับเกมที่2ในวันนี้ครับก็จะเป็นทีมของ V Girls นะครับเจอกับทีมของ Very Very ครับงั้นเรามาดูผู้เล่นของ2ทีมนี้กันเลยครับ
สวัสดีค่ะพวกเรา We are We Girl New We Girl ค่ะวันนี้ We Girl ค่ะโยเกิร์ต We Girl ค่ะ We Girl ค่ะน้ำทำ We Girl ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะพวกเรา Very Very ข้าวขวัญค่ะแพนด้าค่ะจิ๊บค่ะอุเป้ค่ะผมค่ะ
เปิดอยู่ในมูครับแพนด้าครับอีวาพาเลสนะครับทำผลงานได้ดีเยี่ยมจริงๆครับทำคะแนนได้อีกครับทำให้ทีม V Girls นะครับไม่สามารถทำอะไรได้ครับในช่วงต้นเกมครับทีมพยายามจะเดินกลับไปหาเพื่อนครับแต่ไม่น่ารอดครับ4ตัวอย่างนี้เกาะเยอะจริงๆอ้าวอยู่ในมูครับโยเกิร์ตครับโดนสปาครับตามด้วยวายชาร์จอย่างนี้เรียบร้อยครับทางสะดวกแบบนี้ครับทันเดอร์ครับก็เป็นของเวลี่แวรี่ครับแล้วก็ทำให้ทีมเวลี่แวรี่นะครับโอ้โหเข้ามาดังรัวๆเลยครับเพราะผลของทันเดอร์ทีวีเกิร์ลนะครับก็ส่งพิมพ์มานะครับเพื่อมาดังครับนิดหน่อยก็เอาครับแต่ยังไงก็ไม่ทันครับคะแนนมันห่างนะครับและแล้วครับคะแนนก็ทิ้งห่างมากๆครับทำให้ทีมเวลี่แวรี่ครับชนะไปครับในเกมแรกครับต้องยกความดีความชอบครับให้กับแพนด้าจริงๆครับมาเป็นคณะแบบนี้ครับ4คนครับโถมป้อมล่างครับโอ้โหเหลือนิวคนเดียวครับที่เล่นฟูจิกิบานะครับแต่เหมือนจะตามป้อมไปด้วยครับโมเน่ครับเดินทีก็ไปกลางวงทันเดอร์ครับแล้วก็เก็บพาขวัญไปได้ครับอามาโจโอ้แพนด้ากับเอซิเซอร์เข้าไปครับเก็บโมเน่ไปได้เอ้าวงสีได้อย่างนี้จิ๊บครับจิ๊บไฟลงมาครับแล้วก็ล้าทันเดอร์ได้ครับและแล้วเกมนี้ครับก็น่าจะรู้ผลกันแล้วนะครับว่าทีมเวลี่แวรี่ครับทำแต้มไปเยอะมากๆครับทำให้ชนะไป2-0ครับเอาละครับสำหรับเกมที่3ของวันนะครับก็จะเป็นทีมของวีไนท์ครับเจอกับทีมของเวลี่แวรี่ครับและผู้ชนะของเกมนี้ครับจะเป็นตัวแทนทีมแรกครับของ AKB48 ครับศึกป่าเลนกลางครับมาครับเชอปามาทัดจิ๊บครับใครครับโรตอมเข้าแบบนี้ครับเลนบนของทีมวีไนท์ครับเรียบร้อยครับทีมเวลี่แวรี่ครับคุมโซนได้ดีมากๆครับปูเป้ครับเข้าไปแทงให้หน้าป้อมครับแล้วก็ผลักโขมก็คอยร้อยหลังแล้วก็จิ๊บครับโฉบมาครับโอ้สวยงามมากครับมิวสิกกับเชอร์ปาเหมือนจะพอแล้วครับเปิดด้วยสกัดไปครับแพนด้าสูนด้วยเอ็กซิเซอร์ครับโต้กลับครับด้วยอยู่ในมูครับโต้ไปเต็มครับพาขวานครับโอ้แต่ว่ายังรอดครับสำหรับแพนด้าครับเปิดอยู่ในมูครับเพื่อป้องกันโรตอมครับแต่โรตอมเข้าไปซักก่อนครับแต่ว่าก็ไม่ตายง่ายๆสำหรับแพนด้าครับโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับป้อมแรกครับตอนนี้ก็ทีมวีไนท์ครับกำลังคุมทันเดอร์ได้อยู่นะครับแล้วก็ไล่ผักขมสำเร็จครับแต่ว่าทีมเวลี่แวรี่มานะครับมาเต็มเลยครับทีมวีไนท์ห้ามพลาดนะครับไม่งั้นแย่แน่นอนครับถ้าเกิดเขาได้ทันเดอร์ไปนะครับและแพนด้าก็ได้ครับผลงานการล้าทันเดอร์ครับทำให้ทีมของเวลี่แวรี่นะครับนำโด่งขึ้นมาเลยนะครับน่าเสียดายมากครับมิวสิกถือไว้เยอะมากครับถึง50ครับแต่ก็ไม่สามารถเอาไปดังทำแต้มได้ครับหมดเวลาซะก่อนครับน่าเสียดายมาครับรอบนี้นายเลือกคาร์เม็กซ์มานะครับทีมของเวลี่แวรี่ครับได้อีกแล้วครับคาจิตกเมครับแล้วก็ได้ EP ไปทั้งทีมครับดูเหมือนรอบนี้จะค่อนข้างตึงหน่อยนะครับเพราะว่าทั้ง2ทีมนะครับมีแต้มใกล้ๆกันเลยนะครับสูสีจริงๆช่วงนาทีครึ่งสุดท้ายครับเหมือนจะแสดงอภินิหารครับสำหรับทีม V9 ครับตอนนี้คุมได้ดีครับสำหรับตอนนี้ช่วงของศึกทันเดอร์นะครับหรือนี่จะเป็นพลังของคาร์เม็กซ์กันแน่ครับเลือกมาทีครับได้เปรียบทันทีครับโอ้โหเก็บไปได้5ตัวครับสุดยอดมากๆครับสำหรับทีม V9 ครับและก็ได้ทันเดอร์ไปครับและในที่สุดครับทีม V9 ครับก็ทำคะแนนรวดเดียวจบครับด้วยแต้มที่761แต้มครับชนะไปในเกมที่2ครับผู้คุมของปูเป้นี่สุดๆจริงๆครับกดดันเชอร์ปาและจีจี้ในเลนล่างแบบสบายๆครับโอ้โหจิ๊บเล่นไฟโร่นี่แบบเฉิดฉายมากครับแม่อยู่ถูกที่ถูกเวลาตลอดจริงๆตอนนี้อยู่ในช่วงสะสมแต้มครับอยากจะเข้าสู่ไฟทันเดอร์ในช่วง2นาทีครับแต่ว่าเหมือนผักขมครับแล้วก็ปูเป้เข้ามาป่วนครับอย่างนี้รอดยากครับเบลลี่ครับเปิดด้วยยูในมูครับเพื่อจะเก็บทันเดอร์ให้ไวที่สุดครับเอาละครับจิ๊บเข้ามาครับแต่เหมือนจะโดนขับไล่ครับเรียบร้อยครับโอ้ล่วงไปแล้วครับแต่ว่าก็มีผักขมเข้ามาครับแล้วก็แพนด้าตามด้วยปูเป้ครับเอาละครับใครจะได้ทันเดอร์กันแน่ฮะช่วงนาทีชีวิตครับใครลัดได้ครับฝั่งเวลี่แวรี่ครับในแมตช์รอบนี้ครับเราต้องยก MVP ให้กับแพนด้าจริงๆครับเพราะเขาเป็นคนลัดทันเดอร์ได้อีกแล้วนะครับโอเคครับทีมเวลี่แวรี่ครับก็เป็นฝ่ายชนะครับเข้าสู่เกมที่4นะครับซึ่งเกมแรกของผู้แพ้ครับจะตกรอบเป็นทีมแรกนะครับก็จะเป็นระหว่างยามิรีโมครับเจอกับ V Girls ครับผมด้านอย่างนี้เลือดแต่ละคนน้อยมากครับต้องมีคนเจ็บครับและก็มีคนเจ็บครับโอ้เจนครับเจอ1 ต่อ 3ครับจะไหวหรือเปล่าครับเก็บไปได้ฮะทีมยามิรีโมนะครับขึ้นนำไปอย่างสบายๆครับด้วยทีมเวิร์กในการเก็บออบเจกตีฟนะครับทั่วแผนที่นะครับทุกเม็ดจริงๆครับทีมยามิรีโมครับมากันหมดแล้วครับแต่ว่ามีกบตัวหนึ่งครับโมเน่ครับรออยู่แล้วครับแล้วก็อยู่ในมูครับเป็นไงครับได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วคนละได้ครับก็คือพิมพ์ครับ การซุ่มโจมตีในรอบนี้ครับทำให้ทีมของ V Girls นะครับนำไปก่อนครับ1-0ครับเข้าสู่ช่วงสุดท้ายครับในรอบที่2ครับเอาละครับมีการไฟท์เกิดขึ้นเจนนี้ครับเอาโดนสลับบอลแพมๆครับเอาเฮกไซครับโอ้โหเก็บไป2ครับโยเกิร์ตวิ่งไปสปาครับแล้วก็วายชาร์จครับรัวๆครับแล้วก็อยู่ในมูครับแต่ว่าโอ้โหทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่าอีกฝั่งครับอยู่ในมูครับมีกรอบเพิ่มออกมาฮะอย่างนี้เหมือนจะรู้ผลแล้วป้องกันอย่างแน่นหนาเลยครับเพื่อไม่ให้ทำแต้มเพิ่มนะครับซึ่งก็จะเป็นทีมของยัมมี่รีโมทครับก็สามารถเอาชนะทีวีเกิลส์นะครับในเกมที่ 2 ไปได้อย่างง่ายดายครับทางเคสแล้วก็เจนนิสครับพยายามจะดังครับแต่ดูเหมือนจะดังไม่สำเร็จครับต้องวิ่งกลับแต่ว่ากลับไปก็ต้องกลับไปที่บ้านแน่นอนครับสำหรับเคสครับป้องกันสุดชีวิตครับ3-2นะครับโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเคสสู้สุดใจครับวิ่งกลับไปแล้วแต่เจนนิสครับบุกต่อครับเพื่อจะเก็บให้ได้ครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้ครับโมเน่หลับครับเอาละครับแพมอยู่ในมูครับแล้วก็เก็บน้ำใสไปได้เอ็กซิเซอร์ครับเคสครับโอ้พยายามจะดันพิมพ์ออกครับเพราะว่ามันปวดมากสำหรับยูคุบาริสึครับแล้วก็โฉบลงมาโอ้ยังไม่ลงครับทีวีเกิร์ลครับถม5คนครับน้ำใสกันคนเดียวกันไหวหรือเปล่าครับไม่น่าไหวครับ4-4ครับตรงนี้ครับป้อมที่2ครับโอ้ครับเจนเก็บไปได้1ตัวครับเก็บไปได้2ครับสวยมากครับ2คนนี้ดังครับตรงกลางตีกันอยู่ครับทันเดอร์และล้างได้แล้วครับโอ้ยามิรีโมทและยามิรีโมทครับก็ดังทำแต้มครับแล้วก็ชนะเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปครับในที่สุดครับก็มาถึงเกมสุดท้ายครับของรอบคัดเลือกนะครับเพื่อเข้าสู่รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจครับของ BNK48 ครับระหว่างทีม V-Night เจอกับทีมของยามิรีโมทครับที่เคยเอาชนะมาได้ครับทางยามิรีโมทครับมีแผนครับที่จะเอาป้อมด้านบนออกก่อนนะครับด้านบนก็พยายามจะป้องกันอย่างเต็มที่ครับแล้วก็เก็บได้ตอนนี้ยามิรีโมทครับนำมามากกว่า100แต้มครับช่วงที่ผ่านมานี้ครับทั้ง2ทีมนี้นะครับค่อนข้างเล่นเป็นแนวตั้งรับซะส่วนใหญ่ครับและแล้วจีจี้ก็สามารถเอาป้อมล่างออกจนได้ครับถึงแม้ว่ายามิรีโมทเขาจะเสียทันเดอร์ครับแต่แต้มที่มีติดตัวนั้นก็มากพอครับต่างฝ่ายต่างจะไปหยุดการทำแต้มของอีกฝั่งครับนิดเดียวก็มีผลครับเจนเนสพุ่งเข้ามาขอสัก20ได้ไหมครับไม่ได้ครับโอ้โหดังครั้งสุดท้ายจริงๆครับได้อีก28แต้มครับสำหรับนายและรอบนี้ครับยามิรีโมทเขาก็เป็นฝ่ายชนะครับด้วยเจนทำไปถึง170แต้มอย่างสวยงามครับความต่างของร่างพัฒนาครับทำให้ฝั่งของเจนนิสครับแล้วก็เคสครับสามารถหยอดแต้มได้ทีละนิดครับถือว่ามีผลมากด้านล่างครับทีวีไนท์ก็ได้คาชิดกันเมครับและด้านบนครับโรตอมจะได้อีกหรือเปล่าครับได้ครับโอ้ฝั่งของยามิรีโมทครับแย่งไม่ทันครับน่าเสียดายจริงๆดูเหมือนว่าป้อมบนจะต้องถูกทำลายแน่นอนครับโอ้โหแต่ละคนถือแต้มกันมาครับโรตอมเข้าอีกครับจีจี้ครับพยายามจะเอาป้อมล่างออกครับแต่เหมือนจะยากครับอยู่ในมูฟไล่เลยฮะนายลาทันเดอร์ได้ครับวีไนท์สบายเลยครับตอนนี้กันก็กันไม่อยู่เลยครับตอนนี้ครับผลของทันเดอร์ยังอยู่ครับดังรัวๆเลยครับโอ้โห96แต้มครับมิโอรีครับและแล้วครับหลังจากที่วีไนท์ครับได้ทันเดอร์ไปครับก็โถมดังเข้ามาทำให้ได้รับชัยชนะไปครับและเข้าสู่เกมที่3ครับเป็นเกมตัดสินครับตอนนี้แต้มของยามิรีโมทครับยังนำอยู่นะครับแล้วเปลี่ยนเป็นเกโคกะเรียบร้อยครับสำหรับมิวสิกครับลงมาครับโดนเจนครับโฉบเข้ามาครับเรียบร้อยครับในแผงของยามิรีโมทครับยังเหมือนเดิมครับพยายามจะเอา3คนครับโถมเข้าไปครับเพื่อให้ป้อมบนแตกให้ไวที่สุดครับและแล้วเต่าจะเป็นของใครครับเต่าครับก็เป็นฝั่งของยามิรีโมทครับเอาละครับศึกปะทะด้านบนครับของบนเต่าครับอยู่ในมูครับสลับเชอร์ปาครับแล้วก็วิ่งไล่ลูคาริโอเลยครับเคพยายามจะรักษาป้อมบนให้ได้มากที่สุดนะครับแต่ก็เพื่อนก็มาช่วยครับเอาละฮะโอ้โหเจมาช่วยต่อครับอยู่ในมูครับโอ้แต่ก็ไม่มีผลอะไรครับเคครับพยายามจะซื้อเวลาครับเพื่อให้เพื่อนร่วมทีมนะครับตีโรตอมครับยังไงครับแผงของเขาก็ยังเอาป้อมด้านบนออกอยู่ดีครับระหว่างที่โรตอมอยู่ด้านบนครับน้ำใสและเจนครับดังด้านล่างครับเพื่อเอาป้อมข้างล่างออกครับมิวสิกพยายามจะหนีเจนครับแต่ว่าเจนตามมาได้ครับและก็มาถึงช่วงนาทีชีวิตครับศึกทันเดอร์ครับใครครับจะสามารถรัดทันเดอร์ไปได้ครับและคนที่ขโมยได้ก็คือมิโอริครับจะมีปาฏิหาริย์และมีการคัมแบ็กได้หรือเปล่าในที่สุดครับทีมยามิรีโมทเนี่ยก็ชนะเกมนี้ไปครับโดยห่างกันเพียงแค่20แต้มเท่านั้นเองซึ่งทำให้ชนะแบบนี้และผ่านเข้าสู่รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจครับเป็นวันที่สนุกมากๆครับสำหรับการแข่งขันคัดเลือกครับของ BNK48 นะครับขอบคุณนะครับผู้เข้าแข่งขันทุกท่านนะครับแล้วก็ The Pokémon Company ครับที่จัดงานดีๆแบบนี้อีกนะครับและเราครับไว้เจอกันใหม่ครับในกรุ๊ปสเตจครับ
Halo semua, nama saya Aldo Putra dan kali ini aku akan menjelaskan apa aja yang terjadi di kualifikasi JKT48 Pokémon UNITE Battle Festival 2021. Pertandingan pertama pada hari ini adalah Valkyrie48 berhadapan dengan Apsara48. Sebuah pertandingan yang luar biasa untuk memulai acara hari ini. Sebelum kita melihat aksi kedua tim, mari kita bertemu dengan para pemain dari pertandingan ini.
Halo, kami dari
Valkyrie48. Halo semuanya, aku Jinan, aku kapten dari Valkyrie48. Ini tim aku, ada siapa?
Yeslin.
Ada Anin, ada Cindy, dan aku Masya.
Wow. Halo semuanya. Kami dari Apsara48. Yeay. Perkenalkan, namaku Gracia from Apsara48. Nah, di sini ada Azizi, ada Kristi, ada Katrina, dan ada Freya.
Langsung masuki pertandingan pertama antara Valkyrie48 melawan Apsara48. Mempunyai kesamaan Pokemon di area bawah yaitu Crystal sebagai defender dan Sylveon sebagai attacker. Kini telah terjadi peperangan dan sepertinya kedua tim sudah saling mengeliminasi satu Pokemon. Marsha dan Crystal sangat baik menghalangi dengan skill Rock Tomb. Valkyrie48 mendapatkan poin pertama diikuti oleh Anin Serena menjauhkan poin sebanyak 41 gol dan unggul dalam 3 menit berjalannya waktu. Sepertinya situasi semakin berat untuk Apsara48. Tidak lama, Valkyrie48 berhasil meliminasi Kristi dari Apsara48 yang bermain menggunakan Crystal di bagian atas. Tidak sampai 1 menit, mereka berhasil menumbangkan bagian bawah dan meraih gol dan kedudukan dengan 72 dan 0. Dengan perbedaan yang sangat besar yaitu 72 poin, Valkyrie48 berhasil melakukan rotom dan mendorong dan menambahkan poin menjadi 82 poin melawan Apsara48. Kita hampir saja menyaksikan sebuah curian yang mungkin saja membantu Apsara48 untuk membalikan kedudukan. Dengan speed range United skill yaitu Blazing Cycle Kick yang dimainkan oleh seorang Z. Sayangnya, Valkyrie48 berhasil menjawab keadaan dan mengambil arti kuno dan mendorong ke bagian tengah. Pertandingan masih dengan skor yang sangat jauh hingga menit terakhir, di mana Valkyrie48 bisa mendapatkan poin sebesar 708 dan mengamankan pertandingan pertama mereka. Satu game telah tertinggal, Apsara48 harus memenangkan pertandingan berikutnya untuk tetap bisa bersaing. Namun, mereka tidak mengganti susunan Pokemonnya. Sepertinya mereka bertahan dengan apa yang terbaik mereka. Valkyrie48 sekali lagi memulai dengan sangat kuat. Perpaduan di area bawah menciptakan gol pertama dan langsung mengungguli Apsara48 di menit kedua pertama. Skor 90 dan 0. Apsara48 berhasil menjatuhkan Rotom dan mereka menekan ke area atas dan semoga mereka bisa kembali mencetak angka di pembukaan permainan. Kini sebuah aksi dari Anin yang bermain sebagai Serena. Dia tidak hanya bisa menghadang Rotom namun juga berhasil menundukkan Gracia sebagai Green Ninja dari tim Apsara48. Kini memasuki tengah pertandingan di mana Valkyrie48 unggul dengan skor 170 dan berhasil mendapatkan 2 zona gol. Dengan poin lebih dari 170 poin, tim Valkyrie48 menjatuhkan serangan dengan sangat kuat. Apsara48 tidak kehilangan harapan saat mereka mendapatkan arti kuno dalam sebuah pertarungan besar. Sayangnya, Valkyrie48 menemukan 4 pemain dari Apsara48. Z yang bermain menggunakan Cinder Case harus mundur. Valkyrie48 mengambil kemenangan dengan skor 2-0 untuk pertandingan ini meskipun Sylveon dan Green Ninja tidak mencetak skor satupun. Pertandingan kedua pada hari ini ialah Valkyrie48 melawan Amazon48. Langsung saja kita menemui para pemain yang akan bertanding pada hari ini.
Halo semuanya. Halo. Aku Helisma atau Eli.
Aku Onil, aku Gita,
Aku Lulu.
aku Adel.
Mari kita langsung menyaksikan apa yang akan terjadi di pertandingan kedua. Tim Valkyrie48 memulai dengan poin pertama yang cepat. Dengan Marsha yang menggunakan Crystal dan Anin yang menggunakan Serena langsung mendapatkan 31 poin dalam 3 menit. Keunggulan ini hanyalah sementara. Amazon48 mendapatkan kembali dalam beberapa menit berikutnya. Lulu yang menggunakan Green tidak lama setelah pertarungan di area bawah. Tim Valkyrie48 membuat jalan yang bersih dan meraih angka menjadi 129 banding 53 pada menit keempat. Marsha dengan Crystalnya melakukan banyak pekerjaan yang berat di belakang dan masih banyak mencetak kesempatan. Dia memiliki poin tertinggi yaitu 90 poin di antara para pemain lainnya. Sangat luar biasa untuk dilihat. Amazon48 tidak memiliki kesempatan untuk beristirahat pada awal pertandingan. Amazon48 cukup baik dalam melakukan percobaan untuk mengambil alih beberapa poin pada sisa pertandingan. namun sepertinya perbedaan angka sudah terlalu jauh. Kedua tim menyelesaikan pertandingan dengan total skor 564 banding 283 pada pertandingan kedua game pertama. Kedua tim bertahan dengan komposisi yang sama pada game kedua. Tapi kali ini Amazon48 bisa sedikit lebih unggul pada awal pertandingan. Namun sekali lagi kalah dengan cukup cepat dengan Valkyrie48 dengan 58 banding 53. Namun itu hanya perbedaan poin yang sangat tipis pada 3 menit pertama. Lanjut pada menit keempat, tim Amazon48 mengambil keunggulan dengan 83 banding 118 dan ini pertama kalinya Valkyrie48 bisa diambil alih. Pertandingan yang sangat sengit di antara mereka lanjut hingga 3 menit terakhir. Dan tim Valkyrie48 unggul dengan 408 banding 149 melawan Amazon48. Bahkan mereka berhasil menghilangkan 4 zona gol dari lawannya. Tim Amazon48 menekan pada area tengah. Sayangnya skor untuk tim Valkyrie48 masih terlalu tinggi. Tim Valkyrie48 memenangkan pertandingan kedua melawan Amazon48. Dan mereka menjadi tim pertama yang mewakili JKT48 untuk melanjutkan ke babak grup. Sebuah kerjasama yang luar biasa membuat mereka memiliki skor 4-0 melawan tim lainnya. Pertandingan ketiga pada hari ini adalah menjadi pertandingan terakhir untuk babak kualifikasi JKT48. Kita akan segera melihat siapa yang menjadi tim kedua untuk mewakili JKT48 di babak grup. Langsung saja kita saksikan pertandingan Apsara48 melawan Amazon48. Gol pertama diambil oleh Amazon48 dengan mereka unggul dengan skor 28 banding 0. Pada bagian atas kembali didominasi oleh Amazon48 dan mereka menjauhkan keunggulan menjadi 85-0. Dengan dijatuhkan Dreadnought, tim Amazon48 makin jauh dari segi level dan membuat Pokemon mereka semakin kuat. Kini semakin sulit untuk Apsara48 untuk mengembalikan keadaan. Meskipun Apsara48 berhasil mengambil rotom di bagian atas, namun Amazon48 masih jauh lebih unggul dengan skor 166 banding 67. Game dimulai dengan sedikit lebih lambat dibandingkan apa yang kita lihat sebelumnya. Tapi ini juga menjadi keunggulan Amazon48 dengan poin 251 banding 104. Apsara48 berhasil menjatuhkan semua pemain Amazon48, namun mereka tidak bisa mengambil zona golnya. Tim Amazon48 berhasil menjatuhkan Articuno. Apsara48 kini mempunyai waktu yang buruk untuk bertahan, dan tim lawan berhasil memasuki zona gol terakhirnya. Apsara48 kini berusaha sangat keras untuk mencetak poin di bagian atas. Namun sepertinya sudah terlambat untuk Apsara48 bisa kembali dalam game ini, di mana Amazon48 mengambil game pertama dengan sangat dominan. Performa yang sangat luar biasa dimainkan oleh seorang Adele dari tim Amazon48 menggunakan Absol. Player pertama dalam turnamen ini yang mencetak hampir 200 poin dalam satu game. Kini kita melanjutkan ke game terakhir pada babak kualifikasi. Tim Amazon48 sekali lagi mengambil keunggulan di awal pertandingan dengan poin 58-0. Di tengah pertandingan, Amazon48 berhasil menguasai pertandingan dan bisa mengamankan poin menjadi 184 banding 19. Menuju akhir pertandingan, Apsara48 bisa menaikkan energi mereka dan berhasil memperketat skor mereka. Apsara48 terus menekan dengan banyak pertarungan tim dan akhirnya bisa mengambil poin untuk memimpin pertandingan. Apsara48 dengan luar biasa bisa mencuri Articuno dari Amazon48. Apabila mereka bisa mencetak skor, mereka mungkin bisa kembali pada titik ini. Kedua tim kini memiliki poin yang sangat-sangat tipis dengan bantuan buff Articuno dan juga poin gandanya. Dan kita memiliki pemenangnya, yaitu tim Amazon48 memenangkan pertandingan kedua dan menjadi tim kedua yang mewakili JKT48 dalam babak grup. Selamat! Skor adalah 367 banding 365. Dengan berbeda 2 poin untuk tim Apsara48 untuk bisa melanjutkan ke game penentuannya. Kita bisa lihat sangat emosional sekali dari tim Apsara48, namun mereka sudah melakukan yang sangat terbaik. Semoga kita bisa melihat mereka lebih kuat lagi di season berikutnya. Pertandingan yang luar biasa dan fantastis untuk menutup kualifikasi JKT48 pada hari ini. Terima kasih tentunya buat semua member tim dari JKT48 yang sudah berpartisipasi. Tentunya nice try buat yang belum berhasil dan good game buat tim yang melanjutkan perjalanannya. Dan juga terima kasih untuk The Pokémon Company yang sudah menyiapkan wadah dan kualifikasi acara yang fantastis ini. Dan tentunya kita bertemu lagi di babak berikutnya. Sampai jumpa.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. That is right, we are here for a Pokemon UNITE tournament. My name is Danielle, as some of you might remember, but joining me are two wonderful new faces. Gentlemen, would you like to introduce yourselves?
I think he has to go first.
Well, of course, my name is Contra, and I'm definitely happy to be here joining Danley as well as JJ to cast some Pokemon Unite, and this is part of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2022 and 21, of course.
Right, and of course, my name is JJ. I'm really thrilled to be part of the Battle Festival Asia 2021. I've been playing so much Unite, and now we're here in this stage, and I just can't wait to see all the action. I hope you guys are as well. Looking forward to the action that we're going to be having.
And today's going to be a bit of an interesting day as well, because you're probably wondering, okay, what's the whole gist of the tournament? What is AKB48? And this is something that I actually learned recently. So for people that don't know, AKB48, it is an idol group of girls that can sing and dance. And today we're doing a tournament on AKB48's sister groups, which is, as you can see on the screen, MNL48, BNK48, CGM48, and JKT48. If you wonder what the initials are, that is basically, if I'm not mistaken, the capital city of these, where these teams are based. And then each team is going to have two representatives. So for MNL48, we have Parayon and Stelwood League. BNK48 will have Very Very and Yummy Remote. JKT48 is going to have Valkyrie48 and Amazons48. And finally, CGM48 is going to have Sturzy and Attack. And these girls competing are the best of their teams because they had an internal tournament to see who was going to be representing their idol groups.
Exactly.
Right, and of course we
course-
do acknowledge as well the fact that Star Wars League is here instead of Team Pyro Manila. That is because due to some unforeseen circumstances, they aren't able to play, and now they are, of course, then replaced by Star Wars League. But here we go, of course, out of all the 8 teams, they're going to be separated into 2 groups for this day 1. We're going to be heading on to Group A, which is comprised of Star Wars League, Very, Amazons 48, and TZ. And of course, for Group B, that's going to be for tomorrow. That is Padayon, Yami Remote, Valkyrie 48, and Attack.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see what's going to go down here as we start off the day with Group A. So we definitely want to take a look at the brackets to see how it's going to go. And we're going to be starting off the day here with Very having the first game to take on Stalwart League. And followed by that, we also have Amazons 48 to go on a duke out against their sisters, Steezy.
And for people that aren't familiar with the tournament format as well, so for both of these groups, they're going to be playing in a double elimination format. So what that means is that these girls, they'll play their first match. Now, if they win, they'll move on to the upper bracket match. If they lose, they'll go down to the lower bracket match. So they won't be instantaneously eliminated. They will have a second chance to make it through. And each group is going to produce 2 teams that are going to make it to the playoffs, which is going to happen later on, I believe on the 16th of January. That's playoffs day. But of course, we're playing the groups today, and I'm really keen to see what teams are going to make it through. Are we going to end up with a team from each group, or are we maybe going to see some domination? Are one of these idol groups really good at Pokemon Unite?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it would be real interesting to see. Like, there's gonna be 2 teams from JKT, and there's gonna be 2 teams from MNL48. Or it could be 2 teams from BNK48 and of CGM48 to go into the playoffs. But of course, we'll find it out later today, as we are now seeing today's schedule. Of course, it is going to be the first match, Very going against Stalwart League rather, and of course Amazons and TZ. And of course, as you can see, it's still to be TBD for the remaining of the matches, because it will all depend on the results of the first 2 games.
That's right,
and just a reminder.
Yeah, of course, Natalie, so sorry to interrupt you right there.
Contra.
I'm just too
Be my
excited
guest.
because this is the very first time with such a special event. Not only are we having the idols playing all together, and this is where it brings us all together here to cast, from various games, and now for the very first time.
Now, just a reminder for people as well, so for all the games today, it's going to be best of 3s. So, of course, the goal is the teams, they want to try and get their 2 victories as soon as possible. So, I'm curious to see what kind of Pokemon we're going to be seeing today as well, right? Because when you're playing in public matches and you're playing in organized matches, you're generally going to see different Pokemon, because some Pokemon work so well on ladder, but other Pokemon work really well in cooperative play.
Right. I mean, definitely that is true, and we've seen a lot of people trying to team up with each other, and there are people who are just playing their by their own. So definitely we're going to be seeing a lot of changes from those perspective, and of course this with the AKB48 group invitationals, all of them are all grouped up. So I think I'm just really excited to see how they're going to be playing on, and let us now introduce the first players of this match.
Introducing our first team today, we have Team Very. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello. We are very nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cute. Oh. So, JJ,
Hello,
I
I'm
think you had
Paco.
something you...
Yeah. Definitely, Danny, right? Yeah. Hello, Team Very. How are you doing?
I'm so very excited and very nervous.
Oh.
Right. Oh, there was a little bit of feedback. But hey, Team Very Very, can you please introduce yourselves? Tell us who you are and your members.
Hello, I'm Pupei. Hello, I'm Pakom.
Hello, I'm Jim.
Hello, I'm Panda.
Hello, Pa-Hwan.
And yeah, there's our Team Very Very from BNK48. I would really like to give you guys good luck for the next games, but before we head into, to our next sister group, do you have any message? Do you have anything to say to your sister group, MNL48?
Oh, please be kind to us and let's enjoy together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Very Very.
Thank you.
All right, JJ Kun, I think.
Hello, kumusta? How are you?
Oh, hello.
Right. So hey, you've heard your sister group, so they're asking you to be kind to them, but what do you think are you going to be answering back to them?
Actually, I didn't hear them, but I also want to say that please be kind to us too, because we're not prepared for this actually, and we're very sad for our Team Pyro, but we promise to do our best for them too, and for MNL48.
Right, that's a very amazing message. What did you say, Danny?
That's so sweet as well, right? Like they're playing for their sisters, and good luck to you guys. Is there anything you want to say to Very Very before we start the match?
Well, I just wanted to say that I hope we all have fun, and let's all do great. Let's all give the M Loves and our M Loves and your fans a best game.
All right, thank you so much.
Really amazing.
All right, JJ Kun, I think the games are about to begin. We'll let the girls get started. We'll get them to jump into the lobby and they'll get themselves warmed up. But let's warm ourselves up before we jump into these games, right? Because you actually casted the MNL48 qualifiers, right?
Right, and I mean, I've watched them play, and they're all good. I'd have to say, honestly, it would have been anyone would have been here. It could have been Blazing Phoenix, could have been Pink Zugaikotsu, could have been Pyro Manila, could have been Team Padayon, could have been Sour League, which we have right now, and Team Padayon. But honestly, they are really going toe and toe against each other. So
yeah,
I wouldn't say, BNK48. You have a lot on you're gonna be going against a really strong team here.
So just seeing some of these games from MNL48, were there any Pokemon that you noticed these teams picking a lot? Because of course we don't really have too much information on these girls, right? We don't know what Pokemon they like to play, what roles they like to play, like what their play style is, because there's different metas all over the world, right?
Right. See, here's what's interesting about MNL48, right? Is that they don't really have a top pick in terms of how they comprise their own team. So every time they play, right? So out of all their games, they choose a different Pokemon, trying to try out all the Pokemon available in the game. So that's something that we need to look forward to, that, maybe BNK48 here might be trying to study ML48 by studying the meta of the game. Like, say, hey, this is a Pokemon that's mostly used in Pokémon UNITE, but, I guess that is one of the surprising factors here by ML48 going against BNK48, that they don't really have a top pick, that they're playing everyone in the roster.
Yeah, but I think it wouldn't be surprising if we started seeing some very popular picks, right? I mean, everyone's been saying that Dragonite's busted. Personally, I don't really think Dragonite's that busted. He's just strong. He does have his niches. But of course, I think we've got to look at the general picks, right? Like Lucario, as much as he's received nerfs, he's not really nerfed. He's still there. Great solo laner. And then and then actually Serena also gives Lucario a pretty good run for his money, right? She's really good all-rounder. She's very, very, I'm going to be honest, she's absolutely busted, even with the changes. Yeah, she doesn't deal as much damage, but if you don't control Serena, she just walks all over your team, and I don't blame her. She's got massive legs. But
That is true.
are there any Pokemon that we don't really see, or at least in your opinion, that we don't really see on ladder because the hero doesn't see much success, but could be an absolute monster today?
I mean, if we're gonna be thinking about it, I'd like to see some Machamp. I'd like to see some Slowbro as well. We don't see that a lot in ladders.
Yes.
But, they provide a lot of CCs for the team, so it could be a game changer for, for the games that we're going to be having today.
Actually, I agree with Slowbro. I always see people complaining, Slowbro's so bad, this Pokemon is terrible, but I'm sitting there thinking, you, my poor sweet summer child, have not seen Slowbro in high rank play. That Pokemon it's terrifying. He's probably got, he has the absolute best single target CC in the game. He could just delete anybody that he wants. So I'm wondering if someone just sort of brings out the Slowbro and be like, hey, look at me, I'm a Slowbro. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, where'd you go? Where's the other team? Slowbro.
And they have to remember as well that it has Surf, and if it becomes Surf Plus, when it upgrades its Surf, all of the waves coming in from the Surf of Slowbro will be dealing some CCs, dealing some knock up and stuns as well for the enemy team, and that's an AOE, so everyone's gonna be hitting of that. Everyone's gonna be hit of that will go up the air, and they are free to get hit.
Yeah, and on top of the Pokemon that we could potentially see, I'm wondering if these girls have some strats up their sleeves, right? Because I think the general playstyle for Pokemon Unite, it's try and get as many goals as possible, and then when Zapdos spawns, or if it's Articuno, depending on what map we're playing on, then you go for the final objective, right? To try and go for to try and get the instant scoring. But now, I'm not sure if you know about this, but so far the meta in Japan is that teams in Japan actually completely ignore Zapdos. Instead, their whole team they'll stack 50 points. This is for our viewers, okay? They'll stack 50 points and they'll hide in a bush right next to the enemy's goal. So as soon as it ticks over to 2 minutes, they all just instantly dunk, and that's what 500 points if everyone can actually get those points in. And the enemy team's like, oh, okay, if we contest Zapdos, then it might just be a trade. And at the end of the day, I'd rather get those instant 500 points rather than Zapdos where everyone isn't loaded on 50. So it's a crazy strat. I know some other regions, they haven't quite got the same strat going. They're still contesting for Zapdos, but I'm really curious to see what kind of play we're going to see today.
Right. So, the strategy that you mentioned is actually called Project Y. And of course, that is the main strategy that is being played in Japan, where they basically ignore the objectives. Because, it doesn't really matter if they ignore the objective. The Zapdos is the final boss of the Zapdos or the Articuno, right? The boss of the each game, as they would still be ahead, even if their enemy team would be able to take the Zapdos or the Articuno for that matter. They would still be ahead on points, so it doesn't really matter if they take it or not.
Exactly.
For I guess for the Philippines, they have quite a similar kind of strategy where it's called a Basura strat here, but although it's kind of like a modified version of Project Y of Japan, where they still take in, instead of just pointing in, they still take in the objectives. And then of course for I believe in North America, they do a 1-1-3 rotation laning where their strategy is actually pretty straightforward. They're actually just trying to, dominate the other team, and if one falls down, then you're gonna be eaten alive by the other team that's, trying to get in some dominance. But hey, here are our predictions that you can see on your screens. These are my predictions and Daniel Lee's prediction here. So Daniel Lee here predicted 2-1 in favor of Very, and I have to I have to support my own, our own local group here. We're gonna be having a 2-0, in favor of Stalwart League.
I mean, I don't blame you, right? You gotta support your girls, right? Your home girls, you gotta support them. But I do think we're gonna still see 3 games because these girls, they've never played against each other. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunity for these girls to pull out some really strange picks because currently in Pokemon Unite, there's no bans, right? Like every Pokemon is available, you can't ban anything, and you're allowed to have, I believe you're allowed to have multiples. So I'm really curious to see how these girls are going to play, but I hope you're excited, JJ-kun. I think we're going to be jumping into the match very soon. 2 minutes.
Yeah, we have the counter here, the countdown timer here before we head into our match. I'm sorry for my hair right there, trying to cover my face. But hey, in just 2 minutes, we're gonna be seeing them in action. I'm just really excited to see them play out. And hey, I'll be asking you a little bit of a question here. Which one is like your favorite Pokemon in Pokemon Unite?
Oh, okay. It's been tough because I generally play all-rounders. Okay. Before this, I didn't play Lucario because I didn't have enough coins. I've been buying every other Pokemon under the sun. I've been enjoying Dragonite, although I still feel like Serena is much more fun. Just because you're able to reset her skills and you can get like double or triple axles in. She's so ridiculous when people cannot control you. So I'd have to say Serena at the moment.
That's true. Right, but hey, here we go. In just a minute, we're gonna be seeing Stalwart League go against Team Very Very. There's nothing much else for us to say. We're just really excited to see Stalwart League go against a Very Very, and there you go. We're just really waiting for, it's like we're waiting for the New Year's, right? Like we are all watching the countdown go to 0, celebrate New Year's, but this time we're not gonna be celebrating the New Year's as we've already celebrated it, but we're gonna be celebrating the start of Team Very Very going against Stalwart League.
I don't know why. I just imagine JJ-kun as the game starts, right? He just suddenly screams, "Happy New Year!" It's like, JJ, it's already new. It's already 2022. But you dodged your own question very quickly. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Right, sorry. My favorite Pokemon would be Vivillon from Pokemon X and Y. But hey, let us now get into the game. Finally, this is it. Team Very Very versus Team Stalwart League. Game number 1. Let's now get in on the game.
Right, here we go. We're going to start our first game between Very Very and Stalwart League. And I really want to know how these girls are going to play their lanes, because I think the general consensus, especially when you start Pokemon Unite, is that you're advised to go 2-1-2. So 2 Pokemon at the top lane, 1 Pokemon in the central area or jungle if you play MOBAs in the past, and then 2 Pokemon in the bottom lane. Whereas you were also speaking right in NA that they're currently running 1-1-3, which is 3 Pokemon in the bottom lane. For people that aren't familiar with the strat, can you explain why you'd run 3 Pokemon and a solo up top?
Right, see, there are some Pokemon here. Most prevalent is Lucario, right, into that of the top lane. That you could essentially just have your own sustains. You could pretty much survive into that of the top lane without any help at all. And then, of course, into that of the bottom lane, you want to overpower by outnumbering the enemy team, or at least the other team, so that you would have the advantage and the pressure against them, so you can like put them on their backs. But I think what we're going to be seeing here in Stalwart League and Very Very is that we're going to have 2-1-2 rotations here.
2-1-2. An interesting choice for junglers because you actually decided to go for Greninja. Currently sitting in the second evolution in the jungle here for Stalwart League, whereas you're actually going to be, actually trying to go for those extra goals in. So quick goals here so far, JJ-kun.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see that, Stalwart League's really playing the game here by getting their own scores here. 30 points to 0. Very, very still doesn't have any points, but they're going to be able to take down that Frogadier as well. It's going to be a little bit of a trade here for them, but at the end of the day, they still need to score in. Even if they can, like, dominate Stalwart League here, they still need to score in.
Yeah, they do need to get those points in because the points, it gives you a little bit of extra regen. You're also going to get some extra experience out of this as well. And already Pupe actually looking to try and go in for a Sync initiation onto a Snorlax of all things. And it goes south, unfortunately. But actually, maybe they might be able to go for the turnaround because Greninja or Froggy has actually come in to save the day. Princess coming in to stop that gank. And Pupe will be able to get the Citrus off, but won't be able to cancel the scores.
Right, and there we have it. Of course, look at that. Pupe is now trying to get us escape here. Makes use of the Sing here just to get Liza, but they're not going to be able to get it as they're going to be healing up. But look at that. Flesh-Layer is going to be able to follow up and take that Wigglytuff away. But Pucom here still with a Mystical Fire, trying to survive, trying to protect into score goal, and actually quite successful in not allowing Starlight League to get any points.
Yeah, so it seems both teams, they're prioritizing that bottom lane, and you really can't blame them, right? Because you really want to try and secure that extra experience coming in, which is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Whereas top lane, it still seems to be a 2 versus 2 trade. Now, Panda actually going to try and go in for a bit of an initiation, does chip some HP down there onto Colleen. They have some citruses available, so they will be able to heal back up. But honestly speaking, Stalwart, they're looking great. They've got 60 points on the board so far, whereas for they have nothing. It seems like they're too scared to score.
Yeah, definitely. And again, this is a game where points matter. Even if you can eliminate a lot from the enemy team, it's not going to be a lot here. But look at that, Princess trying to score in with a goal getter, but of course it's going to get interrupted by Very, and of course with that of the crossbow as well. But look at this Colleen right now, still not at level 7, still at level 6, but they're going to be able to take down the talent lane to that of the bottom lane. Guess a thing for them to be able to score in, and I think with the goal getter they're going to be able to score in 30. And there we have it. That is going to be the first score here for Team Bear. They're going to be able to take down this North as well for them to get in that first clear score goal into that of the bottom lane. That was just their first scoring, and they were able to immediately destroy the first score goal.
Wow, that was fantastic. Now, at the top lane, they weren't able to get the Rotom, unfortunately, so that's actually going to be going into Very's goals. But I think at this point, they might be able to secure themselves that EXP in the bottom lane. I feel like them sort of just holding back a little bit just so that they can actually secure the Dreadnought for themselves. It's going to give them an EXP boost. And especially for people that aren't quite familiar with Dreadnought, the first Dreadnought is probably the most important, right? Because it's such a big boost of experience compared to later Dreadnoughts where it's nice, but you prefer the Rotom later on.
Right. I mean, this is something that could essentially bring out a huge gap here from one team to another. And if they're going to be able to get that one, then of course they just need to maintain that up until the very end. That even if the other team would get the Dreadnought, the second Dreadnought, or the third Dreadnought for that matter, it will just bring them on equal footing in terms of XP. But look at that, the Talon Flame is going to be going down with the fly here coming from Dana, and Liza along with Dana here going into that of the bottom lane, just trying to defend that bottom lane. Going into the top lane, we have Colleen with that of the Cinderace, and of course the Little Knights as well has the Fireball instead of the Blaze Kick. So let's find out how it is going to be helping that. Oh, Ashley doesn't have Faint and goes in for a Flame Charge as well. He has a Blazing Bicycle Kick, to deal a little bit of damage. Actually quite interesting to use a Unite move, to use as a poking tool.
Yeah, and it's right on top of the opposing goal as well, but we've got a bit of a tussle here. It looks like we're trying to get a bit of a goal getter, but I don't think they're going to be able to get that to trigger. Pupe, though, trying to actually tank all the damage, will get her Unite move off, and is this going to be enough to defend their goal? It looks like it will. Stalwart League, unfortunately, weren't able to finish off those Pokemon and will be eliminated in the process. 3 Pokemon down, and they'll easily be able to defend that the top goal as well. And Rotom has spawned in that top lane. What's the plan here for Very? Are they even going to try and contest for that Rotom lane?
I think they have to, because see, as we mentioned earlier, even if Very here, could basically dominate the game here against Starlight League, they were able to take down Tree into the side of Starlight League. But if they're not going to be able to score in, then it wouldn't matter at all at the end of the day. But look at that right now. It looks like Very is going to be able to try to take this Rotom, as it is going to be contested by Colleen here. But let's find out who's going to be able to take that one. Greninja is going to be going down into the jungle lane, and Panda is going to be able to take down that Rotom as well, providing Starlight League with a huge map pressure. And now Colleen is just being left there trying to defend the score goal from that of the Rotom. Look at that right now. We're going to be seeing some look at that very frolic here coming in from that of the Sylveon, going to deal a lot of damage. That's going to be 3 down for Star Wars League, and Very has a lot of opportunities here to score in. But look at that right now. Oh, actually has score goal as well. Wukong is not going to be interrupted by the jump here. Jump pad from that of the Snorlax, and look at that flame sweep is going to be used here, but going to get blocked here by the Snorlax.
Yeah, weren't able to quite get that pushback. Otherwise, they may have been able to try and get more points in. But thankfully for Very, they're sitting on a pretty healthy scoreline now. Both teams are actually almost equal. 255 points here for Starwood League, 243 here for Very. And we've got a minute left until Zapdos spawns. This is the standard map, so no Articuno, unfortunately. But, actually Panda managed to grab that goal in. And they even forced... Alright, that even forced the Snow Globe out of Alola Ninetales, so that's not going to be available when the Zapdos comes in.
Right, but we have to remember as well that, Star League here could still have some, opportunities to take out this Dreadnought and maybe have a little bit of an XP gap against Very before they head into that of the Zapdos. But look at this right now. Let's find out if that's what's going to be happening here, as there's only 2 members here from the side of Very going to deal with 2 members as well of Star League. Gets a power nap from that of the Snorlax, not going to be available into that of the Zapdos, but Jiv here trying to get away, but it's not going to be able to get away, as Pokemon's going to be going down as well. That's going to be 3 down for Team Very, and there's only like 10 more seconds. Snorlax and this Talonflame won't be able to take this Dreadnought, but they're now at the very least trying to score in, try to get a little bit of score here, and try to position themselves instead of the Zapdos. But as you can see here, Very isn't on the boss pit right now, and they're going to have a huge disadvantage if they're not going to be able to steal this away from Star Wars League. Yes, half health, but look at this right now. Panda's coming in and takes the Zapdos as well, and they're going to be able to take down 2 from Star Wars League. They just need to run away. They need to ignore Star Wars League right now for them to get in some points here. They just need to get in, get the points, duck it all in, and get all the points gap against Star Wars League.
Oh, the steal was fantastic. If anything, MVP to Panda, just being able to get that last hit. I think if they didn't get that there, it probably would have been Starwood League's game, right? Because these teams, as soon as you manage to get the Zapdos, you're just going to gun for those goals to get the insta dunks. So 700 to 293. Congratulations to Very. I know it's a very early congratulations, but I think it's going to be pretty tough to come back from this, isn't it, JJ?
It is. I mean, especially the fact that nobody in a Star Wars League has at least like 30, 40 points, and even if they do, right? Even if they do, since they don't have the Zapdos on their arsenal or the Rotom, because the Rotom isn't out anymore by 2 minutes into the game, but last 2 minutes in the game rather, they would have such a long time into scoring in some goals. So unless they have, Battery Barrier, has some shield, perhaps even score shields as well, they won't be able to score out those scores. But look at that, they're going to be able to just defend it. Bear is going to be able to just defend this away from Star League, and I think they're just waiting for this to end. And really huge props to Bear here, especially with that steal coming from Panda with the tussle. I think it actually worked out pretty well for them. They might have been the ones on the disadvantage in the early game, but Team Bear here is making me eat my words. It's not going to be 2-0.
It's not going to be a 2-0, it seems. But actually, something we do need to take into consideration, the Pokemon that were chosen from both sides, right? If you look at all the Pokemon available, Crustle is probably the best Pokemon when it comes to stealing Zapdos, right? Because he's got such good moves at just being able to not only CC Pokemon right on top of Zapdos, but also dishes out a reasonable amount. Whereas if you take a look at the other side, what Pokemon do they have that could easily snatch a Zapdos? I think, if anything, maybe Colleen, maybe Princess would be able to get snatches off with their Unite moves, but you don't want to be preserving those to go for a steal. Their moves are better off used offensively. So maybe something to consider going into the next round here is maybe ensure that you have a Pokemon available with a move that could potentially snatch away those big objectives.
Right. I mean, if we're gonna be talking about that, at the very least, there's Colleen with the with the Cinderace. There's Dana with the Talonflame, could easily just get in. And Prince as well with the Greninja. I mean, at the very least, 4 of them were trying to do their best to take out this this Zapdos, but Panda just really went in there at the very right timing, used X Scissor to push them away while dealing damage to everyone on the boss pit. and the Zapdos, taking out that Zapdos away from Star Wars League, and that's actually just quite amazing. I think with the team right now of Star Wars League actually worked out pretty well for them, going against very and like how do I say this? It actually worked out pretty well for them, but quite unfortunately, they weren't able to maintain their dominance from the early game up into the late game. That not only were they being taken in by very, but they were also able to had a comeback before the Zapdos by getting a more points basically than them.
Yeah, and I think something also for Star Wars League is maybe they also need to reevaluate their Pokemon lineup, because looking at the Pokemon that they picked during that last round, right, they only really had Snorlax that was going to be able to do any sort of frontlining CC. They had a lot of range DPS, and to complement the range DPS, you need someone in the front lines that can stun or keep those Pokemon at bay so that your right clickers can do, what they do best, right clicking, dishing out damage, because you don't want your right clickers to try and dash away from everybody, because that's time that they're not doing damage. So maybe something to think about. Maybe they have to consider picking up another frontliner Pokemon. I don't believe they had an all-rounder. Yeah, they didn't have an all-rounder. Maybe an all-rounder to complement the Snorlax, or at least complement the defender, to ensure that their attackers can actually attack. Oh, hang on, JJ. I think you're muted.
There we go. Sorry,
Welcome
my
back.
bad for that one. But hey, yeah. At the very least, the only team that had an all-rounder in their team would be very with the Serena pick. But of course, going over into Star Wars League, they have the Alolan Ninetales, they have the Snorlax, they have the Talonflame, the Cinderace, and of course the Greninja. It would have worked, I guess. Yeah, it would have worked if they were really trying to maintain their dominance from the early game, and they were a little bit of I guess hesitant by the mid game, that they were punished in by very. From there, they just scored in. Quite unfortunate on the coin flip again of the Zapdos fight, but it was actually stolen away from them. But it could have been anyone's game, honestly. It could have been anyone's game still for that game.
Absolutely. So I do believe we're going to jump into game 2 very soon, but performance-wise, we give MVP to Panda. I think Panda has just done so much for the team last round on her Crustle. She was everywhere. If anything, let's take a look at the highlights to catch any moments that we may have missed over the course of that game.
Here we go.
Yeah,
we're
so
just
the
gonna
early
be
game...
looking over into the highlights, right? Before we head into the game. But yeah, as you mentioned, Danny, it's this is basically the early game. As you can see, Star Wars League is really putting up a lot of pressure against Team Very.
They did put a lot of pressure in, but something that I found rather strange was they weren't able to completely take out the goal early on. And one of the major advantages, especially in the bottom lane, right, is you want to eliminate your opponent's goal as soon as possible, because you remove a lot of that control from trying to contest the Dreadnought, because they lose the speed boost. They also lose the regen. So I think for Starwood, if they were able to pressure enough to eliminate that goal, I think things could have gone differently. But because they weren't able to, they did eventually just slowly get run down by Very, who has a really good draft going into that late game as well. They've got a lot of sustain, they have a lot of shields to work with, they've got the damage, but I think something else in particular is that they have a lot of control to work with. They had the Sing, they had the Crustle with Crustle doing Crustle things, right? Just being that frontline, really annoying Pokemon, which if you don't have CC, Crustle just goes ham.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's a steal.
I mean, at the very least, the only one that they have as a crowd control Pokemon here would be that of the Snorlax, and of course
Mainly
the Alolan
Snorlax.
Ninetales. But we all know that we all know that Alolan Ninetales here isn't really the Pokemon that can sustain itself. Yes, it could provide a lot of crowd control, but like the moment that the opponents get in on the Alolan Ninetales, it would immediately just get taken out. And I believe that is what happened as well in game number 1. But hopefully they're going to be changing up their roster for game number 2. As I mentioned, MNL48, all of them are checking out everyone in the roster. So hey, let's now proceed into game number 2.
Right, so at the moment, for people just joining into the broadcast, we have our first game going in the way of Very Very. Can Starwood League bring it back? Can they go 2-1? Let's find out. The game has just begun. And looking at the new team compositions, still no all-rounder on the side of Starwood League. And Very Very, they are running the same compositions. Interesting.
For everyone, yeah.
So I'm assuming these are their best Pokemon? But I think that's the only explanation I could come up with to pick the same
Perhaps. I mean, at the very least for a team Very Very, you know, why fix something that isn't broken, right?
Exactly.
But for Starwood League, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it was working pretty well for them, you know, at the very least.
Yeah.
But
I don't think
they
it's
have
broken.
to just maintain their dominance.
Exactly. I think all they need to do is to sort of fix up that early game and mid game, and then it should be a completely different outcome in that late game. But so far, it's not looking too bad. Although, to be completely honest, Very Very is looking much stronger than Starwood League in that bottom lane right now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they are Very Very is really varying their tactics right now. You know, earlier on, pun intended, by the way. Earlier on, they were really, you know, a little bit passive, you know, in the game. But this time around, they are the ones that's actually providing pressure against our league. So huge props here for the adjustments coming in from Very Very.
Absolutely. So again, this time Starwood League going to be the ones to try and pressure Very Very in that bottom lane. They're sitting on 37 points. It's not too bad early on, but remember, I think we did speak about this just now. If they can get rid of Very Very's gold, that's going to be a lot of map control for them, especially once Dreadnought spawns. And so far, it looks like Liza, she is trying to do a little bit of extra damage onto those Pokemon to lower their health and force them to sit on the goal a little bit longer, maybe even teleport home. And Starwood League, they're actually going to be rotating their Frogadier back into the jungle. You want to guarantee those levels, whereas for Very Very, their jungle's empty. No one's taken it yet.
Yeah. And I think it's just a respawn here, though, coming from that of the Talon Flame. Well, Flesh Thunder at this point. But look at that right now. At the very least, you know, look at the Flesh Thunder trying to get in into that of the top lane. There's going to be a shock there that there's going to be 3 Pokemon from Very Very to go against our league. And look at that. They are basically forced down. Forced to back up into their Snorkel, and they weren't able to do anything about it. But look at that right now, into that of the bottom lane, you see the Heavy Slam coming in from that of Snorlax, and it's going to be able to provide them to score in some points. And look at that, they're going to be able to take down, however, the Talonflame from the side of Starwood League. That's actually quite unfortunate. Even though they have huge points here as an advantage against Very Very, they're not winning in terms of team fights. So, you know, the Very Very need to, you know, take it as an opportunity for them to, you know, punish Starwood League in terms of team fights. But, you know, it just having the points wouldn't be enough, you know, going against the Very Very here.
I mean, it's not just the points though. So Starwood are 7 points away from actually cracking that goal. So if they can crack that goal while they're trying to contest for Dreadnought, I think that's going to be a big spike in power here for Starwood League. But instead, they're going to go and try and fight into them instead. Hukom on this Sylveon, trying to do all the damage that she can, but running Mystical Fire, you don't have a lot of AoE to work with. This is a lot of single target damage, and they managed to catch the poor Sylveon as well. And I think that's just going to be the end of her. Oh, actually was able to escape, I believe. But again, Starwood League, they've cracked open that goal. And that's going to be some map control on the side of Very Very. Exactly.
And they're going to be able to take down the Rotom as well.
Oh, Starwood League.
They're going to be able to take down the Rotom as well.
Are they mounting the comeback?
Oh, this might be it. This might be the combo they were looking for. And they were able to destroy the first Squirtle as well instead of the top lane. Earlier on, you know, in the first game, it was Very Very that was able to at least, you know, destroy the first Squirtle instead of the bottom lane with Starwood League on their first score. But it looks like Starwood League here wants to maintain this dominance against Very Very. They want to destroy the first Squirtle of both of the lanes, and it's going to provide a lot of pressure against them. But look at this right now. Coming with a fly here, Dana trying to deal a lot of damage here. Guess the Heavy Slam from that of the Snorlax, unfortunately, wasn't a lot of follow-up here from the top lane. And Princess is going to be able to get in some amazing sneak scores, but in exchange for their own survivability.
I mean, the points count. They're sitting on a 213-point lead. If you actually look at Very Very right now, they haven't been able to score any goals. Some people are probably thinking, like, why are you not scoring goals? there comes a point where if you have too many points, it's actually too risky to try and get the dunk in, right? So
it takes longer.
Exactly, and there's no way in Pokemon to eliminate these points outside of, getting knocked out. But you don't want to get knocked out. So they're sort of just hanging on to the points. It's not all bad because they can wait for the last 2-minute mark to try and get the double points in. But again, you still have to wait for the charge time.
Yeah, and man, at the very least, Starlight League here is going to be able to take down this Dreadnought for themselves, trying to get in some XPs, especially the fact that, Very here is trying to get in, trying to catch up to them in terms of XP, and now this is going to be the first score here from Team Very, but it looks like they're going to be punished for that as well. But Panda, with the help of the Rubble Rouser, are going to be able to get away, but look at Colleen is trying to get in, but the Powerball is not going to hit Panda. Panda with just 1 health needs to, okay, no, don't go near any wild Pokemon. Don't go near any wild Pokemon because that wild Pokemon is going to be taking you out.
Oh goodness. But so far it's just Panda to be able to get those points, and I do believe it's because she has Score Shield, so she's able to sort of take some of the damage and not have the scores cancelled. But so far it looks like it's going to be a dominating match for Starwood League. They've got the Rotom up top and they're pushing comfortably. Down bottom they're also keeping some of these Pokemon on the side of Very occupied. Sylveon has to run back to base. She doesn't even have time to teleport back. And so far, I think it's going to come down to Zapdos here if Very wants to make any sort of comeback happen.
I mean, they definitely want to, but as things are right now, Starlight League here took the Rotom for themselves as well. And looking at this arena and the Crustle, they're the ones trying to defend it from the Rotom, and look at that, they're going to be able to score it in the bottom lane as well, but it's still not going to be enough. There still needs 40 points for them to be able to destroy this Squirtle, and that's going to be 50, and they're going to be able to destroy it. But again, that is still just the first one that they destroyed for this game, and in just a minute, the Zapdos boss is going to come up. But at the very least, there's still 20 more seconds before the Dreadnought comes up, the very last Dreadnought of the game, and they have to take it away as well from Starlight League, because if Starlight League would be able to get this Dreadnought, then their levels will be on par with each other.
Absolutely.
Oh, very amazing Powerball.
All right, Colleen, you need to go, Colleen. Please get out of here, Colleen. All right, Panda wasn't able to catch her, so she'll be able to scuttle away. Right, Dreadnought spawned. 26 seconds for that Rotom, which I don't think anyone's going to be able to kill that.
It's not going to be contested. It's not going to be contested. They're going to be able to take the Dreadnought.
Oh,
Can.
so yeah.
Can. Oh my goodness, look at this. I think they are trying to prepare for what happened last time.
That's actually going to be a really big power spike here for Starwood League. Now, we've got 1 second
they did it!
Zapdos to come in. Okay, now here's the thing, right? Zapdos has spawned, Panda's waiting in that middle section, but you have a scenario here at Starwood League. Because your first goal in the top lane hasn't been popped open yet, it's going to be a much easier chance for Very to try and double score into this. So they're going to actually try and fight on top of the goal, but now they realize there are way too many Pokemon up there. Three Pokemon reinforcing to protect that goal, and Panda all by yourself with Poupée on top of the Zapdos, but with just 3 Pokemon here, and you're missing out on your Serena, on your Talonflame. That's a lot of damage. That's not going to be here for the steals, but again, is it going to come down to Panda getting the steals? Zapdos is low!
Oh no! No, Princess was able to take the Zapdos for themselves, and they're going to be able to just widen the gap that they already have against Very amazing play here from Princess. And look that they need to be able to get away, just ignore everyone from Team Very, and be able to score in 100. That's going to be 2 points, double the points since we are on the last 2 minutes of the game. And of course, onto that other top lane, the Sylveon is going to be able to score in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough for them to actually catch up against Team Starlight League. And look at this, they're just really trying to put up the dominance, but the Lone Knights with the 50 points is going to be taken out.
Oh, we've got 40 seconds left to go. I just can't see Very being able to make any sort of comeback. All their Pokemon are defending their goals. It's 220 to 585. We're going to a Game 5, JJ-kun. These teams, they've both been able to take a game off of each other. Sorry, yes, Game 3. And they've run the exact same compositions thus far. I'm wondering, going into Game 3, are we going to see new Pokemon? Because if you want to run the same strats, I think it's fine, but especially in a Game 3, I think you've got to pull out some kind of surprise.
I mean, I really wish so as well, because, you know, even if I have to say, you know, even if Sour League here is, you know, won, you know, this game, I'd have to say that they had a really a huge difficulty in going against Team Very, especially in the late game. That they weren't having a fun time, you know, going against Very.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially for game one, they were able to be so dominant because they basically stopped Starwood League's aggression in that bottom lane, right? Like, it was Starwood League to consistently put the pressure into the bottom lane. It was up to Very to be able to crack them. They managed to wipe the team, and I believe all Pokemon were sitting on max points. It was 30 or 40 points at each Pokemon. They cracked that goal. It was a lot of experience for the team. They managed to get the Dreadnought for themselves uncontested, which, again, it's also a very big deal when you can take the early Dreadnought, because level advantages early on, it's very significant. You're doing extra damage, you're getting to your moves quicker than your opponents, especially for late game Pokemon as well. If those late game Pokemon can hit those timings sooner, it really hurts those early bloomers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having these Pokemon, you know, again, still the same ones that they've had from earlier. There's 3 Pokemon into the side of Starwood League that needs that needs a substantial amount of XP for them to get into their final evolution and get the power spike that they need. Compared to that of Very that only needs there's only 2 Pokemon that requires a substantial amount of XP for them to get into the final evolution. But even then, these Pokemon, Talonflame and Serena, they get their power spikes really early compared to you know, Greninja and Cinderace.
Absolutely, and especially Serena, right? Like, she fully peaks at level 9, but once she hits that level 9, I think that's it. Like, you don't really care about getting any more experience. You just go in there and you start beating everyone up, and it gets very obvious, especially in game 1. So for game 2, I'm wondering, are we going to be seeing any players, any of these girls change their Pokemon? Are they going to completely redo the lineup? Maybe they're expecting their opponents to run the exact same Pokemon. I'm still keen to see something else. I think these girls, they do play more than one Pokemon each, and I would love to see some of the newer ones as well. I'm still waiting to see, is anyone going to play Dragonite? Does anyone play Lucario? Because I'm surprised so far that, yes, we've seen the same competitions, but yeah, no one's playing Lucario, and this is a Pokemon that is highly contested at every ranked level, right from the very first rank until Master rank. Lucario, I feel anyway, someone's always playing Lucario, and that Pokemon just feels busted at every aspect of the game.
Yeah, despite even the nerfs that it already had, it could still sustain itself and still do the job that it's supposed to do. But you know, going back into the game before we head into our you know, last game, essentially, you know, since we're going to game number 3 for Very and Sour League, let's first head into the highlights.
Yep, so very quickly, we're just going to quickly see that Starwood League, they were able to basically assume a lot of dominance on themselves. The team overall, I love their aggressive style, right? Like, they're the ones that are constantly applying pressure onto Very. They're aggressively taking those goals, and when you eliminate those goals, you're giving your own team a lot of map control because you're denying the speed boost to the enemy team, as well as the fact that you can regen health for the goals. And then once they were able to keep up that momentum, I love that Starwood League never stopped, right? They didn't give Very any openings to try and counter push themselves, to try and go for any sneaky knockouts. And they were very good at taking objectives as well. So Very, we saw in game 1 what happens if Starwood massively flumps one of their early game battles, right? So if Starwood can keep this up, assuming they run the same composition, which so far it could happen, if they keep up this pressure and aggressive style and they don't lose too many or any major fights, I actually see them being able to take out Very in this third game, as much as I'm cheering for Very.
Right, I mean, you know, see, one of the key factors that they did, you know, Sour League did on game number 2 is that what do you call this? One of the key factors that they did was take out 2 of the Pokemon from the side of Team Very Very before the Zapdos fight, and that actually helped them out a lot. Knowing the fact that Team Very Very here is let's be honest. Team Star League couldn't go toe to toe against Team Very Very in terms of team fight. So definitely taking out those 2 Pokemon really helped their cause going into that of the Zapdos.
And game 3 is just about to begin. Let's jump into it, and we are seeing the same Pokemon. All right. So I guess what we've spoken about just now, it's going to apply again here, right? Starwood League, they are going to apply a lot of early game pressure onto Very Very. They're going to be the ones to try and dictate the flow of the game. Now the question is Very Very going to be able to trump one of these early game battles? Because I think I spoke about this just now, right? It's a big deal for Starwood to be able to consistently win these head-to-head clashes.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as they have huge raw power damage with their Pokemon, of course we have the Talonflame, we have the Cinderace, they have the Greninja. As much as they do have the raw power to take down Team Very Very, they are a little bit too passive. I have to say a little bit too passive to go against Team Very Very. That when they know for a fact that they're getting a little bit into the disadvantaged side, they immediately try to retreat. And of course the Snorlax here as well, despite having the focus band, to heal up when your HP is too low, and it has a cooldown of 1.5 minutes. Still, it's the moment that the HP of this Snorlax of Liza is going down a little bit down low, right? She immediately goes out of the team fight instead of tanking in the damage coming in from Team Very Very. So that's actually one of the I guess openings or weaknesses of Starwood League here.
So far it seems that we're seeing a lot of pressure here from Starwood League. They've got 3 Pokemon in this bottom lane, so of course again they're trying to assert some dominance onto Very Very, whereas looking at Very Very, they are still passively laning. I think you said this as well. Very Very, I'm surprised that they themselves don't try to be the ones to get on top of Starwood League, because honestly speaking, I feel like this combination of Panda and Pucom, if they're able to get the execution right, Sylveon and Crustle are terrifying. Because Sylveon does so much damage early on, and Crustle is ridiculously tanky as well. But the issue here is that now there's 3 Pokemon in that top lane. Yes, Jib is here on the Talonflame, but it's almost like they're scared.
Yeah, but you have to remember as well, it's kind of fine for them to be a little bit scared right now, since they do have the XP advantage. I mean, look at this. They're already into that of the Talonflame, they already have the Crustle, they already have the Wigglytuff and the Sylveon. Everyone's on their full spikes, on their full evolutions, compared to that of the Starwood League, whereas, the Cinderace, still not a Cinderace, still a Reboot. We have the Fletchling there as well, which is still not a Talonflame. So if Very Very decide to just, get in against a Starwood League in a team fight, they wouldn't have any answer against that.
Looks like they can actually try and contest for this Rotom here. Now Panda does tank up a lot of this damage. Rotom's just about to go down, but do they have the damage? No! It gets stolen! Oh, the steal! So big for Starwood League, and this is because Very Very also committed 3 Pokemon to try and get this Rotom. Now because of this, their time up here effectively wasted.
Right, I mean, I like what's happening right now, that Starwood League here, while we're trying to analyze what happened, that we're having a little bit of criticism here and there. They're actively making me eat my words. They're going to be able to take down the Sylveon as well at the moment that they were able to take down the first score goal from Team Very Very top lane.
Now, bottom lane, it's a bit of a different situation because Dreadnought hasn't been touched, and I feel what's happening here is Very Very, they're trying to wrestle Starwood League out of that lane. Unfortunately, they're not so successful, as we do see 2 Pokemon drop there. The Crustle, I mean, if Panda is going down, that says something, right? Your Crustle is easily going down to this range DPS on Starwood League. I think something's going to have to change here for Very Very, because if it continues like this, we're just going to look at a repeat of
Princess
game 2.
going down now. Now look at this. The Princess is going down now, and it's going to be quite a while here, but look at that. Princess, unfortunately, going to be taken down by the fly here by Jib, and we have to remember as well that Greninja here, along with the Decidueye, has the lowest HP in the game with only 5,152 HP at max level without items, and you know, having that fly going down is you saw the damage that it dealt against that of the Greninja. But here's the thing, that Greninja going down is going to make, you know, it's going to be the catalyst of the equilibrium that we have right now that they're experiencing. But that Talonflame essentially just destroyed the catalyst that is the Greninja.
The Greninja as well, Princess plays a pretty big role in dishing out most of the damage for Starwood League, right? Especially early on. She's their main damage dealer. Cinderace is still playing catch up because Cinderace is not taking the jungle farm, right? So she's a little under leveled, she's not quite there. She's the late game insurance policy. Now Panda actually popping her Unite move to try and guarantee the steal off onto the Rotom, but can she even get it? I don't think she can! Oh, she came in a little bit too late, but she has cornered Colleen. Colleen will be able to get out of there, and without some DPS, Panda's going to have to retreat and heal up because Rotom does a lot of damage if you let Rotom just hit you willy-nilly.
Right, and this is something that I just noticed as well. You know, Colleen here doesn't have the Pyro Ball anymore, and instead opted in for Blaze Kick, which could have a little bit of a CC into a single target CC with a stun, and you know, longer stun if it becomes a Blaze Kick plus. Because right now, Colleen is going to be getting taken down rather by Jib here with the fly, and honestly, Jib's only job here is to just, well, scoring some points, get away with the fly, and repeat and process.
Yeah, her job basically is to just sort of hunt all these small woodland animals, right? Like get rid of the frogs, the rabbits, you know. There's again, you see Princess going down. But top lane, oh, it looks like it's gonna be some bad news here for Poopom. It's gonna be the Sylveon to go down, and Panda gonna be chased down by Colleen and Ella. I don't think Panda's gonna be able to get out of here. She'll also be knocked out, but Jib comes in and just backstabs Alolan Ninetales. I have to say, Jib is playing a really big. Jib's been playing such a big role for Very Very. She has been able to get some really fantastic snipes on these very squishy damage dealers on the Starwood League, and I feel if Jib can maintain this for the rest of the game, if she's able to take out all this DPS from Starwood League, they might be able to starve them of damage.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that is actually something different. You know, what's currently happening right now is something that's different from the first two games. Very, very actually dominating the game against Starwood League. Not only in the XP, but also with the points. So this is something that's they have to look for. They have to really prepare themselves going against their here. Perhaps even take in a little bit of a wild Pokemon rather to get instant XP against them. Look at that Blazing Best is going to be used here with the Roll. We're also going to be able to take down this Russell, and I think they're going to be able to try to steal away this Rotom away from Very Very. Is this going to be the case? Yes, it is going to be the case here. Going to be able to provide them a lot of going to be able to provide them a lot of map pressure, but they still have to take the Zapdos as well.
Oh, but they're not going to capitalize on the Rotom. Oh, they would have been able to get an instant goal off if they actually sent one of their Pokemon. I think if Ella went in with the Rotom, she'd be able to get the insta-dunk. Oh, that could have been some points, but instead they're going to try and contest with the Zapdos instead, who's now down to half health. Now we do have Princess and Ella on the outskirts. They're going to try and get the damage in. Dana coming in from the outside. Who's going to get that Zapdos? It's going to be the Serena. Very, very.
Yes,
sir. They have their goals exposed, and it's going to be Starwood at League. Being able to get these
and they
scores
just need to, they just need to ignore them.
Oh man, I think that just might be it. Unless, okay, here's the unless. Unless Very Very are able to backstab some of these goals, right? Because you have two options. You can either defend your goals, or you just start rushing your opponent's goals and start scoring while they're trying to gun for yours. And I do believe that is happening here. Very Very, they're going to have 100 points coming in from that weekly tough, but they need more points. And the only one to have it, it's on Jibs. They need to get that Talonflame to a goal right now.
Right, and this is actually kind of close as well. You know, like there's only like 83 points. You know, ahead of Starwood League. They still have 38 seconds. They need to be able to. Oh my goodness, Jib here! They need to. Oh no! Oh no!
No!
Starwood Lee! Oh, they're at a deficit! And they're defending. They don't have anyone that's going to try and aggressively score. The fact that Jib's got the goal in, I think she saved the game for very, very.
They did! Jib did!
Oh my gosh.
No! And Colleen was there as well! Well, I mean, Colleen was trying to take down the puzzle, but
You're Cinderella, like, you don't have AoE. You don't have any AoE to deal with that score unless you get on top of them as Cinderace. Oh my gosh!
no, yeah, but like, you know, that Talonflame didn't have any the Talonflame didn't have any score shield, so just one hit would have been enough for it to get interrupted. That's
that's a disadvantage. Firstly, congratulations to Very Very, because Jib, fantastic play. She got the score. Like she basically told her team, right? It's like, keep that Cinderace busy, keep Colleen busy, make sure I can get this goal in. And wow, just wow.
Here are the highlights of the game. I'd have to say that left me speechless. How close that was. And Jib. Oh my goodness. Definitely the clutch of the game here. I'd have to say, if anything, we're still just in the first match of our day, and we're already looking at the play of the entire day.
I mean, it was very early, JJ. Couldn't call that the play of the day, but to be fair,
early, yeah, but like that's a really a contender. You have to say, you have to agree.
Yes. If anything, I agree. We probably did look at maybe the play of the day. Who knows? There's a lot of opportunities for these girls to make the play, but if anything, Jib saved that game. Like, not just because she managed to get that last minute score in, but the fact that she was able to get some very crucial knockouts that gave so many openings for her team to get those extra goals in, and to also slow down Stalward's aggression, right? We were talking earlier that Stalward, the whole point of their composition is they want to be aggressive and they want to keep the aggression up to prevent Very Very from making their own plays happen. But the fact that Jib, roaming around the Talonflame, able to get some crucial picks on both the Greninja and the Cinderace, especially for parts that they needed it to happen, and then that final goal, like, Jib MVP for that third game easily.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Jib not only did a lot of scores here, but also, you know, made a lot of damage, a lot of damage against Starwood Lee. That you know, Jib is essentially the I'd have to say the bridge, you know, the path for Very Very. That without Jib, right? Without Jib, it would have been something. But hey, we are now here with Team Very Very. First of all, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Right. And now we are going to be interviewing Team Very Very. Here we only have 2 questions for you guys. How did you feel against MNL48?
Oh, they are really very good players, and teamwork very good, very, very good. Yes.
Right. Then last one would be what were the difficulties that you've had against MNL48?
It's they are good teamwork, right? And we hard to try to get a goal because they're really good in defense. Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely saw that. But hey, once again, congratulations for winning the first game of the day. Team Very Very, once again, congratulations to you guys.
Man, this is just game 1, JJ Kun. Like, we've just seen the first best of 3 for today, and we still have more games to happen. Oh my gosh.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more.
I have high expectations. Very, very high expectations coming into these next matchups. For people that are tuning into the broadcast for the first time, or if you just caught the tail end of that last game, we have our next match coming up. It's going to be Amazon's 48 going up against Stezzy. So it's going to be pretty interesting, JJ Kun.
Yeah. But hey, we're going to be showing you guys that match after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is just very short, so yeah, we'll see you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. We've just finished up our first best of 3 of the day, and we're moving on to our next best of 3. It is our second game in the upper bracket, and this time I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Contra. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you very much, Danalee. And I was just watching by that match that was so exhilarating, and my oh my, very definitely set the tone on the very first matchup, which we saw. Stalwart had so many great chances to basically take the very final game on that series, but lo and behold, that final clutch moment from Jibs definitely turned things around.
So I'm really looking forward to the girls playing their next set of matches, but before then we're going to jump into our next matchup. So for people that don't know, our next teams to play will be Amazons 48 versus Team Stezzies. So first of all, let's introduce to the stage Amazons 48. Here we go, representing JKT48, we have Amazons! Hi ladies, did you want to introduce yourselves to all of our wonderful viewers?
Okay. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Amazon 48, Sungai Besar Lawe!
Wow, I love the spirit. And of course, how are you all feeling today so far as you're about to get into your very first game of Pokemon Unite against your sister team later on?
So before we jump into our game, did you want to introduce your names to all of our viewers as well?
Yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Anil. Let's play. Hello, my name is Lulu. Nice to meet you. I am Ellie. Hello everyone, my name is Adele. And I am Gita.
Aww. Man, Contra, all these girls are so cute. I'm a bit...
Yeah, of course they are. And, it's definitely a pleasure to be able to interview all of you together for today. So, Amazon's 48, do you have any sort of words that you want to say to your rival sisters that you'll be playing against in this upcoming game?
Let's be friends. Let's play together. Let's have fun today. Yes, have fun.
All right, thank you so much, Amazons. Good luck. And for now, to all of our wonderful viewers, let's welcome Stezzy to the stage. Representing CGM48, we have Stezzy. Hello.
Hello, we are team Stacy.
I can't handle the cuteness.
Hello, my name is Fasai. Ow. Okay. My name is Kaning.
Em Khai Hwan.
I'm Mỹ. Hi, I'm Kyla.
Hey, and of course, nice to meet you all. My heart's feeling pretty much fuzzy right now. So, Team Steezy, this is going to be a pretty epic game that you're going to be playing against Amazon's 48. So, is there anything that you're expecting from your sister teams in this upcoming match?
Not really. We're kind of nervous right now.
Well, don't worry. I believe after a few moments, you'll probably be all comfy in your first round, and we definitely hope for the best for Team Steezy overall.
All right, well, ladies, before we start playing, do you want to say anything to your sister team, Amazon's 48?
I want to say let's have fun today and let's do our best and also let's give it all we got. Yay!
Hey, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Well, not only they're all in good
can't handle
spirits
it.
right here, and yeah,
I'm in full uwu mode right now.
I felt like my heart just melted like the moment that they all say hi, and they're definitely having pretty great energy overall. And you know what? Before we jump into our very first few rounds, we've already see the very first series that have already set the bar for all the other upcoming games. And in this sort of matchup between Amazons as well as the girls that we just interviewed early on, this is definitely going to be a pretty close matchup, I gotta say. And you've been casting some of these qualifier matches, so could you possibly spill the beans on maybe some things that you saw in the previous runs?
Alright. I mean, I probably have to echo a lot of the stuff that JJ Kun said, right? It seems like the girls, they don't really follow the meta, right? Like there's definitely metas when you're playing in certain regions, when you're playing at certain ranks. And so far it seems like they tend to stay on the standard. So the usual 2-1-2 compositions, they contest Zapdos. We don't really see too many backdoor goals. We do see that occasionally in other regions, but so far it seems like the girls, they don't really focus too much on the backdoor goals. And I noticed that they love playing their favorite Pokemon. That's something I definitely have to agree with.
Indeed, and we definitely had a glimpse of how they have their own variety of takes that has been able to benefit them in that previous matchup. But this time around, when we have both Albazon as well as Daisy here going head-to-head, probably for the very first time, maybe they're going to bring a very different flavor as compared to what we've witnessed early on. So we're going to dive straight into the predictions here. So you're telling me Amazon's 48 is going to get a 2-0 victory do you have any sort of reasons as to why it's a 2-0 sweep?
They're my girls, okay? They're my girls. That's like my only justification. So for me, it's probably more of a national pride thing because I'm part Indonesian too. So yeah, that makes sense, right? JJ Kun was his girls from Manila, and then my girls are from Jakarta.
Well, that definitely makes a whole lot of sense. And, you know, after those rounds that I've just witnessed, you know, from very end, I believe that, you know, Stacey's pretty much probably have learned a whole lot from them. And when we look at how games have gone so far, I believe that Stacey should be able to adapt. It will be a very close game. My predictions may be wrong, but judging from what I saw, I think 2-1 is going to be pretty fair for Team Stacey.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I almost wanted to just 2-1, but then I just thought for a moment, okay, there is a possibility that a 2-0 can happen because national pride. Secondly, I really think that Amazons are going to be able to take this 2-0. I think we almost saw something similar to that happen in our last series, although it's not so obvious, but okay, my question for this next series, right? So for our first best of 3, for all 3 games, the girls picked the exact same Pokemon. They didn't change the compositions, they didn't change playstyles, they generally just stuck with what they did best. I'm really wondering, is it going to be the same for Amazons and Stacey? Are they going to play the exact same way with the same Pokemon, or are we going to see changes between these games?
I believe that there may be a certain variety, or, you know, they might just need to crack open the secret code by bringing an alternative pick. So maybe bringing that Lucario that we haven't seen throughout the day. And let's, of course, head to Remote Island for our best of 3 here. It's Amazons48 taking on Team Stacey.
Alright, so it looks like for compositions on the side of Amazons48, we're looking at a Blissey, a Blastoise, a Absol, a Serena, and we're going to also see a Venusaur. Contra, did you want to introduce Stacey's Pokemon?
Well, Stacey also do have a mirroring Absol as well. We got the Jigglypuff on the other side. And of course, I love myself some Serena plays. We're also seeing the Bulbasaur while we are already testing down bottom lane.
They are already contesting. Even action in that top lane. So it seems like both of these teams are very aggressive, but I'm wondering what kind of strats we're going to be seeing from these teams, right? Because depending on your items as well, some teams are going to try and go for those very cheeky early goals because they want to start stacking on their items. So it seems like it might be Amazons48. I mean, it looks like they're just completely dominating the top lane as well. Bottom lane, it looks like it might be Stacey because they're also able to get a quick knockout onto that poor little Serena, the first evolution, and also onto the Squirtle as well. And there's 4 Pokemon here.
Wow, just look at that teamwork. Out of nowhere, they rotated swiftly upwards and they managed to try to even up the score, but we still see some dunks coming in from Amazon48 just to try to bring the points right back. Taiwan as was Fasai will try to hold on for the moment while we are contesting up over top side, and it seems like this Serena is not going to be able to hold on too much by her own.
Yeah, so far looking at the team compositions, it seems like we're going to be going in for a bit of a ramp strat here for Amazons48, right? Like you've got the Blissey, who's going to be able to support the Venusaur. Venusaur, very strong Pokemon going into the late game. Blastoise, who used to be incredibly strong, now more of a utility-based Pokemon, but late game, Blastoise's CC can cause a lot of issues, but it also depends on what build he goes for, right? Like, does he go for the Hydro Pump? Is he going for the Surf? Is he trying to is he doing damage for the team, or is he focusing more on trying to go for the CC? But May on this Absol just dishing out damage after damage, but Absol coming in here, Adele also coming in for a quick knockout herself, and we might see an Absol versus Absol. Nah, Adele just gonna go straight to those wild Pokemon, and we see on the other side Eldegoss and Venusaur. So something I really like about Eldegoss, right? This is such a good utility Pokemon. You've got healing, you also have shielding, and depending on what build she goes for, she can also give your team bonus movement speed, which is so important in those team fights, right? Because if you have the advantage of movement, it's going to be much easier to reposition, to chase Pokemon, even to get away from some of those battles that you're hesitant to actually commit to.
Exactly, and we take a look the moment that they have their Unite moves. If Steezy just pops all of them all together, it could come up with a really good combo. Now, initiating on that Dreadnought, Amazons48 is going to be having that head start, but is it going to be a steal?
Big Solar Beam!
Oh my!
Alright, so it's not so bad for Amazons48 because they were able to take the Dreadnought. Steezy, they're picking off Pokemon after the completion of that Dreadnought. That looks like they're going to be able to get Adele. This poor Ivysaur just gets completely obliterated as well. And up top though, Steezy were able to get a solo Rotom with Kayla. So she's going to be able to get some points in for her team. Now sitting on 134 to 98 on Amazons. It's looking pretty good for Steezy. Yes, they lost the Dreadnought, but they're able to get some map control for themselves by eliminating these first goals.
And I really love how they managed to at least get some good priorities on the objectives. Now, Kaning tries to get a little bit of safety net while Amazon48 is full sending onto the goalpost, and now bringing the points back. Left side, tries to push them all back. Only hold on for so long.
Oh, that verdant anger.
Next one to go down. And this is where Agita just got to make way. And this is where Steezy responds once again, going in for those points. Right down below, only needing 66 points to score to break open for first goal.
Oh my goodness. So it looks like Amazons, they're losing goal after goal so far. They're actually sitting on 2 goals left. And unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be able to get the finish off there because Absol does so much damage. May just obliterating Pokemon after Pokemon on Amazons. And now it's going to be Amazons stuck in their home base. They're going to slowly lose that top goal unless they're able to actually get some pressure out on the map themselves. But so far, the aggression from Steezy, top notch. 318 points thus far, and looking at their levels, it's looking really good for Steezy. They are so over-leveled compared to Amazons.
Indeed, and even though they did get the Wiggly Puff, they just have to ensure that they do as much as they can. Meanwhile, down bottom side, Steezy's gonna get another Dreadnought, so I'm not too sure if this exchange is gonna favor Amazons.
I don't think it will because the level gap, it's becoming very significant, and these are some pretty big levels as well. I mean, you're sitting on a level 13 Absol on the side of Steezy. The rest of your team is level 11. The lowest level on Amazons is that poor Wartortle, which is level 8. That means this is a Wartortle that can't even use his Unite move. He's not a Blastoise yet.
Not just yet, but when they do, perhaps there is just opportunities that they could capitalize when it comes down to huge teams like Gita. Will have to first be left out of that. And that will be a little bit of push and pull going on, but Steezy's just marching forward, going in for another great score. Now it's only down to the final goal remaining on an Amazon side to defend. And currently sitting at 385 points. Steezy is currently dominating with still 3 minutes and a half left on the game.
Oh dear, looks like it might be the end of Canning here. Adele able to get a very quick knockout there onto the Absol, but look at poor Lulu! Oh, just gets taken out by May. Now, reinforcements have come in. O'Neil is actually going to try and get the damage there onto, oh my gosh, May, but it looks like it's not going to happen there. May just got absolutely ham on this Absol. It's 50 points. It's going to be able to easily get a dunk here as the rest of her team is here to back her up as well. Honestly speaking, I think Steezy, they're in such a commanding position that they could probably just focus on levels, wait for the Zapdos, and they don't need to get the Zapdos themselves. They could just defend Zapdos from Amazons48 and everything would be handy-dandy.
That's right, and you just look at that sort of map control that they've already established. It's going to be hard for Amazons to do much, but they will take what they could get by getting the knockout right down below once again with Surf Ellie trying to hold them back for just a little tad longer. Their second before that comes out. Kaning goes forward to take on Adele, but Adele's way too tough of a cookie to crack. But O'Neal tries to escape out of that, and it's a double streak going on. And of course, another exchange goes down. Hyla gets a pick.
Oh, Contra, this is not going to be an easy game here for Amazons because May's Absol is level 15. She is already capped up. It's 5 seconds until Zapdos spawns in. Rotom comes in, but it doesn't matter. So Drenville goes down just as Zapdos spawns in. Now the thing is, can Amazons take the Zapdos? Because even if they get the Zapdos here, right, none of their Pokemon have points. They'll get, I think, 15 points each. So I don't even think this is going to be enough for them to come back, but it gets stolen! Steezy steals the Zapdos, and I think that's just going to be the final blow for Steezy. Amazon, I just don't see any potential way to come back.
Well, I gotta say this, Steezy definitely came in prepared for this matchup, and one after another, they go and dunk it. And that definitely will send them with high-flying scores to secure this match, though there's still 1 minute left. Like you said, there's not enough points being garnered, and there's so many great plays that Steezy has made throughout the game. In the early phase, it was May who not only secured the Rotom up top, but she's been single-handedly scoring one after another. And in the mid-game, everybody's putting up those numbers, and that Serena's basically stomping them out.
Oh boy, May's Absol has been an absolute monster this game, and I feel like something that really hampered Amazon48's way of getting back into this game was the fact that their Blastoise only fully evolved. I do believe it was around the 3 to 4 minute remaining mark, which is very late for a Blastoise. You'd want to get him up fully evolved as soon as possible because the whole point of Blastoise is you pick this Pokemon for CC. Yes, he does a little bit of extra damage, but before he's Blastoise, this Pokemon is very tough to efficiently use because he's not giving your team that much.
Indeed.
So,
well, now with only this countdown left, we're about just 9 points away from scoring possibly the highest score of the day, 991 to end game 1 as Steezy takes the lead.
Well, there goes my prediction. I predicted 2-0 Amazons, but it might go the complete other way, right, Contra?
Well,
May able to get...
I guess it's not too late to, of course, change your mind, but of course, our ladies here from Team Steezy are having all smiles on their face for very good reasons, of course, where they've been able to work in tandem in order to, of course, secure some really, really good points in this very first match. And perhaps down the lead, I guess that there was a little bit of a promising sign in the early game for Amazons. And somewhere towards the mid game, I guess they kind of tunnel vision towards the bot side, and things started to get a little bit haywire.
Yeah, that seemed to sort of be the case for both of these teams, right? Like both of these teams, they would tunnel towards one objective. And something I found very interesting was that we didn't really see the 2-1-2 composition. Like, yes, the game started off in 2-1-2, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh, 4 Pokemon are in this one lane, and you're sitting there thinking, what? Why is this a party or something? Like, did we not get an invitation to this? So there's all this brawling, but I feel like one of the major aspects here for Steezy's victory was the fact that not only were they able to get a whole bunch of knockouts and goals, but they were leveling at such a fast pace. And especially early on in the game, if you're able to outlevel your opponents, it's a big advantage because you're hitting those, you're upgrading your moves quicker, you're getting your next moves faster as well, you're going to have your Unite timing before your opponent does, and especially with the Unite timing, it's really big for some of these Pokemon because it's a massive power spike. Absol, one of those Pokemon, if this Pokemon doesn't go off, it's very lackluster as a pick. It's very squishy, very easy to lock down, but once this Pokemon hits critical mass, which we saw from May, right? Like she was hitting some big crits, but she was effectively 3-shotting, 2-shotting some of these poor Pokemon on the side of Amazons. So the level advantage was just incredible.
Yeah, and I'm just really impressed by the efficiency that was being shown by not only May, but everyone else in the team, where you saw how well the Eldergrass managing to not only clutch some of all these team fight, I believe she managed to also steal away, of course, the very final objective, where, you mentioned maybe that Zapdos may not benefit as much, but hey, Amazons definitely did try to secure it for themselves. Of course, it have gone down south after that steal that was accomplished by majority of the ladies who just, of course, won this very first round. And of course, Team Steezy just showing us a really rapid playstyle, which seems to be one of the most ideal ways that you want to effectively work on an Absol composition.
Yeah, if you're running Absol, you gotta play aggressive. You don't want to play passive. This Pokemon just doesn't thrive in that kind of environment. So I'm wondering, going into this next game, so during the first series, the girls played with the exact same compositions for 3 games. Is it going to be the same for this series? Are these girls going to play the exact same Pokemon, or are we going to see some changes? Is there going to be a new Pokemon introduced to the lineup? Are they going to completely revamp their draft? Are they going to change their overall playstyle? Because so far, looking at the playstyles, right, aggression seems to be the most rewarding playstyle. I don't think in any of these games we've seen a team just sort of sit back, play passively, and then just win off of Zapdos. It's you play for that early game aggression, you take those objectives, you need to really take the objectives as well, and then you come into the late game with that level advantage, and that's it. Like, if you don't have a level advantage, you're relying on that Zapdos last hit.
That's right, and you mentioned a little bit about Blastoise being a little bit more of a utility Pokemon right now, and if you want to switch it over to something that's a little bit more defensive, maybe, I was hoping for things like Machamp or even Mr. Mime to appear somewhere in between, or, go for something ultra aggressive as well if you can get a Lucario on your side to maybe switch out that Absol for a little bit more of that variation of things that you can get as, not only as a speedster, but as an all-rounder to contribute across the map.
Yeah, something interesting with some of these Pokemon roles is there's, I wouldn't say it's a misconception, but it's this idea that people think you have to have a speedster. And something I find very unique with Pokemon is that you don't need to have one of every particular role. Some of these Pokemon are able to fulfill multiple roles, even though they're specifically this one role. I'm going to use Slowbro as an example because a lot of people have a very, I think it's, I don't want to say they like fail to understand Slowbro, but it's like, it's very deceiving when you see the Pokemon at first. People think that, oh, he's just supposed to be tanky, he does no damage. Slowbro is effectively a tank / support. He's actually there to support your team, rather than just be like a frontliner that does damage, right? Compared to Blastoise, right? Like, Blastoise is a damage tank hybrid. So I think under the right circumstances, you're going to be able to draft these interesting lineups. Like, you don't have to have a speedster, you don't have to have an all-rounder. You can find other Pokemon that fulfill these roles. It's just as long as you're able to figure out, okay, what's the composition and what do you need?
That's true, and so long as you get one of the opposing Pokemon to be suppressed, well, now that it's good enough of a draft for them to focus a member down, I think that could definitely turn the tides of the battle. And we saw Steezy having that Serena to dance all around the targets. Kyla basically failing at her peak performance right there and then, and she managed to change the course of the battle multiple times, and this is where they managed to get that steal on the Zapdos at the very final moment, and I guess that was what broke the camel's back for Amazons 48.
Alright, so after a devastating Game 1, I'm genuinely curious to see what's going to be the change here for Amazons. If they maybe decide to swap out the Blastoise for a different defender, because if there's a role that I think you do need a defender. You need a Pokemon that can sit in the front lines and take that damage. But I think they need someone that's not Blastoise, someone that comes on earlier that can absorb that damage. I think Crustle was a very good example from our first series. I think Snorlax is a reasonable choice as well. But Contra, is there any Pokemon that you think we should see?
Well, I guess you just took the words right out of my mouth. I really do like to see myself.
My apologies.
Crystal gameplay, but no worries about that. I do hope that we get a little bit more variation, or Amazons, if they're feeling a little bit more confident, they'll run the same comp once again. And lo and behold,
Yep,
seems to be that there's not going to be much changes.
There's not even not much changes, Contra. Like literally
Not
no
at all.
changes at all. So, alright. So at least for us, it'll be easier to tell where these teams are. They're going to be staying on the same sides as for people that haven't played Pokemon Unite before. Regardless of what side you play, the map is practically mirrored. So it's not really a big change for any of these players. But so far, playstyle wise, it's still going to be CZ to be the aggressors in that bottom lane. They're getting some of those early goals, especially for the Eldegoss, who does get a very quick evolution. But something I find very interesting is the decision to put Squirtle in that bottom lane with Steezy. With Serena. Because Serena is a Pokemon that doesn't really come online until she hits her second, or heck, you can even say her third evolution. So you're putting two Pokemon that are very weak in the early game together in probably the most important lane early on. And then, as you can see, right, the two poor Pokemon, they can't defend each other. They just get demolished once again by the Absol.
Yeah, and she just came in for the flank and got herself that triple takedown, knocking them up, and Amazon's only managing to score the 2 corners in, whilst Easy, after accomplishing possibly a little bit of a wipeout down the bottom side, they find themselves 50 points ahead of Amazon at least. So good exchange here would have bring some good amount back to Amazon's here. Trying to score that 25, but Kala is in the way. A perfect defense coming in from Steve. And of course, as we carry on here, we still have a 4-man row rallying onto the bottom post as they continuously score, and they managed to hit the very first 100 here.
Wow.
Amazon still struggling a tad bit as they try to first establish a better control overall around the map.
Yeah, I love the way that Steezy is playing right now, right? Because they're completely respecting the Dreadnought lane. They're saying, let's remove this control on the side of Amazons, because once you eliminate the goal, you're going to be losing the speed boost, the health regen, and you really need that when you're trying to contest for Dreadnought, because sometimes those fights go for a really long time, and if you can't heal down there with your goal, then you're gonna have to go back to base, and your team is gonna be left with fewer Pokemon than you would like to defend it. And I think down bottom, it's probably just gonna have to be a complete forfeit onto this Dreadnought, this tri-lane of Venusaur, Eldegoss, and Wigglytuff. Terrifying. I think even if the Absol comes in, I think this is actually going to spell some bad news.
Yeah, and it's hard to even bypass the Wigglytuff. Now she's diving right into action while Kyla tries to set it up while they try to secure a little bit more control down the Dreadnought, where the Dreadnought's going to be knocking Fossil a little bit, chunking down some health bars. Now, Ellie's not going to be able to get it by himself, while Rotom is being secured here by the teams. And look at this Absol going for the double three of knockouts, and she'll be able to score even more. But they might have to let go of the Dreadnought right now. But hey, Stevie managed to take them down as well.
Oh my goodness, all these objectives are just going into Steezy's pockets, and Amazon's 48, they're at the mercy of this terrifying team. I mean, Adele's doing the best that she can, and Lulu has finally evolved into a Serena, but doesn't really matter when you're going up against a level 11 Absol. Look at Amazon 48's team, they're still running a level 4 Squirtle.
Oh no! I don't think that Squirtle's gonna be able to supply, not even turning to War Turtle just about yet. I'm not too sure what was the challenge, and I guess maybe the sort of setup they started with wasn't ideal, like what you said early on.
Yeah, that was something that I found very strange, because they did the exact same thing in the last match, I believe. So they put two, I don't want to call them weak, because I think in the right hands these Pokemon can be very strong, but they don't have the easiest lanes. Like, you normally need a lane partner that can make it a little bit easier, or you have a partner that can complement them. So in the case of Squirtle, you want someone that can dish out damage so you can utilize Squirtle's CC. But Serena, before she's fully evolved, doesn't do that. Whereas Serena, she needs a little bit of babysitting before she fully evolves, which Squirtle can't really do either, because if the enemy dives you on top of your goal, you're literally hitting them like noodles.
Yeah, indeed, and look at Kyla immediately going for berries and instantly working hand in hand with May to just dish out a truck ton of damage, and once again sending them all back. Only the Blissey as well as the Bezo has been able to score. Meanwhile,
oh my gosh,
the rest are just struggling right now.
Oh, I don't know if there's another word that's worse than struggling, because if there was a word, there probably is one out there, I just don't remember. I think that would be a better fitting word right now. Ellie, though, so desperately trying to hit that level 9, whereas up top, poor Amazons unable to get that road pump, and once again trying to defend against Steezy, and it's all up to Adele, but you're up against a very, very angry May, and that's going to be that goal. Sayonara.
Yeah, and they just gotta give this Dreadnought away. Though it's a 2 versus 1, there's times where the Serena could pull strings, and she tries to at least land that final blow, but Lulu doesn't really have that much health bars left. Now they're charging in. Lulu will not be able to survive until the tail. 48 points needed to get another goal wide open. Well, it's already 394 points. Well, make that 425 as I speak. Adele desperately trying to score, but Kyla, look at how she's being able to bring them all into this area where they just couldn't seem to score with triple axel, just disrupting them every single time they go in for a try.
Yeah. The fact that she was just there to pester them and to stop them from taking the goal, it's such a small thing, but it's so impactful because Amazons are sending so many Pokemon to commit to the goal. They want to get the experience, they also want the goal points, but if you're not able to get the goals, it's a pretty bad situation. And look at this, Adele! Oh, the 2k crit from May deletes the opposing Absol, and I think this might just be it again for Amazons. They're just going to get cleaved down and sent to the butcher shop.
Oh my, just look at May, level 14 against what? I don't think this is going to be a good deal for Lulu either ways, as they use Twilight to get a little bit more room. Adele could only save herself for now. When we have 25 seconds to the Zapdos, I guess this is just the only opportunity if Amazons could snatch it away, but then again, they still have to get all these Eos energy all compiled together to make that rush.
Yeah, the ideal situation here for Amazons would be for all Pokemon to have 50 points, for them to get the steal onto the Zapdos, and for no Pokemon to get knocked out while they're trying to get the gold. Then, with that with the 500 points you'll potentially get, that might be how you come back. But take a look at what Stesi are doing right now, right? Like they're contesting not only the Zapdos, but they're also slowing down Amazon from getting to the Zapdos to stop them from getting the time to take it out. But look at May. She's positioning herself on the outside of the pit. She wants to go for the steal, but Adele thinking it's her duty to cleave down this Absol. Now instead, Absol's going to try and go into the top lane. They do get... Okay, hang on. They do get the Zapdos, but look at the other side of the map. May is going to score 100 points into Amazon's goal because they're saying, like, okay, well, you're scoring, we're going to score as well. And because of the Rotom debuff, it's going to be just the same as Zapdos.
Exactly, and I don't know if they're going to be able to accomplish this within the span of a minute, but they will do the very best to get as much as they could possibly get out of this situation. Ning just basically holding on to the top goalpost while Adele has to bring one back. But of course, this deficit may be too hard for Amazon's 48 to catch up as the tries to shove Ning away. But look at the stack of Team members calling onto them. Ellie has got to make a run, but she's just gonna push them all the way back. And well, I guess that's pretty much good enough. But it's possibly the end of it with only 20 seconds left on the clock.
20 seconds left. I need another 430-ish points to come back. So, wow, 2-0 for Steezy. This is... this is a terrifying team. I'm scared.
Indeed, and they definitely came in very, very prepared to take on Amazon's 48, and of course,
You lose.
that was an outstanding performance from Steezy. 2 back-to-back wins, and of course, alters from all the girls that's currently on your screen.
Man. So before we started the match, right, like all the girls, they're so nice to each other. They're saying, let's have a friendly match, let's have a fun match, and then you see Steezy play, and you think, do they really mean that when they say have a friendly match? Because very aggressive friendly matches, if I do say so myself.
Or should I just say maybe they just over-prepared? Like, oh my, they say that they're nervous and stuff. Well, I believe now they're feeling a lot better before, of course, after getting this clean win against Amazons. Now, let's have a look back at the replay of the match, and we can see that, there was a little bit of mixed priority going on where they're attempting both the Rotom as well as the Britnell at the very same time. And Steezy managing to snatch that one and start scoring from the top of the goal.
Yeah, I think everything just snowballed after that, right? Like, if there's one comment I want to make about Steezy, it's that their playstyle is actually quite similar to Stelwood, right? Since Stelwood played such an aggressive style, they were constantly pressuring in the lanes. But I think Steezy's way of playing it, it's next level, and a lot of it I really think is because of May's Absol. Like, I mean, we're looking at her highlights now, and you just see how much damage she does. She's able to just delete Pokemon that she's able to latch onto. And one of the scary things with an Absol, right, is that if you don't have crowd control to not only control the Absol but damage to finish her off, this is a very deadly Pokemon. Like, the only way to counter an Absol is to have the crowd control.
Yeah, and the moment that she pops open Midnight Slash in some of these team fights, it's over when you just look at the level difference, and there's not too much of that sort of crowd control that you mentioned that could basically pile on top of that Absol. And not only for that fact, you have all the other disruptors coming in from Steezy that could basically create this first layer of defense for Absol before doing anything. But I just love how May always find that perfect angle of opportunity to not sneakily come in from the back. If you notice how she goes into the jungle and just sneak attack onto them, I guess that is that perfect plan for them to secure those back-to-back win. And of course, now we do have Team Steezy joining alongside us for this interview. And congratulations, Team Steezy. That was a wonderful performance that you've just displayed to all of us here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I actually want to ask one question. Okay, this is a question for May. Why is your Absol so good?
You were so impressed by May. I gotta say, you definitely made some really great plays.
We use our heart to pay, and we trust each other.
Aww.
Aw, wow.
Congratulations, Steezy. We look forward to your next matchup. Contra, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Well, of course, I do have one question for you, Team Steezy. How long did you guys practice together? Because we know that you probably have busy schedules. So, yeah, how for this tournament that you guys are playing. So, how long did it take to form such good synergy, or it's already inbuilt in CGM48 for Team Steezy?
About 3 months or 4 maybe, but we practice all day.
That's why.
Every day.
Wow.
I think that
day,
makes a lot of
every
sense.
Yeah, and of course, I guess all that practice definitely pay off overall. And of course, we don't want to hold you too long. You definitely stole the show with this very game. So we wish you all the best for your upcoming games. Thank you very much, Team Steezy.
Thank you so much.
So that's going to conclude our first 2 matches of the day. Our upper bracket matches are completed, and Contra, we're about to come up to our first final of the day. Our upper bracket final, for people that don't know, it is going to be Steezy versus Very Very. And for people that didn't tune into the first series of the day, very good team. I think they're going to put up a really good fight to Steezy. What do you think, Contra?
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be another breathtaking series that we're going to be witnessing in the span of a few minutes. But of course, I just want to let the action unfold because I believe Very Very had their amazing clutch plays on the very first match that we witnessed. But can they keep up with Steezy, who've never lost a single game?
Good question. Now, I think for us, we're going to go for a quick break so that the girls can get ready for their matchups. And for all of you at home, go to the toilet, grab a drink. We'll be back. We'll be back after the break.
What's up, trainers, and welcome to, of course, the Pokemon Battle Festival featuring Pokemon Unite. Here I have with me JJ-kun to be joining alongside me for the virtual casting test, of course. My man, you know, you've witnessed that match early on, and I'm pretty sure that you're so stoked to what's to come, because now what's about to happen is that we're going to jump on our upper bracket finals.
Yeah, definitely. It's Team Very Very going against the very amazing Team CZ, and I I was watching behind the scenes, man. I was watching behind the scenes while you and Dunley were casting, and it's like, Steezy built different. That's all I can say. That's 3 words. Just 3 words, man. Steezy built different.
Yeah,
There's
and
nothing else to tell to them.
It definitely left you speechless, and I guess even when I was casting that match, I was at the disbelief where you just look at May basically hitting those. I'm even lost for words right now. So,
right?
Like, what, level 14 in such a short span of time? I'm just baffled, man. So this time around,
they got
is there gonna be
800
any
points
answers?
even without the Zapdos. Right? It was such a snowball for our AKB48 group invitational, and I'd have to say that knowing the fact that Team Very Very gave a hard time against MNL48 earlier, I think we would be seeing quite a match, especially that they're going to be going against Steezy right now. And we just saw our timer right here, and we're going to be heading into the game in after the countdown has started. But yeah, here's our prediction based on what happened earlier. Well, no hate to Team Very Very, but
only love, lots of love.
Only love, yeah, only love to every girls here of all the teams here. Only love is what we have here for everyone. But technically, this is still a competition, so these are our realistic, I'd have to say, predictions that we have. So 2-0 for Steezy, both Contra and I.
I really want to say 2-1 because we saw a lot of clutch moments coming out from Very Very in the initial match that we've witnessed. But I'm pretty much convinced after watching how Team Steezy not only have this perfect graph coming in, you just look at how smooth they secure all these objectives one after another. And I gotta say, after that interview when we figured out that they've trained 4 months every single day for this tournament, they need serious business. And I think it's deserving to say it's a 2 for them.
Man, it's definitely, we are seeing the fruition of their practices throughout the months, before this day, and right now we are just here to witness the great power of what practice can do. And it's all up to a Team Very Very now. It's for us to to eat our own words, to getting that predictions out of the way, that hey, you might be giving Team Steezy too much of a credit, and you might be forgetting about us. So I guess it's your job now, Team Very Very, to prove us wrong that this 2-0 is only 2-0 on our faces and never ever elsewhere, basically.
Indeed, and of course, I believe that there's multiple opportunities in every single match for them to, of course, find those openings and dominate in this upcoming battle in the best of 3 format. It's Very Very versus Team Steezy once again. So we've already seen a little bit of a draft from both ends. So JJ-kun, I really want to get your thoughts onto what we're about to see here. And is there sort of changes that you really like coming in from both ends?
Right. So we're gonna be seeing basically the same lineup here for Team Very Very that what they did earlier, what they chose basically earlier going against MNL48, and for Steezy, I believe it's the same ones as well. I have to double check this, but hey, it for now it doesn't matter as actually what. Yeah, it is the same actually. It is
exactly
the same. Yeah. I just checked. Yeah. Wait, no. I am
We got
bad
an
at
Eevee
this.
now.
Wait. Yeah, we have the what? Wait, is it the same? Yeah, it is the same. Yeah, it is the same.
You're confused.
And I'm bad. My memory is just so bad. My mind is bad.
here
I'm
comes
sorry.
team fight. No worries about that, as we get a little bit of refresher of how well Team Very Very is playing this one now. They managed to score 21 points, only 10 ahead of Steezy right now. Still a very slight lead that we can see Steezy eventually accomplish what they want to, but they are having 4 ladies stacked onto the bottom side of the map, probably chilling by the beach area later on for the Dreadnought, but Dupe as well as Fukan just have to get back into the safety nets as May is trying to score here, but their health bar is dropping pretty low as they're forced to put them down to sleep. May getting the scores done, and that was secured by the Venusaur to knock out that Wiggly Cup.
It's really interesting to see Steezy right now going in for a 1-0-4 strategy, where 4 of the Pokemon here, 4 of the players here are on the bottom lane, whereas the Absol is being their jungler. It's not actually doing a lot of jungling here, but as we can see as well, is currently into that of the jungle, and of course that Steenie right now instead of the top lane being solo, basically doing the role of a Lucario here. Really doing a pretty good job into trying to make sure it defends its own score, but I think it would need a little bit of help right there. But look at this right now. We're gonna be seeing Canning here goes in, pops into Sing, but it looks like it is Canning that's gonna be going to be able to help out, to take down the Sylveon. And now there's gonna be 4 down into that of the bottom lane from CZ and 3 Pokemon, and they're just basically outnumbering Team Very Very. And compared to the game earlier as well, Team Very Very here is putting up so much of a fight here against TC that they can't really assume their dominance like it did in the previous game.
That's right, and they try to contest right down on the bottom side. It seemed like they've already got the Talonflame knocked out, so they will have to fall back a little bit. But May once again pouncing on top of members of Very Very, and now accomplishing a whole lot of points back in their favor. They need 20 more to break open the very first goal of being set right down by.
Right, look at this right now. We're going to be seeing some action inside of the bottom lane, but as that is happening, it looks like Very Very is going to be able to take down that Rotom into that of the top lane. But as it is happening, once again, CZ is trying to get some domination into that of the bottom lane. Faza is going to be taken out. However, that's going to be 3v1 situation into that of the bottom lane, and definitely not going to be able to survive that. But right now, with the help of Rotom, Panda is trying to get into that of the top lane. Canning with the Sing right now, going to be able to put them to sleep. And look at the damage right now from May with that of the Absol. You don't want to turn your back into the Absol, or it's going to deal a lot of damage. And there we have it. Another one Midnight Sludge going to be used as well as this Unite move, but it's not going to be able to ensure the elimination of Panda. That's actually quite good for Panda to be able to survive that. But it looks like Absol needs to be able to survive here, needs to get away for them to get him some revenge later on. But look at that. Very Very now has to lead in terms of points, and of course in terms of the XP as well. If CZ wants to win against this, then they would need to do better. They would need to take in more objectives, more of the wild Pokemon for them to be able to get in this XP. But look at that. It looks like Starlight Reciters are going to be popped out here just to be able to save themselves from that really amazing what do you call this, queenly majesty that we have, which is Steenie. Or
That's right, and
yeah, Steenie. Who's this Pokemon again? I'm sorry, Steenie, Bone Sweet, Steenie, and I forgot the last evolution now.
We'll get to that eventually, but take a look at this. May once again pouncing on the attack, and once more applying the pressure on top of this arena, while Pakon managed to
there we go.
survive.
Thank you very much.
So slippery when she does have all the spells when you just slide out with triple axle, as well as the second ability as well. Now this is going to be a little bit of setup coming in while Bell's getting punished, pushed to the wall.
Oh, Quintessendent. Oh my goodness, that Quintessendent is actually pretty good, but unfortunately wasn't able to have any follow-up damage from that of the Serena, so they won't they weren't able to take down that Serena of the enemy team. And of course, there's also the Crustle coming in from Panda that's actually proving quite well against Steezy. And right now, what's really interesting about Serena as well is that its first move slot, a triple axel or a stomp, whichever they chose, actually has healing properties. And of course, the second move slot, which could be Grassy Glide or Grassy Glide or Drop Kick, actually gives itself shield as well. So it has huge stain properties over itself. But right now, they're gonna be able to take down this Rotom. Gonna be able to Fazio's gonna be able to survive here, recovering Cloud Crouch as well. And there we have it. I don't think they're gonna be able to eliminate Fazio. Never mind. I'm just eating my words. They're gonna be able to make him fall asleep, and make him fall asleep. And they're gonna be able to take it down. But May here actually quite a little bit late here for them to take down that to be able to help out their to be able to help out the Eldegoss. There we go.
Indeed. And May's impeccable timing have been able to not only salvage that situation, but also stole that Rotom when they were contesting up top, and that the Midnight Slash came in as perfect timing. Once again, here comes the team fight.
Right, and there we have it. Of course, we're going to be having another team fight here against the Midnight Slash here from that of the Absol. And they're going to be able to take it down. Night Slash is going to be used once again. And the Sucker Punch just to be able to take down the Crustle. It's going to be 2 KO in favor of Steezy. And, earlier on, it was Team Very Varied as having the advantage over to that of Steezy. But right now, well, they're catching up. They're really catching up, not only into the XP, but also into terms of the points as well. And of course, with the help of the goal getter and of course the score shield as well, Pokemon's gonna be able to score it down 23. But here comes Starlight. Starlight's gonna be used here just to be able to survive. Is it gonna be enough though? There's no follow-up damage, and we're not gonna be able to see any eliminations from the side of CZ.
That's a really good attempt coming from Steezy, but of course, the Wigglytuff has been just like what her name entails. So tough to even take down. But we last saw that Absol that went 1-versus-1 against a Crustle and had that hit of 2.8k, and that damage is just proving to us why May is an absolute beast and how well she actually trains her Pokemon to get to this level. Now here comes Kyla though, trying to at least cause some disruption and probably going for that 50 corner while they contest for the Zapdos.
Right, but look at that. They were able to acknowledge that, and of course the Talonflame is going into that of the top lane right now to be able to defend that score goal. But look at this right now. Who's going to be able to take down this Zapdos? There goes the Solar Beam from behind, and they're going to be able to take down this Zapdos as well for themselves. And it doesn't matter right now. Pakwan is going to be able to be taken out by the Solar Beam once again from that of Kaiwan's Venusaur, and they just have to ignore everyone else to get the score in, and they won't be able to do anything at all for them to catch up against CZ. If they're going to be able to try to score in, it's not going to be enough. It's going to take them quite a long time, and especially that Absol is already there to defend the score goal. It's oh my goodness, especially now that they already used this Unite move. Rebel Rouser is not going to be able to get any shields at all.
Oh,
is it going to be enough? Oh, it actually got in! It actually got in just at the nick of time.
It's 30 seconds. That was a good attempt though, but this is just going to be too tough of a nut to crack. While Steezy still holding on to Elite Love Cunning, just disrupting them from getting anything else being done. But look at the bomb side, 15 seconds on the clock. Can the Talonflame as well as Wigglytuff get anything at all for Very Very?
Oh my goodness, I don't think they're going to be able to, catch up right now. And we're going to be seeing Steezy actually taking out the first game. And, Team Very Very here still has some chance here to go against, Steezy to, maybe have some, some kind of redemption, from this loss going into game number 2. And, but for now, of course, huge congratulations to Team Steezy for winning game 1. I mean, look at them. They're just really chilled out, like they're relaxed. Yeah, I mean, for a team that actually won, you know, for a team that actually won, instead of like celebrating and all, they're just chilling out here. It's like, you know what? If we celebrate right now, it's gonna be a little bit too early, and we might have some regrets later on. So let's just celebrate when we already get into the playoffs, if they are gonna be getting into the playoffs, knowing the fact that if they win this match, they are going to be, you know, the first team to get in on our playoffs on January 16th.
Well, when we take a look at the performance of Very, they still managed to accomplish a whole lot of points, especially from the early to mid game. And I guess why they're not celebrating just about yet is because they just don't want to count the chickens before they hatch. Well, I gotta really compliment some of the players from Team Steezy, where we saw that beautiful solar beam from that Venusaur to steal away that Zapdos. It honestly could have been taken over by some of the players of Very. And imagine this, if they did have the Zapdos and they managed to sneak those couple of pointers out there, they had members who are ready to score those 50s out there. So it could have actually been a big turn of events. So I just really gotta give them, of course, a perfect French kiss. No, sorry, not French kiss, but chef's kiss. I almost, of course.
There we go. There you go.
Chef's kiss.
Perfect chef's kiss. Definitely their play is definitely a chef's kiss right there. And man, it's I don't know, man. Like, I'm just really excited to see the next game. Hopefully, you know, Team Very would be able to how do you say this? Adjust against Team Steezy, you know, and what do you call this? To be able to adjust against them, just like what they did with MNL48 earlier, and maybe perhaps we could get into game number 3.
Yeah, of course, man. I just definitely was keeping my eyes on how well May just goes out for the hunt. Right? Even though in the slow zone, there's nowhere safe that they could possibly hold off for long, and that crit damage coming in from May is just too hard for Team Very to handle, even though they do have members stacking up upon them. And when we take a look at how Kyla has been able to stop them from scoring from the top portion of the map, that definitely bought a lot of time. Though this very moment, it was May once again on that perfect timing to use that Unite move of Midnight Slash to create that space, and they managed to secure that rotom that opened up this slight margin of a lead, and it just started snowballing from that 3-minute point on.
Right, and you know, we're just about a minute away into getting in on the match number 2, you know, and just going back to what you said as well, you know, TZ is showing us quite a dominance once again, and there goes the Solar Beam again from behind. It's just fascinating to watch Kaiwan, you know, with a Venusaur. To like the meta play right now is actually, you know, using Venusaur with the Petal Dance and a Giga Drain. You know, Petal Dance can reduce a second of cooldown from that of the Giga Drain, so you could basically spam it as you're like attacking a Pokemon in like high level plays. But you know, with that, actually, you know, Solar Beam is actually more helpful for them, actually, you know, into their composition. At the same time, you know, they Solar Beam Plus only has 4 seconds of a cooldown, and you could essentially spam it, just like what happened on the Zapdos fight. They were basically just making use of that over and over again and they essentially won with the help, huge help from the Solar Beam. But right now we're going to be proceeding into game number two rather, sorry. And this is going to be a Very going against Steezy once again. Let's hope that Team Very has adjusted to Steezy. Let's have a champion time.
Oh, we're gonna have
we see a roll it now
coming in. Yes, indeed, and
both of them, actually.
Oh my. This is going to get a whole lot more interesting, where we also do have the Mr. Mime joining in to the stadium, with Steezy now having a little bit more of a priority down bottom side.
I'd have to say it's looking pretty I actually have to say that I like Steezy's position before than now, because looking at it right now, they don't have much of a crowd control, you know, in terms of CZ. Whereas Team Very here, essentially, they still have a huge crowd control, yeah, but like they sacrificed their damage and their sustain. You know, as I mentioned earlier today, the Sidowai along with Greninja has the lowest HP in the game. That once, you know, if there's a Talonflame goes in a fly on you, it essentially removes and deletes you from the game.
That's right, and as we carry on forward, 2v2 is only happening up top. Well, there is a flank coming in from Jib, and this pressure might just be good enough for them to get some good scores down. Jib has to back away, ejects out of the battle, and that leaves Pakuan also having the lack of resource, but Panda is going to give a little bit more backup to create that room so that her members stay safe. Very will continue on to push them aside, and they might just actually get that knockout onto Fasai as she managed to get a little bit more of that room to heal herself up, but that's not going to be good enough. The knockouts come true, and Very continues to score.
And there we go. Panda right now still with a Crustle, of course, trying to get in some scores here. I don't think they have attack weights in this Panda. I think it's Body Barrier, Score Shield, and Focus. But I'm not entirely sure. Let's find out later. This is really interesting. Okay, so they're not playing the Mr. Mime as an attacker, but they're playing it as a crowd control attacker, you know, with the confusion and barrier, as we saw. But look at that damage right now with the critical hit coming in from that of the Absolute, gonna be able to take down that of Legendary. And right now, CZ might not have the advantage in terms of the points, but they do have the advantage over to a team fight. And look at that, once getting huge damage from the Absolute, gonna be able to take down the CD and Panda. There's 4 Pokemon from this side. CZ gets the X Scissor to be able to repel them away, but are they gonna be able to survive this though? But they are gonna be able to score in, gets a little bit of recovery here. Fazai here gonna be able to get away, not enough. However, I'm eating my words here. They're gonna be able to survive, but at the very least, they were able to score in before they actually got eliminated.
Yeah, and I definitely gonna tell that this sort of changes didn't seem to be all too stable for Steezy at the moment. While Panda managing to first get a little bit more of the movement speed to get into a little bit more of a safe space, while that opens up room for the Serena to get the scores in, only needing 27 more to get the goal down. Well, Fasai covering the cracks, waiting for some good kills, but Pakuan's bringing them back, trying to kick them off the safety net, but the Dreadnought getting attempted, and it seems like they managed to take out the Mr. Mime, and that's 2 down. Easy.
That right now, Taiwan is actually trying to defend this as Jib actually just helped a little bit into scoring. Oh, very good flame sweep to be able to crowd control, you know, the Pokemon here from the side of CZ, so they would be able to, you know, guarantee the score from that of the Sidowai. But right now, I don't think that's enough. I think they need to do more here, especially the Dreadnought is now up. And it looks like CZ is wanting to take in the Dreadnought, but never mind. They're going to be able to, you know, force in the team fights first before they actually get the objectives. But look at it right now. They're going to be able to take down the Sidowai and Panda. And at the same time, we have the Serena as well, trying to get back a little bit, but going back into the into the bottom lane, rather. There goes the fly here, but it's going to be whiffed. But May here is not going to be able to survive, as it's going to be able to take it down. Going to be taken down by the Talonflame, but look at that. Misses the Solar Beam as well, as Jib is still up in the air with fun.
Right, going for some disruption, and I guess they finally found an answer onto this dominating Absol for the past few matches, and this time around, it seemed like May struggling to even get the scoring done as she tries to hunt things out, while now they're falling back onto this pedestal, and man, very looking like they have a very good chance to tie this matchup, but still too soon to say. Well, Fasai is calling on the pressure. Once again, here comes the moves, as they will put them all together. Fasai now trying to get out of that situation. Well, Kyla goes back onto the same space, but Motom is going to attempt to much more beyond. But that first damage is good. Jib is doing it all! Can they actually get anything done? They managed to find that knockout on the Elagos, and now finally breaking open the goal from the top.
Right, and of course that Serena's gonna be able to take down 2 as well. But as that is happening, of course, CZ's not gonna let it pass by not scoring, by scoring as well. Rather, there goes a Verdant Act gonna be used here too. Poopy is going to be able to, stop that Solar Beam. But it doesn't really matter as May, just in the nick of time, was able to get in and of course take down that Wigglytuff as well. Really amazing what do you say, what do you call this, really amazing team synergy here from Team CZ is actually showing. Their practice for like months is actually showing up pretty well against Team Very Very.
Indeed, and you just look at the way that they go in for some really solid defense, and the sort of instances where we see Very Very come in from all different fronts to apply so much pressure from both ends of the map. While there is something happening up top, though, let's see what's gonna go down here as Panda tries to join the fray. That Rotom is falling pretty low, while Aquan gets a little help coming from Panda. Will they be able to do anything at all? And Panda instantly gets wiped off once again, but May finally finding that room to score a 50-pointer, but is it going to come true?
Right, let's find out if it is going to get through, and it is. It did rather get in the road, so I'm going to be able to destroy the second-tier score goal instead of the top lane from Team Very Very, and they only need to worry about the bottom lane now. But look at that right now, we're going to be seeing some action once again. Gets the Cotton Cloud, Cotton Cloud Crash to be able to sustain themselves by Taiwan here. Not going to be able to survive. Going to be taken out by Panda. Really amazing stuff here. But the Falling Puff is going to be used here by this Eldegoss instead of the usual Leaf Tornado that we see a lot on the ladder. But let's find out if they're going to be able to actually, never mind. It looks like Team Very Very is going to be the one taking out the Dreadnought before the Zapdos. So this is, while CZ has the lead here, it's not much of a lead. It's only like a more or less 46 points lead. So they still need to take in the Zapdos. If they can't take the Zapdos, then Team Very Very would still have a huge chance of taking this over away from them, and we might go to game number 3.
That's right, and this could still go to the hands of Very Very. It's easy. We're not careful enough, and this is what we're talking about now. Without the Eldegoss, this is very possible for Very Very to go in for that Zapdos attempt, but they gotta find that perfect opportunity because they expect a flank incoming while Dip is trying to score from the bottom. So Aquan now caught in the middle is going to have Russell to assist on his exit, and Aquan possibly going in directly into the final post to get some pointers in this final minute.
Right, but here's the thing though, I think Pakwon here is just trying to recover, trying to retreat here. And actually that's a pretty good strategy as well, but here's the thing, there's only 3 more Pokemon left into their side, and I like what Poopy is doing here. Is actually, trying to buy some time for Team Very Very to get back up. And what TZ is not seeing is that they are no longer in the lead, but never mind, they get 100 points as well, but Very Very, there's still not much of a lead here. They can, Team Very Very could just score in a little bit here and get the lead, but here's the thing as well. Team Very Very needs to be able to defend their slow goal really quickly, or at least try to get a steal here, as they are now trying to take in this Zapdos. And right now we are going to be seeing Jib here tries to going to be attempting to steal this one away. They're going to be able to take it out. They're going to be able to take it out, but only 4 Pokemon are left within their arsenal, are left within their team. Now only 4 Pokemon could have gotten the points, but is it gonna be enough? They need to be able to defend this. They need to jump into that of the secondary score, into that of the ball lane. Is it gonna be enough? No, they need to jump in, but they're gonna be able to get another 100 here. But did it count? It did not count. It did not count. That last 100 points from this arena of Team CZ did not count, and I think they won the game. They did, and we are now going into game number 3. Look at them. Look at them.
Spark of joy for Very Very. They see the light at the end of the tunnel, but they still need another hurdle here. Tying this series, and they need 1 more game to defeat Team CZ. It looked almost impossible, JJ-kun. I cannot believe it. I was pointing out Serena was down,
And that Croissant Skin being that heavy disruptor in that team fight when they try to go in for that Zapdos steal. And then you just see Panda saving the day with that 100 pointer, double it down to 200, and that's what brought them back in the game.
Man,
This is why
I have no words.
these
I have
ladies
no
definitely
words.
deserve the very best. And you know what? Our predictions all down the drain, and it doesn't matter because we have that perfect game here in hand, JJ-kun. And I'm definitely glad to cast this along with you. Where honestly, when you look at two of these matches that were being played by both of the teams, they look amazing, and they were all neck and neck. It was just a tiny difference.
It was amazing.
To change the game. So, my JJ, if my brain could possibly be taken out for a check, I possibly couldn't understand how this could have happened.
Yeah, and let's dive back a little bit into what happened in game number 1. We saw that Team Very is dominating into the early game. Team CZ then were able to catch up into the the mid game, but right up on the very end, they were able to take down Team Very. Unfortunate enough for Team CZ, the Zapdos was stolen away from them by Jib. Jib has been doing a lot for Team Very since their match against MNL48, and it showed once again how Jib is very basically their bridge, as I mentioned before, their bridge to victory. And without that steal from Jib, I think it would have been a 2-0. But again, thanks to it, we're going to be seeing our game number 2, which I think both of us wanted anyway. Like, despite our predictions of having 2-0, we both, I'm pretty sure, wanted the game number 3 to look forward to.
Indeed, and I guess you could possibly say Jib is the best talent lane that we've seen throughout the tournament so far, and they just know how to really time all these attacks. And I guess when we look back at this very moment that's still on the Zapdos, we just let the action do the talking. And kaboom!
Yeah,
that was the move.
Honestly, I'm going to have to need to take a breather from that. Like it's
overwhelming.
It's just amazing.
Surprise.
It's just amazing.
Yeah, it is. And JJ, we're only about 10 seconds, so I hope you take enough of a breather, because we're about to dive back into the stadium once more, and there can only be one winner here in the upper brackets, and of course, whoever emerges as the best team after the span of the 10 minutes of play will hit directly to the playoffs.
There we go. Let's have. Hey, I am out of breath right now. I'm still out of breath by what happened for the last game. But yeah, let's have a champion time. This is game number 3, and whoever's gonna be winning this one, right? Whoever's gonna be winning this one would proceed to our playoffs, just like what you mentioned. Gonna be proceeding to our playoffs, and they're gonna be waiting for the winners for later, from the lower bracket, and of course the winners from day number 2, which is tomorrow, for January 16, our playoffs of this group invitational. But right now, we can see how CZ is actually being very dominant right now, actually having 1-1-3 1-1-3 rotation compared to what, well, actually still the same rotation as earlier. Still gonna be able to try to dominate the bottom lane by outnumbering them.
Oh wow, Panda sneakily takes some of the berries in order to keep Kyle's health bars slightly low, but of course staying in the goal zone is going to give her a little bit of regen, while Basa is going to find an opening there, picking off the parcel, but it's not too
much of a worry while they're basically working on the Vespi Queen. And May usually would go in for this sort of rotation where they provide a little bit more assistance for Kyla to hold on. And I guess that's the problem here. Maybe they need to send more reinforcement up there to get this Serena working pretty well into the late game.
Man, it could be that, actually. It could be that, but at the same time, you know, this they've already showed us what they could do, you know, both of these teams, Team Very and Team CZ. But at the same time, you know, what I really think about is that it could be anyone's game, you know, like Team Very showed us that they could adjust against Team CZ. And then at the same time, you know, CZ showed us how dominant they could get as well if they are left alone with a lot of opportunities. But seeing as what's happening right now, they're still, you know, on equal footing in terms of the XP. But in terms of points, CZ is leading up the scoreboard. But again, it's the score right now still doesn't matter as much as a lot of people might think, as there's you know, there's still the Zapdos and they can still turn over the entire game in an instant if they, you know, if Team Very would be able to seal down the Zapdos once again. But right now, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the first objectives to come up. We have the Rotom from the top lane and of course the Dreadnought from the bottom lane.
That's right, a little bit of a heavy focus down bottom side as they're trying to take over control by the corner of the bush. Well, May now gives a whole lot of attention to down bot, and they're going to be diving right in for Buffet, not being able to defend as they continuously score. This should be able to break it open by the end, but just needs 6 more energy points of AOS to get a little bit more of a room. Cunning's going to go down regardless, so Team Very coming in with some really good establishment of control while the Dreadnought's being taken.
Right, but there we have it. Of course, we're going to be seeing some domination here once again into the bottom lane. There goes the Solar Beam from Kaiwan to be able to take down, oh, well, actually not take down, but like deal a lot of damage into the bottom lane. But like Bakwan is going to be taken down by the Ditto. Serena, no, make that 2 into the top lane. They're going to be able to score in 33 once again, just to be able to overcap that first score goal, and they're gonna be able to, you know, guarantee themselves, secure themselves the Rotom up top as well. As TZ were already able to take down this Dreadnought, so oh, never mind. CZ was able to take down the Rotom. So it's not just the Dreadnought that they were able to take, but also the Rotom. But there goes Queen Ascendant. Queen Ascendant, rather, is going to be able to get used here by Kyla. And they're going to be able to take down 2 from the side of Team Very. Once again, that's already 202 points in favor of a CZ. And there's also the Rotom to help them out, push into the top lane. There goes a Flame Shield that's going to be enough to take down anyone from the side of CZ. But never mind, that's going to be 2 KO in favor of Very from Jib. Really amazing play.
And you just take a look at the initial push we saw coming from the top lane, just to use the Unite move perfectly in time. But after that, I guess that they tried to go in for a really quick rush, which was thrown around very quickly by Very, while Kyla now working on the best speed just to get more of that energy. Kyla somehow just wants to play a little bit more defensive, and this is how you want to make it work. Give a little bit more information and wait for the roam as Team Easy, you're about to arrive from the back, and there we go.
Right, really interesting that, you know, the Venusaur being from Kyla is actually going in for the Giga Drain and the Solar Beam instead of the Metal Dance. We don't see often this combination. We usually see Solar Beam go with the Sludge Bomb, but at the same time, it could be the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain, but not Giga Drain and Solar Beam. So that's actually quite interesting to look forward to. But look at this right now. It's dead at the bottom lane. It looks like Team Very here is trying to, you know, catch up in terms of points. It's currently at 137 to 22, but at the same time, they're you know, Faza here. You know what I really like what Faza is doing. I really like what Faza is doing. Yes, you might see that, hey, it might be just that they are, what do you call this? Sacrificing themselves, but they're actually just taking in the what do you call this? They're just taking in their as a diversion, basically, for them to be able to secure the Dreadnought, and that's what happened. They were able to secure the Dreadnought, they were able to get in a lot of XP, and they are now going toe-to-toe in terms of the levels against Team Very, and going over into a team fight. They have so much of a potential against Team Very now, especially that not only were they able to take in the Dreadnought, but they were also able to take in the Rotom up top.
Their health bar is dropping pretty low. Maze giving chase once again. Oh, they do get the double! And Maze getting out of that pretty much cleanly with a double KO, while Jim's in trouble once again, still needing to disrupt him from scoring even more points. Going invincible with the fly, but that's the solo blitz to catch him on. But once more, May dropping them out of that skirmish. And now the lead has been established. Team Steezy, they may actually close the game, but then again, another minute, that's where we want to see. Is it going to be another miraculous steal coming from Team Very?
It could be, but hey, let's find out if it is going to be a miraculous steal here, as it's it's more than half. The lead here by Team CZ is more than half, so here's a win condition here for Team Very. Definitely they have to take in those apples, right? In just like 30 seconds, it's gonna be coming up. But Team CZ here just needs to be able to gather some points, get some wild Pokemon, get some points, and dunk it in. While Team Very is taking in the Zapdos, they can just give out the Zapdos. It doesn't really matter. They are currently in the lead, and if they can just score in while they are taking the while Team Very is taking the Zapdos, they would still be in the lead regardless if they take the Zapdos.
That's true. And just look at how destructive Panda is. Just casually scoring a little bit of points, and now going back into the safe hands of her teammates as well. There's a little bit of dance up middle, while the Talonflame is also getting a little bit more of an area coverage, receiving a whole lot of information, while Pakwon honestly will try to catch him all out, but don't really want to take on that canning.
Oh!
Going to be able to be burst down instantaneously. Now that's one parcel down. 4 versus 5. Can Steezy still get this one in the back?
Oh, Jib actually went back? That's actually, I'd have to say, kind of controversial of a move for them to get back instead of like helping out the team, especially if they have a lot of HP still. But there's going to be 2 down in favor of Team CZ, and they're going to be able to get the positional advantage against Team Very in terms of the Zapdos. And now they're trying to look at this. Faza right now is just trying to eat them of their time, just trying to buy some time for their own teammate, for May, to be able to take down the Zapdos. And if they're not going to be able to get in quick, I don't think they would be able to take in the Zapdos. And just like that, they were able to get in the Zapdos. So CZ right now would have the advantage in terms of points, and I think Team Very here would have a hard time in going to score in. And there's like 666 points here coming in from the side of Team CZ. No, make that 820. Even if everyone from the side of Team Very has 50 points, it would be 100 points if they could score everything. It's still not going to be enough for them to catch up against Team CZ, and they were able to team ace Team Very as well. So it's pretty much game that's 2-1 in favor of Team CZ.
Absolutely crucial. With that disruption, they secured that Zapdos, and now all they have to do is wait for that countdown. And Team Steezy, after 3 games back-to-back, have been able to secure themselves that slot to the playoffs. You lose.
Man, it's them. I mean, they oh my goodness, they're still chilling out, like, man, they're already in the playoffs, right? It's, oh my goodness, it's just really amazing. So once again, congratulations to Team CZ for getting in on our playoffs. It's gonna be the first team, to get in on the playoffs. So really huge props here for Team CZ. Really amazing gameplay that they showed us. What about you, Concha? What can you say about their game?
Well, I got to say, I can't ask for more, because this is possibly some of the best games that we've seen for quite some time across, this whole tournament from the qualifiers. And now, before we, of course, talk to the ladies of Team Steezy, let's have a look once again of the highlights where we see both of the teams were basically evening most of all these odds every single time they just get back at each other. Of course, had some good initiations at first, but Steezy had this slow developing pace of a lead that was slowly stacking up, and very was pushed to desperate measures.
Right, and definitely, that is actually quite the worst that I was looking for earlier as well. That Very was, brought to their various strategies that, despite all the changes, despite all the adjustments that they did, despite the varying strategies that they did, going against TZ, it still wasn't enough. CZ was still, answering back, countering whatever they were, basically all the cards that they were playing. And they were just really dominant all throughout the game, for game number 3 at the very least.
Indeed, and I guess over here what we saw on 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, they were forced to give space from the top, and that's where Steezy take advantage of this pick that they had, and that absurd damage that was dealt by May obviously have opened up enough room for them to start working on the Zapdos, while they had everyone else just disrupting them from getting any sort of entry to the middle of the map.
Right, and now we're gonna be seeing our our winners. So Team Steezy, congratulations for getting in on our playoffs.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Well, of course, that was some amazing games that you've just shown us. And, of course, you were fighting a very tough opponent in the form of Team Very. Tell us about that game. Were you guys shaking? Or, what does this mean to you guys in Team Steezy?
It's a very strict game, and our hands are shaking while we're playing, but it's very fun. Yes, so thank you to Team Very to play with us today, too.
I have something to ask you guys. This is just between us, right? This is just a secret. But are you guys on Master's rank? Are you guys on Master's rank? Are you guys on Master's rank in Pokemon Unite?
Of course, maybe.
Wait a minute.
No worries about that.
Oh, we can't hear you clearly. Sorry.
Oh,
okay. Contra, can you say it for me?
Oh, JJ was asking, you guys play a lot, so do you all play, to a very high rank in the game?
Yes, now we're all master right now. Yes, because we played all day, all night, and every day, every week.
Wow. Well, that definitely explains a lot of things. It definitely explains a lot of things, Contra. But hey, I think once again we would like to congratulate you guys, and congratulations for getting into playoffs, and we'll see you on to the playoffs on January 16th.
Thank you. Don't forget to cheer for us, Team Stacy. Yay!
We definitely will, and of course, get some good rest, Team Steezy, because you have to prepare yourselves for the playoffs, where there's going to be a lot of amazing teams that will be waiting on the line as well to challenge them. But what was displayed early on was definitely amazing for not only for us casters, but for the viewers to enjoy. Now, that's not the only game that we have in store for you, because we have another on the lower brackets itself.
Right. So, for the next game, it is going to be Starlight League going against Amazons 48. So, I'm pretty sure a lot of our viewers here are waiting for this matchup once again. We haven't seen them on the previous game. So, it has been quite a while since we last saw Starlight League and Amazons 48. So, I think we just give them a little bit of a break. We are preparing things up for you guys. So when we come back, we'll immediately get into the game. So don't go anywhere. We'll just have a short break and we'll see you in just a short bit.
wonderful Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. We've just finished up our upper bracket grand final, and whoa, what an ending to that. I was just watching, okay? I was just in there making my coffee. I was just enjoying some fantastic UNITE, and Game 2. Highly recommend it to anyone that didn't catch that series. Really, really fun game. Right, JJ?
Yeah, I mean, you know, at one point we were already thinking that, oh, okay, it's gonna be 2-0 in favor of CZ, but well, very they prove us wrong and essentially stole everything away from CZ. And right now, here's our brackets that you can see. You know, very 1-2-1 against Stalwart League. We have CZ at 1-2-0 against Amazon, and of course, as we saw from the previous game, CZ 1-2-1 against Team Very. And now on the first game of our lower bracket, it's going to be Stalwart League versus Amazon's 48, and whoever's going to be winning here would be going into the lower bracket final, you know, going against Team Very. Now, here's what's interesting. If Stalwart League here wins, right, it would just be a repeat of the matchup from our first game on this day.
Okay, you think it's going to be a repeat, right? I think this is going to be a very interesting rematch because we do need to give props to Stalwart, right? Because they did give very a good run for their money. So I think it'll be a pretty interesting series to see Stalwart have their rematch against Very. If anything, you'd have to look at Amazon's 48, right? Like they played against probably the toughest team, and they got rolled over. Like, realistically speaking, we have to be honest. They got rolled over, but it's because it was the champions. Now it's going to be a match between these two queens. I'm going to call them queens because, let's be real, these ladies, they sing, they dance, they do everything I can't do, so therefore they're queens. Our predictions. So my predictions.
I'm sorry. All right, let's All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, let's go.
Back to predictions. If I'm pointing the correct direction, yes. So my prediction is I'm going to say Amazons, right? I think it's going to be 2-1. I think they have something. They have to have something hidden up their sleeve because I think their first match wasn't fair. It was against the Steezy of all teams. I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I mean, I have to, you know, at least give them the benefit of the doubt as well that they might have not been able to show us what they could have since they were against Team CZ, you know, arguably the best right now on our group. Definitely showed us what they could do, you know. But now going against Team Stalwart League, then I think this is the time where they can actually show us what they could do. And if that is the case, then, you know, looking at my prediction, it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Stalwart League because, you know, gotta support my girls here. But hey, Amazon's 48, if you can make me eat my words, then please do so. By all means, I welcome you. Please win.
Yeah, JJ hasn't had lunch yet, so please feed him. Alright, so for people that can see on the screen, 15 seconds until the match starts. I'm really excited. JJ's really excited. I think something that we're both looking forward to is new Pokemon popping up, right? Because up until this point, the only time we saw a new Pokemon was actually the final game of the upper bracket grand final, right? Up until that point, everyone has basically stuck with one team and they played all their matches with those teams. So in this matchup against Amazons and, well, JJ's Queens, Stalwart League, are there going to be any other new faces popping up today? Because I would love to see some new Pokemon.
Right, hopefully we do see them. But hey, let us now have a champion time. We are now proceeding into game number 1 of Stalwart League versus Amazon. So it looks like, you know, at the very least, Stalwart League here is going to be opting in for the same lineup as they did, going against Team Very. And, you know, if they were to win this, then I think they would have to change things up if they're going to be going against Team Very because, you know, Team Very already won against his lineup, and I don't think it's going to be any different later on. But, you know, let's try to focus on the game that we have right now, as this is still going against Amazon's 48.
Yeah, it's still going up against Amazons. I really want to see the concept behind Amazon's lineup, right? Because one of the major weaknesses that I saw in their match against, in their match anyway, previously, was that the Squirtle pick hasn't paid off so far, right? And I think one of the major issues that we sort of saw with the pick was the Pokemon just comes online too late, right? And you really want your Blastoise to be a bruiser. You want him in the front lines, and because he's a damage tank hybrid, he's actually a very scary defender if that Pokemon can come online. So the question is, how are Amazon's 48 going to get that Squirtle online? Because laning-wise, they did the exact same thing in their previous series, right? They decided to put Serena and Squirtle in the same lane, and we saw that these two Pokemon together, they're not very imposing in that lane. If anything, they're very, very unscary.
It's not a it's not a scary combination of Pokemon in a lane, especially if both of these Pokemon needs a lot of XP, you know, as you mentioned, to go online. You know, yes, the Teeny here, the Serena can, you know, impose itself some dominance against the other team, but it's not really enough for it to, well, yeah, it's not enough for it to, you know, defend the Squirtle to be, well, you know, a War Turtle going into a Blastoise.
Yeah. So I wonder what the plan here is with Ellie. At least for this game, right? It seems like she's on the right path. She's level 5. They're not really falling behind in terms of levels. Although I think the only concern is that Starwood League, they are sitting on a level advantage. They've got 2 Pokemon at level 6, 3 at level 5. Whereas so the Pokemon falling behind for Amazon's 48 now is the Bulbasaur, which could be an issue later on, but then again, Bulbasaur can flash farm the jungle. He's actually not in as bad of a position as the War Turtle, who just gets knocked down. Ouch.
And at the same time, you know, you have to remember as well that it's kind of fine for that Bulbasaur to, you know, stay a little bit chill here, as, you know, they still have Adele here with the you know, with the Absol dealing enormous amount of damage into the enemy team. So it could, you know, still give them a little bit of a leeway here if they're not going to be able to evolve in. But at the very least, one out of this Blastoise or the Venusaur should be leveled up pretty quickly to help out on team, because Absol alone, Absol and Serena alone would be able to go against the lot here from Team Star Wars. But look at that, Solar Beam is going to be used here once again to do a lot of damage, but Jada here is going to be taken down with a critical hit of 1077 damage as well. O'Neal right now is going to be taken out as well by Princess. That's going to be 2-0. And they're going to be able to take down this Rotom as well. Huge map pressure here into that on the top lane. And now the score is 164 to 21. And 2 of the first year score goals here are taken down by Starwood League.
Yeah, they even managed to take out the Absol, who tried to assist in that top lane as well. So things are looking good so far for Starwood League, although looking at the levels, you're looking at a minor level advantage. I say minor because it's not too bad. I feel like the game hasn't spiraled out of control yet. If they lose Adele like that though, yeah, that's not good news, right? You're running Absol because you want to tempo control, you want to be the ones to apply pressure, but you really needed to have Gita there with the Absol. It seemed like a little uncoordinated there, right? Like, if your Absol's going in practically by herself without support, she's so easy to take out with some good hard lockdown, and that's what Snorlax does. He's so good at just CCing those really annoying Pokemon.
Right, and man, this is quite a match that Starwood League is showing us right now. Definitely different from when they were up against Team Very Very, and you know, Princess. Oh my goodness, never mind. Adele here just took down 3 Pokemon from the side of Starwood League, and I think, you know, even if Adele here, not to dismiss and discredit Adele here, but Adele here alone won't be enough to take down the entirety of Starwood League. Remember, they are 5. There are 5 members here for Starwood League, and if only Adele here with the Absol is doing the damage, then they're going to have a hard time.
I'm gonna say it right now, right? The lineup for Amazon 48, it's not too bad. I think they're still in a decent position. Their lineup is very promising because they have a lot of space creators. You've got Serena that's going to be running right into Starwood League's face. You've got Blastoise, who has a massive Unite move that's going to create a big opening for Absol to just get those really big crits in. Nice Rotom take actually there.
Oh my goodness! Very good blazing bicycle kick from Pauline here, and they're gonna be able to take down the Absol as well. Adele, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, and Haley. It's a team game. It's not you alone, Adele. You're not going to be able to handle everyone from Star Wars League, and just like that, they're going to be able to get the Rotom, going to be able to destroy the first, second tier score goal into the top lane as well. Colleen going to be able to take down this Venusaur once again, and Dana is, single-handedly defending the first score goal, and that's going to be 3, 2, 1. Ellie is going down. That's going to be 2 for Colleen.
Ooh, stuck around a little bit too long there. Blastoise wanting to sort of play around with the Talonflame, but pays for it, unfortunately. Looks like so far, though, Snorlax doing a fantastic job at keeping these Amazon48 players here, because now Dana's come in, and she's going to try and come in to clean up these Pokemon. Lulu looks like she's going to be going down. I don't think the safeguard's going to be enough to keep her alive, and looks like Geeta's going to have to run away without her teammate. Onya, loses the 1v1 versus Colleen. Now Colleen is actually going to come in for the backstab. Adele, again, alone without support, just gets
very good combination. Yeah, very good combination from the Snorlax, heavy slam, and then immediately drop down by a fly. I mean, if that were done to me, I wouldn't be able to survive that. I wouldn't be able to survive that. I mean, if there's an eagle, trying to pack you from the sky, has a lot of momentum as well. Dude, they're gonna get out. They're gonna get eliminated real quick.
I hear stories of people not making it after being bonked on the head by a stray coconut, so I'm very sure it's going to be the exact same thing when it comes to Talonflame. But got 38 seconds left there until the Zapdos, so I don't think it's all bad here for Amazons. One thing I am actually looking forward to is how they approach the Zapdos, because look at the Pokemon that Amazon48 have, right? Team fight-wise, I think Amazons are in a really good position because Blastoise is so good at area control, and Venusaur, with a well-timed Solar Beam, because I do believe they're running Solar Beam on this Venusaur, fantastic ability to steal a Zapdos, right? Because it's strong, consistent tick damage. It's not one big burst.
By Spin Kick once again.
Oh, Adele.
Ooh, that's actually quite scary, especially the fact that, Cinderace here could deal some burn on its
Rotom.
Powerball.
The Rotom!
It got in as well, and it's ×2 on points, and oh my goodness, they are actually way ahead against the Amazons. But here's the thing, they are ignoring the Zapdos. They can't ignore. Oh my goodness, now they're gonna be able to score in. They're gonna be able to score in, but the question here now lies: is it enough? Is it enough for them to actually go over the score of Star Wars League? Let's find out together. Oh, look at this! Jada doesn't have any scores. Lula is getting. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was looking at all their Pokemon, like they hardly have any points. So even though they
it doesn't matter then.
Yeah, so what Amazons needed to have done is that they needed someone to stop that Rotom from going into the goal, because with the Rotom going in, Starwood League, I think they dumped, I want to say almost 200 points in, and they were already with a sizable lead. And then for Amazon48, yes, you take the Zapdos, but your Pokemon are going into Zapdos without being fully loaded, right? You want a fully loaded team with 50 on everybody so you can go for that big 500 dunk. And that didn't happen. Vita had no points. I think the most they had on any Pokemon was 30, 36, I think. There were no 50s. So you're not looking at any 100 dunks. And with 38 seconds left, I don't really see Amazons being able to score another 300 points to overtake Starwood.
Right, I mean, especially that there's only 30 more seconds left in the timer, and it takes, I guess, I would estimate 15 to 20 seconds for you to get from your own team base to the opponent's team base, and then you still have to take a little bit of time. You have to get a little bit of time here for you to be able to score in. It's going to take a lot of time, and definitely 30 seconds is not enough for them to get back with a 300-point lead.
Yeah, so it looks like that's just going to be time. It's going to be a first point going in the way of Starwood League, so JJ, I think that rematch, we're getting quite close. Starwood already leading this best of 3 with 1 point over Amazon's 48.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, it's I'm looking at my predictions right now. It looks like finally I'm gonna be right. I gotta support I gotta support my princesses. You know what I'm saying? I gotta support my queens. So, but hey, let's not dismiss the action that was given to us by Amazon's 48. I'm pretty sure they did what they could, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, they have a little bit too much of a Pokemon that goes online quite late in the game, and despite that, they actually went online on the latter half of the game as well. So not only were they their Pokemon's late bloomers, but they were made even delayed, from what happened earlier, especially with the especially with the dominance here coming in from Starlight.
Yeah, and also something I found unfortunate for Amazon's 48, right? They've got a really good composition. It was just at times when they did find those small skirmishes, the coordination was a little bit off, right? Like we always saw Absol going into these fights without the Blissey, and the whole point of Blissey, right, is you're there to enable your partner. So it was either to enable the Venusaur or to enable the Absol, but she was always way out of reach, and Absol just kept dying to CC, or she kept getting knocked out, right? And what can you do as an Absol? Like Safeguard is your only solution to this, but your health pool is just so tiny. I mean, even if you do get saved, as an Absol, right, when you go for those knockouts, you have to commit. You're melee, you're not ranged.
Right, and at the same time, you have to take note as well that the Blissey from the side of Amazon's 48 doesn't have soft boiled, to heal up their teammates. So not only does it have safeguard, but it also has safeguard and what was the other
helping
one?
hand.
Helping hand. Yeah, there we go, helping hand. So without being on the range of your teammates, you're not, as a Blissey, you're not helping anyone, which is quite unfortunate, So, it's either you just stick with a Pokemon, with a teammate for, I guess in this case the Absol, because essentially the Absol is the one, the Absol is the one that's carrying the team, and especially you want to boost and enable the crits and the damage that this Absol is doing against the enemy team, and despite that, that is not what's happening. The total opposite is what's happening.
Yeah, so going into this next matchup, so Stalwart so far we've seen is a solid team, right? Especially when things go their way. They're a very solid team. Again, same thing with their first series of the day. Super aggressive. They're very happy to go into your face and try and go for those knockouts. How is Amazon's 48 going to be able to combat this when they themselves have a pretty in-your-face lineup? And it's still not enough to win these skirmishes with Stalwart, because looking at both of the teams, right, I'd say, Amazon's 48, they have a fantastic lineup for fighting. But Stalwart were able to basically crush them every time.
I'd have to say, I don't think Amazon's 48's opponents is Stalwart League. I think their opponents are themselves, if you think about it.
I think at times,
how do I expose it? How do I expose it? Not expose it. Like, how do I expand it?
Express it.
Yeah, express it. You can see how Starlight League is very, composed as a team, compared to, as you mentioned earlier, they were just a little bit of, all over the map. And I think that is something that we need to, try to not do, going over into game number 2, and try to do basically the opposite of what they did on game number 1, and I think that would be helpful for them, going against Starlight League, perhaps, get a 2-1 that you predicted.
Oh, so you're suddenly going for my prediction. All right, then. To be fair, though, I guess you're fine with the 2-0, because so far you're halfway through. But I really want to see something happen from Amazons, because I don't think I can blame... I don't want to blame the composition, because I do like the Pokemon that they're running. It's just the execution of the lineup, right? Being able to maximize the efficiency of the team, being able to utilize your Blastoise so that he can make openings for the Absol, to have your Venusaur on the edge of those team fights, throwing out those big fat solar beams, which haven't happened so far, right? Like, we haven't seen a full 5-on-5. It's always been like 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 2, 3 versus... Yeah, it's always these little tiny picks.
But hey, we're now into game number 3, and let's hope that we're gonna be seeing something different here. Obviously, the lineup is still not any different from the previous games.
Probably their favorite Pokemon.
But hopefully,
can't blame them.
Probably is. But let's at the very least, I think that Lulu here and Ellie would be able to, get their levels quickly than they did earlier.
Yeah, that's the hope. I think another hope for them is maybe trying to get a couple of those early scores, but it's really hard to because Snorlax and Talonflame as a laning partner early on. Okay, firstly, Snorlax is so tanky, there's no way that Ellie and Luthi are going to be able to knock out Snorlax. Secondly, the Talonflame, Dana, super agile, does lots of damage, and she can easily knock out these two Pokemon by herself with the assistance of Snorlax.
Yeah, and you know, as we can see right now, at the very least, you know, Amazon's here is trying to be a little bit offensive, but what I am not liking what's happening right now is that it is the Blissey that's being offensive, you know. So that's actually quite counterintuitive. It has the focus band as well, as you can see, healing up itself on low health, and Blissey's gonna be able to support it in here, and really Ella as well.
Ooh, Adele though coming in with the 2 backstabs, able to get 2 knockouts for the team up top. But Frogadier is actually up there, so they'll have to contest with Princess to try and get those goals in, which seems like they will be able to get some tiny goals. But Princess doing a really good job at delaying them, but won't be able to cancel Adele's scores. But backups arrived, and have they stuck around for too long? Yes, they have.
Yes, Zuri, they're gonna be able to take down 2, you know, into the side of Amazon's 48, and man, they are really, you know, they are controlling the top lane now. I don't think the Venusaur here, well, the Bulbasaur rather, and this Blissey would be able to do anything against the Sour League instead of the top lane, especially if Colleen and Ella is doing a pretty good job into, you know, crowd controlling them. But right now, instead of the bottom lane, no one is here as well. You know, we have the Water Tail not gonna be able to see Liza popping in with a heavy slam, and that was gonna be 2v1 situation. Gonna be popped up, very amazing large on here. But it's not going to be enough though for them to, you know, push them back, and they're going to be taken off. Adele's going to be taken out as well. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Amazon's 48. And I think it's going to be added up with that of the Venusaur, well, the Ivysaur rather, and of course at the very least, you know, the Serena was able to get away, was able to survive, and now with the help of the Water Tail, I think they're going to be able to try to push back, but never mind. They're going to be picked up once again. This is going to be 2 KO for Amazon's 48. We have the Water Tail still trying to get back, trying to survive, and look at that. Adele's going to be able to answer back with a KO of their own, but this is going to be 3v1 situation. Water Turtle is going down, and this is looking pretty bad for Amazon 48.
Yeah, Amazon's trying to secure that top lane to try and take the Rotom for themselves, which looks like is going to happen. But if they lose that Dreadnought again, okay, they're already behind in levels. Look at the level discrepancy between the two teams. Like Starlight League, big advantage over Amazon. Like the only Pokemon that can contest level-wise is Absol. But outside of that, Absol has died multiple times, which being knocked out, right? When you knock out Pokemon, you get a bunch of experience, and especially if it's the enemy team's highest level Pokemon, that's even more experience to make up for it. So the fact that we're seeing this Absol consistently getting knocked out, I can understand what she's trying to do. Adele's trying to create space for her team. She's trying to get those lucky crits in to get the knockouts, but every time she goes down by herself, she's giving experience away. Like there's a push and pull effect when it comes to going for the space making. There's only so many times you can die until it becomes detrimental to your team.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, we're going to be seeing some action once again instead of the bottom lane. There's 4 from the side of Amazon's 48. Let's find out if they're going to be able to, you know, attack and have some pressure against Sour League here. And looking at it right now, despite having the number advantage, they're still not going to be able to answer back against Sour, as Princess is trying to dominate by assuming their own offense right now. With the Greninja, with the help of Liza, really scary big boy right now, jumping in with a heavy slam, gets the fly here, gonna be able to pick off Ellie with that of the Water Tail, and I like what they're doing right here. You know, they're not overextending. The moment that they were able to pick off one, they're just like, you know what, we're done here. But like Colleen here's just like, you know what, I don't play like them. I play aggressively. And with a blazing bicycle kick as an offensive poking, man, she's really, you know, Colleen is really, what do you call this? Really poking them up, really teasing them, like, hey, attack us! Really, you know, what's the word here?
Oh my god.
Agitating them.
Dana is doing such a good job at just causing Amazon's 48 to go into complete disarray. She's just diving in with those flies, doing so much damage by herself, and she's demolished Amazon's 48 alongside Liza. Like, this combination, these two Pokemon alone are such big powerhouses, and Lulu is struggling. Serena, a Pokemon that is very, very good at skirmishing, cannot take these two on. Now, mind you, the two Pokemon in the bottom lane, they're a little bit low. Can they steal the Dreadnought? That's the question.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, even if they can take the Dreadnought, it doesn't really matter as much to Starlight because that's only going to, like, you know, put their levels in equal footing with Starlight. But look at that, Colleen now has access to its Unite move once again. They're gonna be able to take down this Arena. Now look, they might be outnumbering them into that other bottom lane, but Dana here is very mobile. You know, very mobile, that even if there's a lot of Pokemon right there up their alley, it doesn't really matter. They're still going to be able to, you know, answer back or maybe even escape. And look at that very amazing double team from Princess. Going to be able to whiff, make that midnight/whip. But look at it right now, Colleen is going to be hamburgered by Amazon's 48. But, you know, there's going to be 3 down right now for Starlight League. There's still a minute left. There's still a minute left before the Zapdos comes out, and they still have a lot of what do you call this, breathing room before before the Zapdos. For them to get back up and answer against Amazon. But look at that right now, gonna be able to score in, but is it gonna be enough though? Dana is not right here as well, and Princess is in as well. There we have it. They're gonna be able to get down 2. Dana with a 2 KO up against Amazons. You know, they might have been able to take down 3 from the side of Sour Leaf, but like, they're not gonna let it pass just like that.
Can I just say props to Talonflame Snorlax combination. Those 2 Pokemon alone were able to stop an entire team from scoring. It's incredible. Now, here's the thing, right?
That's an MVP of the game material. MVP material. Not gonna lie.
Okay. Now, if Amazons let Rotom go in the way of Starlight League again, this is going to be a big mistake, because remember what happened last game. If the Rotom manages to make it to Amazon's goal, they're just going to score on top of it. And if Amazons don't do something about this, I'm going to lose it. This happened already. They can't let this happen again.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But hey, let's find out what's going to be happening here, as we are seeing Starlight League here has access to the Rotom. Colleen's going to be able to score in here, but like, they are ignoring the Zapdos, and they're going to be able to give away the Zapdos right here. But here's the thing, they can. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what they could do. But they're just going to be able to, like, you know, go away. You know, try to defend this, but like, since they are open into score, oh no, they're not scoring in. They're trying to fight back. Amazons, no. Oh well, they were able to take down 2, but Dana is right here just to save the day. Gonna be able to get 100 points, but still not gonna be enough to catch up against Stalwart League. Gets the fly here. Gonna be able to take down Lulu as well. Is it gonna be enough though? Is it gonna be enough that they're gonna be able to take down Lulu? No, never mind. They're not gonna be able to take down Lulu. There's no more Zapdos. No more open score goals right here, and they're not gonna be able to get the score against Stalwart League, and they still have the lead. They just need to defend this really greatly for Amazons not to get away with the higher points, giving them 2-0s. And now we're left into the last 1 minute of the game. They are defending this really greatly. We see the Snorlax once again instead of the bottom lane, trying to defend this really greatly once again with the block. Mid Slime is going to be used here against the Heavy Slime to make that whip, make that Mega Slime whip. But we are now at 469 rather to 402. Let's find out if they're going to be able to score in really quickly here. It's still there's still a lot of time here. There's still 26 more seconds. There's still the Blastoise here as well. It's just a few points. Just 30 points is all they need here. Well, 34 points is what they need here for them to be able to overtake this, but there's only 50 more seconds, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Now, earlier, yes, it would have been enough, but with 10 more seconds left in the game, Stalwart League is winning this one against Amazon's 48 in quite a fashion. 2-0 victory.
Oh my goodness, Stalwart League, congratulations to them. They're going to move on and get their rematch. And I know you're very excited about this, JJ Con, because this is what you wanted. You wanted this rematch. They're able to take it away from Amazon's 48. I'm very sorry, my ladies, but this next series is going to be very interesting because these 2 teams, okay, they're going up against Very Very. We saw them play in the first series of the day. It was pretty close. It wasn't that far off. So I'm wondering, is this going to be revenge?
It could be, the revolves round could be anyone's game.
Stop. You sound hesitant. Okay, as a fan, you cannot be hesitant for the team you're cheering for. You need to believe.
Okay, let me do it again. Let me do it again. I voted for them too. Oh, I think they're gonna be winning the next one.
Just how you said it, like it doesn't sound like you believe.
No. I didn't mean it to be like that, but I voted for Starlight League 2-0 in a row as well for both of their games, and I have no reason not to believe in them to go against Starlight League and win once again. So for our predictions, I'll be doing my predictions right now. I'll give it 2-0 for Starlight League once again, going against Team Very Very. I think this is the time.
Wow.
They already warmed up. I think they've already warmed up and is now ready to face Team Very Very compared to what happened from earlier. Earlier it was a 2-1. It was very close, and now I think they have all the equipment that they need. They have all the power that they need, the advantage, and they are coming in from a win as well. Momentum is quite a very helpful arsenal to have.
It is. Now, something I find very bizarre was, so I think they had the chance of taking that second game if Venusaur was able to actually get the score in. Because if I'm not mistaken, right, she was sitting on almost 50 points. And then she was very hesitant to actually try and go for the score, even with the advantage of Zapdos.
Yep.
So maybe she was trying to preserve herself, or maybe she wanted her teammate to score first and not go over, but anyways, that's done and dusted, and here we go, Starlight League. Congratulations on your victory.
Yes, sir. Hello, Starlight Leagues. Oh, Colleen is here. Only Colleen is here for us. And hey, Colleen, congratulations for the win.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Because I can see my face here, but yeah. Actually, I'm very speechless. I don't know what to say because we did not expect to win this game, and we had so much fun playing with the other team, and I hope we get to play again next time. Yeah, we really do have so much fun, and we're so happy, and we're so excited for our next game.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, the only question that Janelle and I have, this is going to be a rematch between you guys and Team Very Very. Do you think you can now have adjusted against Team Very Very, and are you coming into this game confidently?
Well, I guess we're more confident right now than our first game, because we're a bit nervous that time and we didn't know how the game will go. But I think right now we're more confident, and we have trust in each other, and communication is the key, I think, and that thing is, like, for us, it's very powerful for us. Also, God, we always pray before we go, and we always do energize each other, and yeah, that's it. And I guess we're confident right now to play with the Very Very again.
Generally, that is the words that I wanted to hear. You were asking me if I was hesitant. If Tower League isn't hesitant, then why would I be hesitant as well? But for now, Colleen, I think you are a little bit nervous. I think you are finding the right words, and I think I have the right words that you have. I think you're looking for the word Sulong, and we're watching for you going against Team Very Very. Congratulations once again.
It's good to hear that they're super confident going into this series, because so the first time that unfortunately they weren't able to take it, they've got the rematch, they've got, as you said, the momentum from this victory, and you think it's still going to be a 2-0. Now, as a spectator, looking at the series, I still think Very Very is going to be a very tough opponent. I'm not going to jinx anybody, right? But I'm just going to say 2-1. I think it's going to be a 3-game series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we already saw how Team Very Very especially went up against went up against Team CZ earlier. But I think they've now have their own warmed up, as I mentioned earlier, and now I think they are now more prepared and more ready to go against Team Very Very. But for now, we're gonna be having such a short break. We're going to have a short break, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Team Very Very and Team Sour League. I'm muted. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite AKB48 Group Invitational. This is going to be the last game of today's Battle Festival Asia 2021. You know, it is going to be a rematch of the first game that we've had today. It is Team Very Very going against Stalwart League. And you know, BNK48 versus MNL48. So really just excited to see this. And Contra, you've been out, you know, and what do you think of what's going to be happening this time?
You know, this is another rematch that we've been keeping our eyes on if it ever happens, and lo and behold, it's actually happening here on the lower bracket finals, where whoever wins this will head directly to the playoffs that will be happening on the Sunday morning till evening, of course. So what we last saw between these two teams were they both went on to a tie on 1-1 apiece, and then on the very final moment, it seemed like Very Very have gotten the best of that match in a really clutch situation, but it was really very close, if I really want to emphasize that. So JJ-kun, I guess, just fresh from the oven, we just last witnessed that members from, of course, Stalwart have been able to find a massive win, and they finally got that composure and that determination and I believe that with this momentum, they possibly could deliver something special and maybe change the results of what happened in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we just talked to Colleen of Stalwart League earlier, you know, before we head into the break, and I think, you know, one of the things that they said is that, you know, they were a little bit nervous into the first game, especially that they were on the they were the very first match, you know, into the game, and I think anyone who's, you know, on the stream, the very first game of the stream is very what do you call this? Anyone would on the first game would be very nervous. You know, I think I kind of, you know, me as someone who's playing the game and is, you know, competing on tournaments as well, I have that like a little bit of nervousness from the start of the, you know, of the matches and all. But now that they are already, you know, we're already at the last game of the day, you know, as I mentioned earlier. And that they're coming in from a win as well, a 2-0, as a matter of fact, 2-0 from Amazon's 48. I think they have all the things that they need prepped up, you know, everything that's you know, warmed up and all of those nervousness are all gone. I think they are now ready to face off Stalwart League. And here's the thing, you know, we have to consider as well, if they if they went on against Stalwart League of in a very nervous situation, you know, while they were very nervous, rather, how about more going against a Team Very Very that when they are no longer nervous? You know, if they were nervous, they got a 2-1. What more if they aren't nervous anymore? Perhaps we might be able to see another 2-0 here.
Yeah, well, I gotta be fair to Very Very as well. You take a look at the sort of streak that the winners of this evening on that upper bracket, we were expecting a 2-0 victory much early on, and Very Very have been able to take one game off, and on the very final game, which they came so close, who might have actually been able to secure some good vantage points to get that very slot itself. This is their very second chance, and it's possibly an area where they feel a little bit of comfort. I won't say entirely so, because they have already played against members from the side of Stalwart much early on. So if they could just keep up with the same sort of mentality that they have, and of course put in that hard work, and if they did watch that past match, maybe they should expect what's going to be coming up. Things like the Talonflame combo with that Snorlax that worked perfectly well, which definitely gave them that upper hand in that first series that we've just last witnessed. So I'm going to say that it's honestly going to be 2-1, either or. So whether it's VV or Stalwart, I'm going to be happy if they do make it to the playoffs overall.
And now we're going to be seeing our predictions once again, as we have been showing you guys since earlier. It is, you know, Contra's prediction here is, you know, 2-1 in favor of Team Very Very. But you know who I'll be voting for, and it's always gonna be
We know.
2-0
We know.
in favor of Starlight League. So it's there's no questions here. There's no questions here. It's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Starlight League, and a lot of people have been tweeting me right now, and it's not what you think, guys. It's not what you think, but it's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Starlight League. So.
And if in the case where we were proven wrong, we're happy to be proven wrong, because all the ladies that are set on this stage to, of course, play this matchup in the Pokemon Unite AKB48 Group Invitational so far have been able to show us top quality performance overall. And the second that we've witnessed the very first series that went down, we know the bar is set up so high that it left us wanting more. And this time, we're getting it again, JJ. So I'm definitely excited. But let's, of course, take a look at the sort of ways that they managed to accomplish most of all these achievements. And I think what really is the game changer that you really have to look out for the side of Double V, of course, very have been able to use Crustle to a really good effect, where most of all these team fights, she's always present in those critical moments, and perhaps the Star League side might have actually figured things out this time around.
I mean, see, Star League's composition has been the same since earlier, and for Team Very, it's a little bit of the same as well. They changed one Pokemon at the very least, the last moment, which was the Decidueye, and I think it didn't work out pretty well for them. For Star League, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to be changing anything of their arsenal, of their team roster. But at the very least, as much as I want to see them change their Pokemon, I think it's still going to be the same ones. And I think these are the only Pokemon. Because, if it wasn't the only Pokemon that they have, that they know how to play, then they would be choosing other Pokemon. But, as we notice, they have been playing the same Pokemon over and over. So the only thing that we could hope for is that they could play even better going against, Team Very here. And, of course, into the side of Team Very, they just have to keep playing on how, like they were playing, earlier. They already went against Team CD. They already won against Team MNL48, Starlight League rather. And if they could, maintain their momentum, maintain how they play since earlier, then I think they have a pretty good chance of winning against MNL48. But, still, my prediction is still with MNL48 winning 2-0. So, please make me eat my words, Team Very.
Well, I'm just gonna be pretty neutral here. I really do like both sides of the 48 groups, and of course, when we take a look at the sort of picks that remains to be favored by both, and you could definitely tell that both of these teams here actually play really well on that Talonflame, and this is what we do expect, a whole lot of versatility being shown on both sides. But of course, the difference maker here being what you mentioned, the Decidueye that has been picked up early on in those matches, where of course VV very have been able to, of course, show us decent results at the very least. And that Cinderace that was playing in that past match that we last witnessed from Stalwart League, definitely phenomenal performance, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us this time around. So it's definitely a culmination of things when we put it all together. But of course, time is running on my left side of the screen, so of course that's to your right if you're currently watching. So in moments time, I guess whatever changes that they need to make, they got to really think it through. Do they really have to force a change, or stick to what's comfortable?
Right, and I think, Contra, we have to acknowledge what's happening with our our viewers as well. One of the reasons as well why we're still talking and all, we're still trying to talk about Sour League and Team Very here is that we're also waiting for the games as well to start. So for now, enjoy our faces. But the moment the game is already ready, then we're gonna be heading immediately into the game. As you can see, as Contra, what Contra said, we now have the timer here, and the moment that the timer is down, we're immediately gonna be proceeding into the game. But until that is then, well, here are our very beautiful faces. We already have a prediction. Contra into 2-1 in favor of Team Very. I'll be predicting it's going to be a win. It's going to be a victory for Team MNL48. Sour League into 2-0. But hey, we're just about a minute left here before the start of the game. Would you like to change your predictions, Contra?
Well, I'm pretty sure that there's still fans out there watching and rooting for Very as well. I honestly do love the way that Starlight League has been playing, but hey, I guess we're pretty much 50-50 this time around. But you know what? It's almost about time before our pretty faces, like you said, JJ, will disappear. But hey, you got your beautiful idols who are jet set and ready to roll, as we're gonna be diving right into the remote stadium for this final best of 3 of the evening. And remember this, tomorrow there's also more AKB48 groups to be playing out, so be sure to stick around because there's still more and more of all these great stuff happening here in Pokemon Unite. And JJ, the time is now. I believe that we're gonna be diving straight into the game in moments time.
Right. If the fans here from MNL48 is saying Sulong, then I'll be saying Sulong as well to Team Starlight League. But of course, to Team Very as well, we're gonna be giving you props. This is gonna be the game number 1 of the last match of the day. Once again, Team Very versus Starlight League, a best of 3, game number 1. Let's have a champion time. And we're not gonna be seeing any changes here from Team Starlight League. I think we have the team names. What do you call this? Reversed. The one Starlight League is the one on the right side, and Team Very is the one on the left side. And we are seeing the same strategy, the same composition here from Team Very. With the Decidueye as well of their roster. So right now it's they kind of lack the damage and the sustain, but at the very least they have the CC to cover that one for Team Very. But like for Starlight League here, well, we saw how dominant they were on on the previous game, so let's find out if it's still gonna be the same.
Yeah, I guess some of the saying goes that perfect defense is the best offense, but with this sort of composition, Very possibly will aim for a very late game setup once the Satellite comes in with the evolution, as well as the Unite spells to be available, and this is going to be the first knockout being secured by Starlight League as they do take down one of the members of Very while the fight continues on right down bottom as they challenge the Queen. And it seems to be pretty much even Stevens for now. None of them have been able to score just about yet, but then again, of course, first 2 minutes, we expect a little bit of a tussle between the two. And by the time that Beijing checks his spawns, that's where we see Beijing rotations coming all across.
Right, and here we have, of course, it seems as if Starlight League here has the advantage in terms of the XP. A lot of them has the advantage right now. Dana is going to be able to get away. Is going to be able to get away? Unfortunately, not. It's going to be a 1v3 situation, and I think it's still pretty fine, especially that we're still in the early game. But Ella and Colleen here is doing their best right now. Better on the top lane, making sure that Panda is not going to be able to get in and pressure them up. So I really like what's happening right now, and they have the advantage in terms of points. Although it's just like 4 points, still not a lot, but still, it's something. It's work. It's pretty hard work, and it's showing that they've already adjusted against Team Very from the previous game.
Yeah, they do, and we take a look at how they managed to establish such a defensive setup right down bottom with Starlight League really safeguarding all of their goal zones here. Jit managed to sniff one out, but challenging Liza is going to be quite a tough ordeal. You don't really want to go 1v1 against Alex while we hop right in. They now dropping to 50% while they try to recuperate themselves, get some regens off. and of course have a little bit of contention when the Retina spawns later on. But I want to see what happens up top when the Rotom comes up as well. So it seems to be very even up to this point. It's almost hitting for minutes.
Right, and let's find out who's going to be able to take in the the objectives. As we can see into the bottom lane, it looks like the Snorlax is going to be taken out. There's quite a huge outnumber here from the side of Very going into the Snorlax from the side of Starly, and they're going to be able to take down it. But it looks like Very tries to seal the Rotom, but unfortunately unsuccessful in doing so, and they're going to be able to push into the top lane, but Princess trying to get away here with the help of the double team. Really successful here, but it's still not going to be enough though. They need to be able to push in here with that the help of the Rotom so they can score in a lot. But look at this right now. It looks like Team Bear is going to be able to take down this Dreadnought for themselves. And despite a little bit of fine here, it actually puts them in quite an advantage as well. Knowing the fact that they already have the XP advantage. They're currently at level 7, 8, 8, 8, and 8, whereas Stalwart League is only at level 7, 7, 6, 7, and 6. That's actually quite a huge advantage, despite it only being like 2 or 1 levels away. That's still a lot, especially when they're already online. They already have their final evolutions. It's still a lot if you consider it.
That's right, and we saw early on both sides of the team, very as well as Stalwart. They're just focusing on the lanes. They didn't really move too much inside the jungle to get as much of all these experience points possible. Now, Dana is just going to be getting back into a little bit more room. Well, there's a lot of energy left lying around after defeating some of the wild Pokemon's right down bottom side. As we approach this situation, we want to see how Pokémon possibly would go for a fight, but having Dip here using the Unite missing. This is still going to be a good chance with the cavalry arriving very now securing a massive score as they take down him.
Oh my goodness, Jib is going to be able to take that one up, and of course there's a Unite move from the Sidaway as well, dealing a lot of damage right there. And oh my goodness, just really missing plays here from Team Very. Sauer needs to be able to adjust here. We see Dana and Liza's combination in play right now, but it's still not going to be enough. They're going to put Dana into sleep, and they need to be able to take in the objectives. They need to be able to take not only the Rotom but also the Dreadnought, so they would be able to catch up against Team Very, because if they won't be able to catch up against Team Very, then they're going to be having a hard time, especially that we're only 2 minutes away from that of the Zapdos. And even if they are going to be able to take down the Zapdos, I think they would have to, to put up a much of a fight here against Team Very before they are going to be able to take down the Zapdos. But hey, they were able to take down this Rotom, gets the Snow Globe and the Blazing Basilisk Cake, but still not going to be enough to take down Panda with the help of the Rubble Rousel as well to get some sustains, but they're going to be able to score in. But is it going to be enough? No, Princess is not going to be able to survive here. Going to be taken down by Panda, and right now Pokémon is going to be helping out Panda to sustain. There goes a fly here from Pakwan, and it's not going to be enough though. That's going to be 2v2 right now. Pupe is going to deal a lot of damage here. Pakwan as well doesn't have Brilliant Majesty, and there we go. There goes the Grassy Glide, but it's not going to be hitting anyone. It's just used to survive. There goes a Flame Sweep coming in from Jib, but is it going to be enough though? Gets a block here. They're going to be able to take down Dana with the Talon Flame. That's going to be 7 seconds of cooldown, but here we go again. That's going to be 3v1 situation. Liza's not going to be able to do anything here.
Not much can be done, but they kind of overstate their welcome the way that they approach the goal zone. While possibly they were trying to brute force their way, but there wasn't much resources left. They already expended all the Unite moves. Now Colleen's they picked on. Not gonna be too much of a fair fight, 2 versus 1, as that's gonna be the Serena getting that knockout, and now going in for the goal, trying to score a little bit, while Panda getting shoved back. But look at the range as well as the damage. Pokes coming right through as they are trying to get this full send underway. Wow. And look at how well this Talonflame shoves them back. And this is where the Serena shines best. See the Unite move and still trying to get rid of this Talonflame that's well within their way. And very, they're just trying to hold on to this lead that they have. And 15 seconds from now, that's where Zapdos will come online.
Right, and we still have like 10 more seconds, as you mentioned before, the Zapdos comes out, and they're going to be able to stop Dana here from scoring into 26, and they are currently into that of the disadvantage of the Zapdos. Yes, they might, oh, never mind, they're going to be able to take down the Sidowai as well with the help of the Snow Globe, but unfortunately enough, since they already used the Snow Globe here, they're not going to have that, they're not going to be able to have that prowess, pressure into going into the Zapdos fight, unfortunately. But let's see if they're gonna be able to steal away the Zapdos away from Very, because if they can't, they won't. Well, yeah, if they can't take the Zapdos, they won't be able to get the score more than whatever Team Very already has right now. And now Dana's gonna get picked off right here, and Colleen wasn't able to do anything to help Dana right there. And as we are seeing right now on the screen, Very is gonna be able to take down this Zapdos as well. And from here on out, I think this is quite a game here for Team Very. I don't think Sour he would be able to get back up against him.
And the double points will award them with 80, but Jip will first give herself up for that, getting knocked out. But still more of the members rushing in. It's only going to be the Serena that's going to be alive as the Queen ascends up in the air. Liza gets the knock up, and this is where Dana takes her down, and this might be a slight opportunity. There's only 40 seconds on the clock. You don't really have enough of the energy to dock it right in, but the double points should be good enough for 78. But is there going to be more? So the members of Very are already defending, so perhaps they can still make this work.
Right, let's find out if they can still make it work, but there's only like 40 more seconds, and it's not much of a difference. It's not much of a lead here. If they could score in a little bit, then perhaps, but unfortunately, with the Alolan Nexus having 40 here, isn't able to score in. That is quite an unfortunate turn of the events here. It wasn't a lot of a difference, honestly. It's only like 130 points of a lead. So but look at him. Huge props here for Team Very for winning game number 1.
Yeah, and I love the celebration coming from Pakwan. She just throws her hands up in the air and just gotta celebrate some of all these small victories along the way. So now, having that one up against Stalwart here is, of course, another strong statement, as you see that stable play that they've pulled out, being so composed throughout the course of the battle. And I guess there were a few major points coming into this battle here, especially when we hit close to the final 3 minutes, where we saw that pickoff on the opposing Talonflame definitely gave them just about enough room to have a quick workaround on that Zapdos. And before that, the way that they also approach some of all these objectives, especially on that Dreadnought, has been able to get them up ahead. Though a couple of Rotoms have been given over to Stalwart, they didn't manage to, of course, get the desired result that they want out of the Rotom.
Right, at this point on, I think it's about time that Stalwart League needs to change their Pokemon, because honestly, while they, Team Very doesn't have much of sustain, doesn't have much of an HP, doesn't have much of a damage, they are getting in and up by the crowd control here, CC by that of the Wigglytuff and the Crustle as well, and at the same time, they are getting a little bit behind in terms of XP, especially in that of the late game. Yes, they at times, at times they can get the dominance in the early game, but the moment that the mid game starts, that is where they fall. That is where they fall against Very, and knowing that Very can were punishing them for it. So if they could change up their Pokemon, at least change one of their Pokemon, it could be the Greninja, it could be the Cinderace that they could change, or maybe even the Alolan Ninetales, so that they could have a more balanced team, because right now their team is more of a attack oriented team that requires them to be very aggressive Because if they can't be aggressive with this kind of lineup, then this is what's going to be happening. What you saw in game number 1.
Indeed, and you take a look at how Very has been able to answer back to that sort of pressure that was mounting from Star League, and eventually with a couple of all these counterattacks, they've been able to negate some of all these areas where Star League wants to ideally score, but it seemed like they kind of hit the brick wall where they couldn't seem to get rid of the Wigglytuff that's in the way. And I guess from this point onwards, this is just too much for them to, of course, handle after that Zapdos landed in the hands of Very. So there was not much to be done from that point onwards for them to just have so much being put into the final few minutes. So I guess it's still a really good showing, but like you said, Star League possibly need to concoct a new formula heading into this potential last game if they play it out. So from here onwards, they just got to hit the pedal to the metal and, you know, hope for the best.
Right, and I would just like to add into what I said earlier, Contra, you know, that if they're going to be changing anything, they shouldn't change the Snorlax and the Talonflame, because that, you know, has been really working out well for them. You know, Dana and Ella right there, you know, really doing a lot with the Snorlax and the Talonflame. So it all lies to the last 3 Pokemon from this side of Star League, but like as we can see into the lineup, they're not changing. They are really they really want to make this work.
Yeah, and I believe that it was just a couple of, you know, miscommunication can happen in the middle of all these team fights that could result in, you know, a Unite move that was being used relatively too early. Ideally, we want to see that chain combo coming in from the Snorlax as well as the Talonflame to work it all together. But we didn't really get too much of that back in the very first match, so perhaps, you know, Take 2 will give them a better chance.
Right. And right now, I think, as I mentioned, you know, this lineup from Star League is working out pretty well anyway. But they have to be more aggressive than they already were, because if they can't be aggressive, then they won't be able to, you know, get the advantage over Team Very. And once they have the aggression, especially in the early game, they need to maintain this aggression up until the late game. Because if they can't, you know, in game number 1, we saw how aggressive they were in the early game, but wasn't able to maintain it from the mid game into the late game, and you know, you saw what happened. But right now, we're going to be seeing some scoring here coming in from Ella. Is actually was able to survive as well.
Yeah, but not for long. Jibev just arrived to the scene as she's been able to get that L1 9 kills. So of course, a Vulpix taken out first, but it did evolve, of course. So Dana's just waiting around, looking for some golden opportunity, while McComb is getting flustered out. So he just got to be very careful here, but Hannah remains to be that the backbone of Team Very in order to stop them from proceeding much further in that situation. So bottom lane seems to be quite a tough lane to actually find that priority, so maybe they might consider a rotation to contest up top.
Right. I mean, the biggest issue here for Team Very is that Crustle, and honestly that Wigglytuff as well. The moment that they could take down this Wigglytuff and the Crustle, then I think they would have a really easy time. Yes, Jiv here might be able to deal a lot of damage here, but like, if it's not for the help of the tanks here, you know, the defenders, we have the Crustle and of course that of the Wigglytuff. Well, I do realize that it's a supporter, but like honestly, it's played like a defender. It's if they can take them out, then I think they would have a really easy life here. But unfortunately, it is still what's giving them a hard time, rather, in this game. But right now, they need to be able to take this objective as well, coming up in 3 seconds, so they could get the advantage and perhaps, you know, get the lead as well. As you can see, the XP advantage currently into that of Team Very, and Star League is, well, they need to farm more.
Indeed, they do, and of course, both sides just looking for more of the energy as they contest right down bot. getting one to fall asleep. As you see, the challenge of the triple axle was enough to take out the Talonflame. And now, considering that Dreadnought, but then again, there's a lot of commotion happening over here, top side, as Rotom's getting shoved back. And I guess that's what's keeping very, very a little bit occupied, but they should be able to recuperate with a couple of berries still lying around. So pressure is on. Sour League holding to this slight lead, but it could change in any minute from this point on.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to watch right now, knowing the fact that it is when it is Star League that needs to be aggressive. It is the opposite that's happening, you know. Very is the one that's being aggressive against it. But look at this right now. Starlight Shadow is going to be used here. Flame Sweep as well to help Upi. And is this going to be enough to take them up? No, never mind. It is going to be Liza trying to catch up into... Ooh, that's actually quite unfortunate. You know, I like what Team Very did here. Jib here with his Flame Sweep, and of course, with the Starlight Recital, Sing as well coming in from the big top, is just trying to divert themselves from the attention that they're already taking in the Dreadnought. And they did, you know, successfully take the Dreadnought as well for themselves, get in some gaps from the XP, and it's just fascinating to see Very in play right now. But you know, Star League here, I don't think they're gonna let this pass just like this. And look at this Jib right now trying to get Dana. Dana's not gonna be able to get away, actually fought instead of running away to, you know, give a little bit of like a fight right there. And Princess right now dealing with so much damage here. Very amazing double team at the right timing to, you know, make that fly whiff. But right now Princess alone won't be able to do anything against Team Very here. Dana and Princess needs some backup here, needs some follow-up damage if they want to take down Team Very.
Indeed, they really have to buckle up. Now, really great knockup as Pupe tries to answer back, but that is going to be a huge flame sweep that will take them on. And this is where Sour League will be able to find even more points as they score through the bottom lane. Meanwhile, more pressure up top as well. Panda just trying to negate those points coming in. But how long can Panda hold on? Colleen and the rest of Star League is brute forcing their way as they escort Rotom, and they do attack from all front. Now, 2 of these goal zones will go down. And look at that staggering amount of points amounting, and Stalwart League takes the lead.
And here we have it. This is what I'm talking about, my man. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see. You know, Tower League right now has the lead, right? But we have to remember as well that they still need to win team fights against Team Very, and this is what's happening. Princess is going to be able to take down, you know, the cross-off from the side of Team Very. They're going to be able to take them too. No, Princess with such an amazing play right now with the Greninja. You know, we have the Decidueye as well trying to get back up, and they're going to be able to, you know, try to push in instead of the top lane. What's really interesting here as well is that Sour League was able to destroy the first tier score goal of the top lane and the bottom lane from Team Very. So they have quite an advantage here, and they just need to maintain this aggression that they have right now. Puba is going to be taken down, gets the focus ban as well to heal themselves up. There goes the flame sweep, and not going to be able to do anything at all as they were using the Unite Group as well. But look at that, Dana's going to be able to take down the Talonflame, and the Decidueye is going down as well into that of the top lane. It looks like Sour League has found their momentum, has found their rhythm. This is going to be 3 down for Team Very. No, make that. Ooh, amazing play. It's not 4, but it's just 3. It's just 3 Pokemon down from Team Very, and Sour League is they found their footing, and I think they just need to maintain this up until the very end. There's only 30 more seconds before this episode comes out, and if they maintain this, then I think they have a really good chance of taking this over away from Team Very.
And basically what Stalwart League is doing is to fight fire with fire. You look at how much that they're cooling once again, and there goes the Flame Sweep, driving them back, and it's a double for the Talonflame, diving in for Liza as well. This might just be the triple, but she gets knocked up in the air. Jim should be safe for now, but Liza just hanging on, forcing them not to score. All Stalwart League needs to do is to hold on to this lead that they have. Though it's past 2 minutes left on the clock, this might just be just about enough for Stalwart League to force their way to a draw. Buck was next. Dana gets it with a double streak going in. My oh my, Stalwart League is going to push this to the final game.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, Dana here was able to get a score here. And of course we have the Snorlax as well. And Prince is just waiting, just waiting into the boss pit. And I really like what they're doing right now. They're just waiting and not initiating the Zapdos because they want to make sure that Very attacks Zapdos first so they can just like sneak in and take it away from them. And they have the lead as well, so they can play this a little bit risky. But Dana's gonna be taken out. That's gonna be one down into the side of Stalwart League, and it's gonna be seeing them again in 20 seconds of cooldown before they spawn in once again. But the only thing that they need to do here is just they just have to defend this away from Team Very, and we're going to have another game here. Sorry, another game here. Rather, we're gonna be waiting. We're gonna be waiting for them.
That's right, and they're already attempting on the Zapdos. Very does have to pull up an unthinkable play, but is this gonna be it? Is it still? And there you go, great takedown, and that might just be able to turn the tides around. Jim's going in for the goal, scoring in the double, but then Ella stops them. It's a 100-former in. Very tries to close this one up with a 2-0. It's a 345 and more. It's a final second comeback. Very wants to close it off here with a 2-0 lead. 3 seconds left on clock. Unfortunately, Stalwart League will not be able to fend them off. And congratulations to Team Very for making it out by the very end of this match.
Man, that was quite a game here shown to us by Team Very, and they were already on the disadvantageous side up until the very last second, until they were able to get into Zapdos. So huge props to Team Very. They showed us quite a game, and I can't deny that they were really good.
And indeed they were, and honestly, that was one of the closest games that we've seen throughout the span of the course of the tournament. And we congratulate Team Very once again as they qualify to the playoffs. Valiant effort being displayed throughout the board, and of course, give props to the ladies of Stalwart League as well, as they definitely played their hearts out for this one. So, JJ-kun, I know you feel maybe a little bit upset on that final second comeback. So, of course, that
it was very close.
Mechanism have definitely changed this course of the battle. So, I guess we just have to go on a rewind to really see how this one really unfolds.
Yeah, see, they were already they were already on the edge, Team Very, but like as you mentioned, they were able to bring it back at the very last second, and that is something that we have to give to Team Very. They're really great into taking that Zapdos that they know for. They know for a fact that Stalwart League wasn't taking the Zapdos, and they were too focused, I guess. Too focused into taking in that into defending the score goals, that they forgot about the Zapdos. They were really confident. Well, I guess I would have to say overconfident that they were already ahead in terms of points, that they forgot the Zapdos, that they, well, not forgot, but like they ignored the Zapdos rather. And Team Very saw this and punished them for it, taking the Zapdos and getting in a lot of scores.
Indeed, and as we take a look at the late game skirmishes, I think Jit was doing whatever she can just to keep everybody busy. And while you take a look at what's available over Bomb side as well, where there were opportunities for Stalwart League to, of course, go in with a little bit more of a driving force, but they were too little too late to the scenario where the moment Princess moves into that pit, she just got obliterated, and like, you blink, you miss it. And I guess this was the play by Jib, probably the MVP of this match.
Yeah, honestly, we have been saying this since earlier that it's if I were going to be giving anyone a huge props, it's gonna be Jib. But hey, we are now with Team Very. Hello, guys, and congratulations into proceeding to our playoffs.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Team Very Very. I know that was a really tough game that you played, and of course, how did that make you feel on that very last game? Because that was so close. You almost lost it, but that was a big turnaround.
Yeah. And we just have a little bit of questions for you guys. How did the rematch with MNL48 make you feel? You guys played on the first game, and now you're battling again. How did that make you feel?
My heart is. Oh. Hello.
Well,
Hello.
There you
Hello?
go.
yeah, we can.
There you go. We can hear you.
La 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 la. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Well,
Okay. We are way exciting and my heart will have a push of my body.
Her heart is racing.
Yes. We We watch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. No worries.
We just watched them as with JKT and MNL48, and we have got a new plan to fight with them. Okay.
and that plan
Right.
worked out perfectly. That's really great stuff. And we were casting your games, and even our hearts here were like going out there for you
Racing,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah. So of course that was great
But
stuff. So, of course, one more question from you,
yeah.
JJ.
Yeah, just one more question from me. You are now heading into the playoffs. How will you prepare going to the playoffs?
We have to practice more and more, and
Mm-hmm.
we have to got a lot of teamwork more than it's today.
I see.
Right,
Of course,
definitely.
what you put
Practice
today
makes things perfect.
has been great enough, and like what you say, JJ, practice does make perfect, and we hope to see even more great results from Team Very Very in the playoffs. Congratulations once again. Of course, we don't want to hold you on for too long, and of course, we see you soon. Team Very Very, thank you very much for all the amazing games. Congratulations.
Congratulations for getting into the playoffs once again. But hey, we're now back here. We already talked to Team Very Very, and despite them losing against Team CZ, they're going to be the ones with Team CZ going into our playoffs. So let us now take a look at both of the teams that's going to be proceeding to our playoffs. As I just mentioned, coming in from CGM48 and BNK48 is Team CZ and Team Very Very. So once again, congratulations to both of the teams here for making their way off to our playoffs. This is going to be on January 16th, so make sure to stay tuned for that one. And let's have a recap of our brackets as well, of the things that happened today.
That's right. Of course, we take a look at how we started off the day. It was Very Very that went on for a 2-1 record against Stalwart League, and of course, much later on, this will repeat itself back into the lower bracket finals. But of course, that was still a pretty tough bout, which we just saw in that previous match, where they managed to win 2-0 victory. And Very Very had to, of course, study their opponents out. And before that, they also had to take on a really tough opponent in the form of Team Steezy, who happened to be the champions of today as they qualified through the upper bracket playoffs. We also do thank Amazon48 as well as, of course, our league for participating and showing us some really solid Pokemon Unite gameplay for every trainers out there to enjoy. So that's not all that we do have, of course, because tomorrow we'll have another group to be playing out here as we take a look at Group B's brackets for now.
Right, so for tomorrow, we're going to have same time, by the way, guys. So if you tune in, whatever time you are in, GMT plus 8 or SGT or GMT plus 7, just go back here at the same time tomorrow so you could, catch up into Group B. So we're going to have Yummy Remote, going against Valkyrie48 and Padayon going against Team Attack. And here's what we have right now. Everything here on the time is on a GMT plus 8, so that's Philippines time. Philippines time, Singaporean time. It's 11 a.m. We're going to be starting off with Yummy Remote versus Valkyrie48. And of course, at around 12 p.m., we're going to be fighting off with Padayon. Padayon. Padayon? Yeah, Padayon and a Team Attack from CGM48. So those are the games that we're going to have tomorrow, and I'm just really excited to see this. This might be like the comeback that we're going to have here for MNL48, and of course one of the 48 sister groups teams as well that didn't make the cut for today. It could be their own group now, their own sister group that gets the the Group B, and or it might not be. It could be anyone's game, honestly.
Yeah, and of course, by the time we prepare for tomorrow, make sure all of you who are currently watching to, of course, hit that follow button on all the official social media page as you get to tune in. Same time, same place here for more Pokemon Unite action. That's, of course, happening in conjunction with the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. JJ, today has been a great day of action overall, so maybe tomorrow we're gonna be having a whole lot more high-level plays to be displayed once again.
Right, and I'm just really excited to see Group B, playing out tomorrow. Perhaps, if we could have Group B right now, I would really like that. But unfortunately, we have our own schedule, so we got to have it tomorrow. But yeah. We're going to have those games tomorrow.
Need some weight. Indeed.
Yeah. We're going to be having that tomorrow. It has been quite a long day. This has been day number 1 of Pokemon Unite AKB48 Group Invitational. We're going to have more, tomorrow for Group B. Once again, we have your casters, Daniele, JJ Kun, and of course, Contra with me right now. That has been day number 1 of Pokemon Unite AKB48 Group Invitational of Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 21. We'll see you again tomorrow. We'll see you. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Take care. Yeah. And have a good weekend.
Take